This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, burn it all down. My oh my, who ends up bigger this time? And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all.
For the Homestead Cup. We are going to be looking at the last chance for these players to qualify, and we are going to be starting the day with the first best of 5, Numadan against MSN. We are going to be starting on Dry Arabia players currently in the lobby. Byzantine against Malians are going to be the civilizations. And Whamenqt, what do you think about this matchup?
This is already a pretty tough spot for both of these players because, of course, for a lot of you, you might be asking yourselves, hey, where's Demu? Now, Demu unfortunately couldn't play on Sunday, and that's why we dragged Numadan there from the previous round to take down MSN. But, I mean, for both of these guys, they didn't really prepare for the other one. And Numadan was going to be the possible opponent for MSN. But of course, Demu taking that victory doesn't mean that this is going to be an easy battle at all. And considering the fact that Numadan, I believe, has a very positive win rate against MSN, this feels like a pretty tough hill to climb. But getting Malians in any situation already feels like a good consolation prize.
Truly, and exactly as Wyman pointed out, Numadan having an amazing win rate against MSN. Last qualifiers 3-0'd him, so we are going to be seeing if MSN can take down the Numadan at the moment. Currently with the picks, Malians a little bit... Malian is a pick that would love to go for that fast castle with the cow boom. On the other hand, Byzantine civilization that would love to prolong the feudal age. I'm not exactly sure if MSN would love to play a long feudal against Byzantine because of the cistern play, but there is still a possibility of the pro scouts for the Malians. There are a lot of places MSN can go for.
That's one thing that Malians hasn't been doing for a while because, of course, other civilizations do it better, and they usually just survive pretty well with the food they're given. But of course, we've seen what that can do. When you get that food income, you just get to invest in the clean cows. You don't need to eat them because a lot of players, they're pretty comfortable about falling back for that as the food source. But of course, you just want to boom. You don't want to be thinking about that. The problem is when you're up against someone like Numadan, you have to ask yourself, is this something I'm going to get the opportunity to do? Is there a way for them to really, or for you to get the deer? Oh my goodness, the English will find me before the second game, I hope. But is there a way for me to get the deer without getting punished for it? Because Byzantines has historically been a civilization that sits back a little bit and needs a bit of time to get there. But we've been seeing some very aggressive playstyles out of a lot of players when it comes to the Byzantines, especially.
Like maybe MSN will try to surprise us and go for pro scouts with the Farimba age up. There is a numerous possibilities that he can go for. Sure, right now Cowboom is the meta, but if he wants to be the young blood in the seed, and if he wants to try to surprise Numadan with something unorthodox, something that's not really in the meta, and Numadan most likely did not get a lot of preparation for, there is even a Farimba in the play.
And Farimba is something I think a lot of players have been pulling out every now and again. It hasn't been the complete meta, because of course, when you've got the Fulani waiting for you, why would you go elsewhere? But it definitely throws the game on its back. And I think when you're pulling it out against a player who's usually pretty standard in terms of their play, it can throw them off immensely. MSN, though, he's the guy who pulls out some crazy stuff. We saw it yesterday, and let's quickly go take a look at those brackets so you guys can see how this one went down. And with Numidan and MSN all the way down there, let's take a quick look at MSN's journey. MSN taking a pretty clean victory all throughout, with Kiljadi going down 3-1 against him. So he's looking for blood. Kiljadi and Numidan have always been two of the top players in the Scandinavian area, and also just contesting for those top 12 spots. They have been pretty close. So with that, MSN now taking a bit of that lead already, I think this is boding pretty well for our young blood in the scene, like you said.
MSN definitely trying to qualify for the in this qualifier for the Homestead Cup. He definitely wants to go to the Serbia. In the meantime, Numuden didn't, exactly as Whamenqt pointed out earlier, he didn't really expect to be playing today because he lost to Demo yesterday, and right now we pulled him a little bit last minute. So there is really not a big preparation for either of these players against each other. The question still stands. Will MSN go for more of an aggressive horseman approach as he does normally with his Abbasid pick, or are we gonna see more of a meta plays for him? In my opinion, MSN needs to figure out something different. Going for a meta against Numidan player that has way more experience is not the way to go. MSN will need to try to do something unorthodox. He will need to try to do something something that's completely new, or something that's not really in the meta at the moment, in my humble opinion.
Now, with the ban against him already, you guys can see Abbasid got banned against MSN, and Abbasid is not a civ that gets banned all that much. We have a lot of other top contenders out there. Sengoku and Ottomans again and again coming through as those top priority bans. But Abbasid is a pretty big surprise. It can speak to the fact that Numidan maybe just wanted it for himself, or that he's just saying, MSN, I've seen you on this, I don't want to deal with that. And Abbasid makes a lot of sense. It's a civilization that just has so many cards that they get to play. And because of that, you very quickly just want to eliminate any shenanigans that might be coming your way. But now, MSN's draft in general, looking at what he's got, I am positive for him. Seeing him getting his favorite old Abbasid, he loves that Abbasid. I'm still not convinced of the Abbasid, but I want to see this man convince us of it today. Hopefully he gets that chance, because the maps we've got in front of us, not necessarily the most Abbasid-y maps here. We have Gorge there that Abbasid might be able to get a little bit of showtime on. And of course, I'm looking at the maps. I don't see a perfect place here for Abbasid. The other one is as well that you can consider is Frisian Marshes. So Frisian Marshes, with that ram play, you do have an answer to the docks early on if you go for the military wing. And again, I just don't know what MSN has in store, because he's just a little bit too creative to predict.
Banning Iobits for the MSN was definitely a good call for Numidan to do, in my opinion. We saw what he can do with them on the 4 legs last week, completely dominating. As well, MSN player that mained Abbasid and later mained Iobits for a very, very long time. He loves these two civilizations. Numidan not really seeing Abbasid as a threat, so Ben coming only for the Iobit. On another hand, right now, if you are going to look at the matchup, Byzantine against Malians. Byzantine is a civilization that doesn't really love to open Dark Age because of the Cistern play. Malian civilization against, you want to open Dark Age, you want to punish the early houses, and you want to punish the early pit mine. Will Numidan try to do something like early barracks?
I want to see an early barracks, but Numidan, like I said before, this man likes his meta. And guys, we're hopping right into game number 1. Numidan on that sweet old Byzantines. Let's go see if he tries to spice things up against the spicy old MSN. Now, MSN playing on the Malians, you're not expecting, like you said, to see any Dark Age shenanigans. And that's exactly what we can deduct from looking at this building layout already. Numidan also opting to play it very safe, not wanting to take any risks against that Dark Age opening and the simple response of just adding a tower.
just look at the spawns of these two players. They loved both of them. MSN having gold in the bag, deer peg in the bag, and 2 more golds basically in the bag as well. On another hand, Numuden having golden stone in the bag, berries in the bag as well, and another 2 golds that are relatively safe. Numuden loves his spawn, and MSN loves his spawn too. This is, in my opinion, pretty equal map generation. On another hand, MSN will like it or will benefit from it a little bit more, because he's the civilization that wants to be playing defensively, civilization that wants to be playing for that cow boom, chill out a little bit, and Numuden will be the one applying the pressure, trying to stop it, trying to stop the cow boom from happening. MSN, in my opinion, is just because of the Civs benefiting from the map spawns a little bit better.
Now, looking at the civilizations themselves, though, we've seen Byzantines just completely snowball, but also at the same time getting shut down pretty quickly, especially with constant raiding. And I think Malians gives you exactly that. You have constant raiding, you have constant income, you get to suicide your units, which most civilizations don't get to do all that much because food is such a limiting factor. With Malians in mind, you don't have that problem at all. You have the freedom to make a few mistakes and still recover from it unscathed. Now, Byzantines, they're usually the civ that can do that. They get their farm transition up pretty healthily in the early game, especially with the extra bit of oil that helps out. And I think Numeden is one of those players that doesn't mind doing a farm transition a bit earlier than others. Some going very aggressive, very naked. But that first batch of sheep has been dropped off, and now going back to the game here, we can take a quick look and see what that overall counter is looking like, but it did seem to be a pretty even split.
11 to 13, this is very, very balanced. Grand Winery is gonna be played for the Numuden, and for the berries are the starting ones for the Numuden. Can be definitely punished with some sofas or some early aggression for the MSN. Question is if he will try to play for it. Malian civilization that would love to benefit from the cow boom. We are still going for a lot of stone for the cisterns. Pretty logical for the Byzantine at the moment. Nothing unorthodox being played. This is as standard as it gets. MSN aging up a little bit quicker than normally we see with Malians. He started with 6, now he put the villagers down to 5. So he wants to be getting that age up a little bit faster in. We are going to see for what exactly, but mill is already being placed down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be cow boom.
This is going to be a pretty early one at that, because we've talked about this a few times on the cast. A lot of pro players, they opt for upgrades. Others opt for directly going for the cattle early on. And we see MSN's answer is, hey, I'm going to get some cows, boys. We need to get that extra food. And it makes sense. He has such a great spawn. Like you said earlier, oh, look how easy this one would be to wall off as well. MSN is in a great spot for food especially. But still opening with that safe play here of getting those cows, you want to get that trickle in already, because it just means that you're not as reliant on those sheep that you want to make last for as long as possible, and rather focus your villagers on other parts of the resources. Now, with this faster age up that you mentioned, there's one thing to note. He pulled off of gold completely. And yes, we're very used to seeing 3 on stone to get those systems up, but foregoing the gold is telling us that he is not going to be looking at any upgrades, but rather just staying in feudal and letting the units do the work. Usually if you're playing along the feudal, you want to be able to get the upgrades too, just so that you can get ahead quickly. But with you already having the bonus from the cisterns, maybe this feels like the saving grace he would need to still be ahead pretty comfortably.
This is double TC.
Yeah, I was about to say.
This is double TC. We saw those 3 villagers on the stone for a long time, but no extra cisterns being dropped. This is double TC from the Numeden against cow boom from the Malians. Double TC is gonna be outscaling the cow boom definitely, but it's gonna take a while. There is gonna be a small window for MSN in the very early castle age to do a lot of damage. With double TC you can get to the castle age a little bit quicker than Malians can usually with their cow boom, because of just such ginormous investments needed from them. But on the other hand, when the castle age landmarks are dropped, Malians' food income is gonna skyrocket completely. This is not gonna be even close in terms of the food department in the early castle. Numuden is gonna be on the clock, and he will need to survive for the early castle age. That's where the MSN is going to be trying to take advantage of its civilizations and trying to take advantage of all of the basically very cheap sofas for him at that point.
Now, that's the beauty of being the Byzantines. When you're on the stone, your opponent doesn't suspect a thing. It just feels like, hey, this is a normal Byzantines build. They're going for a lot of cisterns. But seeing that second TC, it was such a critical moment here for MSN. A lot of players might be opting for that second TC as the answer to the cow boom, because that's probably the only thing that's going to help you keep up with this style of economy. Ooh, an archery range being added in already, instead of going for the extra cattle ranch, which could just indicate he's looking at shutting this down as quickly as possible. MSN, he's fully aware of how Numitan plans to respond, and of course, you're expecting him to go for a good old barracks, because the barracks, it's going to deal with the sofa, but with Malians being so fast at just pumping out a ton of archers as well, this is going to be a hard one to stop.
MSN realizing the double TC play and opting for a feudal age. Exactly what he needed to do. We have already 3 cows out on the field. We made a 4th one, but probably we are eating it. I think MSN loves his position at the moment. He read the play from the Numidan, or he scouted the double TC from the Numidan relatively early, and right now he can respond. Numidan is a little bit even on a bigger clock at this moment. Like, he's gonna be having such a big trouble with the food situation after his berry patch will run out. Sure, there are some sheep under TC, but they are not gonna last for a long time. And both deer packs are in front. You have only one berry patch in behind your base, and it's not walled in yet. Numidan will be having a big trouble after the food runs out.
Now, what's interesting about this is that he opts for that secondary barracks instead of going for an answer to the double archery range. So the archers here from MSN is going to get a ton of value, and only stopping already at 5 sofas. You can see with those sofas, he's trying to find a bit of damage, but it is a pretty nup base here with everyone just staying in their position that keeps him safe. He knows the food situation you talked about as well, and that's what I said earlier about Numidan. He's not afraid of going for a transition such as this in the early game.
You'll have to do it because of the olive oil generation, but on the other hand, how much resources are you investing in these farms? At this point, the MSN has just such a giant window to do damage. Sure, you may think, like, do we have the double TC? It will be able to do something. And most likely we went the double barracks because we need a double production of the spearmen. We don't have 5 cisterns to boost one barrack production completely. Usually with Byzantine you are seeing the play for 5 cisterns, and you need just 1 production building to make all of your spears out of. But at the moment, 1 production building is not going to be enough. There are no buffs in place for it.
We see that 3rd cistern now being added here to the side, with the stone now only coming in from passive building. It is going to take a while to get that economy up and running, and the problem is now you've double invested into making your economy great. Numidan, he's getting the gold he can, but only for a short amount of time, as these archers are about to make a landfall, and then things are going to start heating up. We see that secondary raiding party also just trying to find a little bit of damage, running around trying to see if there's any bit of an opening that they can collapse on. And an opening they find as one of the villagers is out here building a barracks. They do get a perfect collision on, and first villager of the game will go down.
Blacksmith already being placed for the Numidan. He really wants to get that +1 ranged armor against all of the archers that are out on the field for MSN. MSN's composition is just perfect at the moment. All of the archers are going to be basically killing the spears. Sure, we have the ability on them, and they are going to be taking a little bit less damage, but there is nothing that can kill archers at the moment. We have only 10 longbows out on the field, and it's going to take us a long time to get more of them because all of the berries under the Grand Vinery probably just ran out. On the other hand, Numidan is going to be trying to reclaim his gold vein over here, and he's taking the fight with the longbows and scaring MSN away. MSN has the giant advantage in terms of cavalry, but he's using it to raid, so he cannot really secure his map control from the Numidan at the moment.
Now, the destroyed value, pretty close here, only 35 resources is split. And it tells you that these guys are playing it safe, don't want to overcommit here from either side. But MSN, on the other hand, he's still just on those 3 cows, eating the rest of them and not going out for the resources here, which I'm pretty surprised about. when you get into a spot where you have the ability to just snack on everything outside, it feels like the natural answer. Ooh, but the villagers on the berries, they do get caught out. And this doesn't just give him the information he needs of where the villagers are. It sends a message. It sends the message of, you are hungry, your food is running very low, and you're willing to take these risks to be able to get a little bit of food to contest what I'm doing to you in feudal.
But Numuden already losing 4 villagers at that berry patch that we just saw. He didn't realize that the Sofa was still alive. And MSN is slowly but surely taking this village lead a little bit down at the time. We saw a small Sofa group chilling right next to the deer pack, but MSN probably saw it, and he's going to be running back with them. 23 spears already out on the field for the Nomadan are going to mean that these Sofas will have very, very hard time, but 30 archers are going to be making sure that they are going to fall pretty damn quickly. On another hand, is there going to be siege engineering in the queue for MSN? Would love to see it, not even just to kill the second town center, but to kill the exposed cisterns and to start taking the advantage on these gold veins and on these berry patches that we are at the moment on.
Now, MSN is not a player that shies away from a good old ram, but he sometimes takes a while to get it, or he invests a little bit too much or too little into his ramming situation. So, learning from those past mistakes, that's what we want to see here. But with the berries being so exposed, this is a pretty good opening for someone to just pick off all the villagers that are standing astray. And you can see that the longbows, they are plenty, but not plenty enough against 34 archers. He respects this, loses a ton of villagers behind it, and is now just faced with more dead villagers. That second TC has definitely not paid in dividends.
Sure, we are getting the farm transition under the Grand Winery, slowly but surely, but this is the problem for the Nomadan. He needs to go out on the berries, he needs to go out for the resources, because the second TC is just gonna be taking up all of our food production. On another hand, MSN chilling under the TC, taking all the resources because he has the map control. He is playing the cavalry. He can dictate where Nubudan can and can't go. On another hand, at the same time, Malian gold production with all of these pit mines is just skyrocketing. Just look at it. It's only 3 villagers on the gold, and we are having 400 gold a minute. On the other hand, Nubudan struggling to keep up.
Nubudan is doing his best at just letting that eco do the talking, but the problem is he's thinking about Castle Age, and Castle Age is such a vulnerable time for Malians usually. Right now he's going to be the one in danger, but these longbows, they have that range advantage, but the archer numbers are just too scary. Limitane with their shields down, they are going to try to just stay alive against this, but the archer numbers are plentiful and they are just taking care of anything and everything, while the Sofas are having a field day on these poor little villagers.
MSN doing amazing job in these fights, taking yet another 5 villager kills, 20 villager kills at the moment for him. It's beautiful. This double TC was basically for nothing. We just gave MSN the whole map to do whatever he wants. We are getting the cisterns up, but it's too slow at the moment. The longbow numbers are not up also because we cannot be getting on the berries, because we just gave all the map control for the MSN. We are switching to the farms, but is it gonna be enough? Probably not. Look at the Sofa number. It's 20 Sofas against 20 spears at the moment. If MSN would really want to just dive the TC and kill everything.
MSN is putting himself in such a good spot for just taking full control of every part of this economy. And you can see Nubudan floating a lot of gold here. He was thinking about that castle and very much got interrupted with it, but still not constantly producing units here. He's sticking to that idea, and this might just cost him dearly. With all of the farms set up, you already think to yourself, okay, this is great for the Byzantines the later this goes. The problem is you just don't have an answer to all these Sofas. The archer numbers are now nearing 50, and MSN, I think it's time for us to crown him the feudal king, because this man will stay in feudal until the ends of days, and he will make sure that is when you die. You can go to castle all you want, but there's a lot more that you need to take care of, and the problem is going to be him and his Sofas here. Now, with the tower being built here at the front, you can see it's desperation, and the villagers desperately just trying to get it up. A little bit more of a hiding spot for them in the future when this collapse does inevitably come yet again. That TC fire barely tickling these units, and even though a few archers will die, it doesn't even matter.
8 villagers are idle inside of this town center. That's gonna mean that MSN has a way bigger economy, even though Numadani went double TC and has few cisterns up. We are gonna be starting to take a fight, but there is just not enough longbows. Only 11 longbows out on the field because we couldn't take those berry patches. MSN having a field day. He can basically kill everything over here at the moment. There is nothing to kill archers and rather than just PCs. But are they gonna kill them in time? Probably not. All of the army from the Numadan is slowly but surely dying. There are not enough spears out on the field. MSN taking everything, taking the villager lead, and the one player is on double TC. Not looking good for the Numadan. Numadan trying his best. He has the +1 range attack, he has the +1 range armor, but what can he do against the mass archer, mass sofa? All of the eco is idle at the moment. How long can he keep this up? Just look at the villagers out on the resources. 0 on food and 0 on wood. He cannot queue up a single unit. If MSN can just stay under this TC, he's gonna be taking the game, and we are pulling the villagers. They are gonna be activating the ability and doing a lot of damage, but dying at the same time. Not looking good for the Mr. Numadan at the moment.
Numadan tried his best here at just shutting down what he could, but the archer micro from MSN is sublime. And with this, we can see that TC idle time is also starting to just go up and up and up. And for a while, it wasn't because of the lack of food, but I think maybe for a bit of this, it could have been just wanting to get to castle. Because he was just stopping production on those TCs for such a long time, and now the problem is you've put Malian into such a great position that they are just going to go and end you. Now siege engineering also coming through, and with all of the villagers out here on wood, he is going to be able to get those rams up pretty quickly. The thing is, even with all of that, he has 29 on food. This man knows the heavy units he needs to produce, and they are mostly going to be sofas. Now, with 3 on gold, you would not imagine that sofa production can be this sustained, but he makes it look like it's not even costing him a thing. Now, with all of this, Numadan's thinking, okay, I killed a ton of units, let's go to castle again. But I feel like we've heard this song before, and with these sofas, he's just every single time in the base, overwhelming. And with 350 stone already in the pocket, I'm wondering if Numadan is considering adding another one, or he's just a little bit overwhelmed with the idea of building anything at the moment.
And just look at the villager kills. They are telling the whole story. 43 villager kills for the MSN currently. That's complete disaster for the Numadan. We are going to be making a few towers. We have the farm transition, but we don't have the eco. We went double TC, but we went double TC for what? MSN has 15 more villagers and making rams currently. We wanted to see that siege engineering a little bit earlier, but MSN made the right call to just spam way more units, dive all of the berries, make Numadan struggle for food, and right now where he has ginormous advantage, that's when we are gonna be killing the second TC. That's when we are gonna be killing the farms.
And what's crazy about this is Numadan is still thinking about castle. He's like, hey, I just need castle. This is my win condition. Getting the outpost in placed here, possibly with that mangonel emplacement, is probably going to be his way of, hey, let's deal with this mass. The archer mass, while pretty scary, still, you have to consider that's going to need a lot of time to get there. Golden Horn Tower 17, it's going to be quick, but the villagers, they are not going to be able to stay alive. And with all this TC going down, the protection on all these farms will follow shortly. Gold at the back also getting dangerously low, and you can see he's already migrating elsewhere, knowing that he's not going to have access to that for too long, especially with sofas loving to take a good dive.
We are aging up to Castle Age, but we are aging up to Castle Age with what? We don't have any gold for significant upgrades. Sure, we are gonna get Castle Age longbows, but that's not enough. We are getting mango emplacements, but that tower is not gonna be standing long enough for it to do anything. We are diving the longbows at the moment, and even their upgrade is not gonna help them. This is not enough spears out on the field to kill all of the sofas. Not looking good for the Numadan at the moment. He's yet again pulling villagers and trying to at least make a little bit of the front line, but it's not gonna be enough. And MSN is leading the series 1-0.
Now, losing Byzantines in any matchup, it feels tough. But against the Malians, you are okay with this. This is an alright trade. But considering they know each other pretty well, these are two teammates who understand each other's playstyle pretty cleanly. and they know exactly how tough it might be to come back from here. So two big civilizations out of the way, but MSN with that W. And you can just see it. The military graph is going to tell us a story of a hopeful Numidan thinking about that castle age a little bit too early, and MSN's relentless pushing just costing Numidan the game.
The question is, did Numudan realize that MSN was completely all in, or was he still thinking that MSN made a few cows behind all of it? I am not exactly sure, but him going for Castlage was definitely not the play at the moment. And we are going to be looking at yet another matchup, and it's going to be Japan against French. One civilization that loves fast castles, another one that loves feudalage, and Coastal Cliffs is going to be the map to play on it. Whamenqt, what do we think about it?
Now, Japan, we would have seen usually as a civ that just goes fast castle, overwhelms. But against the French, you don't get to do that. The problem is, Japan is still pretty good in feudal. They have a decent answer to most of what French can do. They've got their own spears with the Yumi mass. You can respond mostly to what French usually does with that archer transition. So I feel like the question here is going to be about the food. If we have a situation where the French get starved, that's when they will get overwhelmed. We always want to say a knight civilization just does a little bit better in the feudal than the others. But now the real question is just going to be, can MSN survive against those French knights and actually intercept the raids when they come? Because I think the biggest difference here is when that knight mass gets too big, is there a response? Does he allow it to get that big? Is he actually going to be the one that is aggressive? And after watching MSN, I wouldn't be surprised if he is the one pushing that aggression, because on this map specifically, we see a lot of barracks openings for civilizations that tend to do that. Because when you shut down the French on the gold, they obviously respond with a few archers and they put themselves back already, just not getting that tempo that they would already like.
And Japan loves to trying to shut down French off from the gold because of the early Dark Age play. Japan civilization loves to go for those early spears thanks to the cheaper barracks. On the other hand, French is going to be really struggling with the first knights getting out on the field when that's going to happen. I think that MSN is going to be playing for the early Dark Age push, maybe even Tower Rush, just to deny the gold access from the French. And if that's going to happen, he has basically very easy fast castle in front of him.
And I think for a lot of what French does is they can, when they get stopped with that tempo, when you tower rush them, you force French to build something they don't want to build, in this case archers, that early. They just don't get to shut down your fast castle. Then all of a sudden, there's not 5 knights coming to your gold with your one little tower. You have 2 knights and a handful of archers, and a tower does perfectly fine against that. So between these two, I would like to see MSN just get a killer tower rush on Numidan to be able to keep him under control. Because once that ball gets rolling, I've seen Numidan on French and it is a scary one. Numidan sometimes struggles with multiple raid groups and being able to execute that efficiently. So if he does get to do that, it's not going to be as easy on a map like Coastal Cliffs. Coastal Cliffs is much smaller than we usually get our raiding parties to run around with. So a lot less space to make mistakes. But guys, we are ready to roll on in, and it's going to be Coastal Cliffs game number 2. Let's go see how this early game goes. And I can already see Numidan expects that this could be early game shenanigans. He's already going out with that 3 on gold very quickly, knowing that this will be exactly MSN with a nice little barracks rush. Luckily for Numidan, this is a backwards gold.
Numidan loves his pawn over here. Just making it a little bit harder for MSN to find the gold vein is gonna mean that maybe there is a chance of getting that gold for the one night while also gathering enough for the age up. MSN, as we saw, opening the barracks pretty standard in this matchup, and he's gonna be trying to take off the gold access from the Numidan. But the question is standing. Is MSN gonna go only for like double or triple spearman and then try to go for his own feudal age? Or are we gonna see the proper tower rush? Because with the Japan, you can go both ways. And Tavara is in the research for the MSN at the moment. That's gonna be the first upgrade on the wheelbarrow. And I think that MSN is just gonna go for double spearman, and right now we are gonna be most likely seeing the age up from him.
Now you see the gold not being pulled off on, and that's, you are exactly right, Mali. He wants to get that first bit of gold for that knight. And this makes sense. Like that tempo we keep talking about. Ooh, a little bit of an overextension here, Mr. MSN, but Numidan does not react in time, and the spearman will make it through safely. Hopefully he doesn't make that same mistake with the next one. Now, food count, we talked about that tempo. And this man, both of them are decently okay with the food, I would say. Oof, Amazon just absolutely drowning in the sheep here. So it definitely doesn't feel too bad about all of this. So once French runs out of access over here, this is going to go down very smoothly. He did not get enough gold for that first night though.
7 gold remaining for the first knight to come out from the Numidan is definitely gonna hurt a little bit. On the other hand, MSN loving his position. He's even going for that early berry patch, and having so much more sheep right now is gonna allow him for the very, very smooth fast, or not so much more sheep, only 2 more sheep. He's gonna allow him for relatively smooth fast castle. He's gonna be saving up the sheep for the later stages of the game, taking the berries at the moment, and then the question is, will Numidan try to go still for a mass feudal? It's gonna be a little bit later. We will need to see a few archers just to scare off the spearman. And MSN, I think that he loves his position. The only thing that's standing in the way of his fast castle, or that's gonna be making it a little bit harder, is front gold.
That front gold can make or break a game. The thing is, it is next to a wood line, right? So you do have a nice little option of just walling it off for any night raids, but of course your opponent, he's not going to be responding with knights. He's going to go for archers. So with archers, you don't care about a little wall on the wood line. You are going to be exposed. So the tower that he needs to invest on is something that's going to be important. And if he's greedy about this, it can be really, really punishing. So a lot of players, when they do go for that fast castle, they try to skip the fact that they need a bit of wood. And you can see MSN already, ooh, I was about to say, ooh, that's still an interesting position here with the farms going to be spawning over out here. They're still going to be a bit vulnerable, but luckily, small wall here will mean a lot more than a small wall over there.
MSN really loving his position that he is at the moment. Exactly what he wanted to, exactly what he wanted to be in. Numidan somehow getting the gold for the first night already, having the 100. Did we send one villager to mine 5 gold and then run back? Probably. On the other hand, MSN going for that very, very slow age up with only 1 villager on the Kura storehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely a fast castle play, and we will need to see the early tower on the gold. Otherwise, we are just gonna get pushed away from it. Numidan already playing for the first archer range, and that's gonna be a little bit harder for MSN to deal with. We have some spearmen out on the field, but nothing to deal with the archers at the moment.
And that first knight might make it out before the first tower does. So those spears getting into position for that early pressure. And you can see the scout already looking at their first victims that will not be found today. With the spears in position and now the tower being rushed up with double villager. And that double villager, that is the investment that MSN is making very smartly. He's thinking about this well, ensuring that he's not being a greedy goose, just building it with one, knowing that knight is on the way and he's going to need to respond to it or he's going to die.
Now Numidan must know that this is a fast castle age. MSN not being aged up at a minute 5 and at a 5:20 is gonna mean that he knows this is a slow age up with 1 villager and most likely fast castle because of it. We are gonna be diving the gold over here and trying to make some damage, but 2 spears from the earlier are gonna make sure that this knight cannot really do any damage. MSN going for the fast castle age, and Numidan, will we try to stop him with a lot of feudal age pressure? Most likely, yes. A second knight already in a queue, and we will see 4 archers as well. But shutting down this tower is going to be really, really hard, and taking the berries early on, saving the sheep for the later stages of the game, is going to allow MSN a security of the food, even in the early castle age.
Now, the beauty of Japan is you do get that emplacement basically for free. You do get the stone that just trickles in. The problem is, he was a little bit of a greedy goose here with just having one tower. And when you're up against knights, you know this is going to be a constant type of pressure all around. Numidan's civilization already showing us, hey, we produce villages a bit faster. We are going to get ahead, at least eventually. And with all the sheep here under the TC, he's going to be fine going for castle. But the question is he going to have the time or the resources to actually make anything with this? Because the moment he gets castle, he still needs gold access. And this army, it's getting bigger. Now with the follow-up of survival techniques, it means that him going out here is not investing in pro scouts. He's just very happily walking out and trying to get the deer all the way out here. But without Beelbarrow, it doesn't feel the same.
Numidan really having all of the map control that he wants, not going for the pro scouts. He can go ahead and take the deers out on the map. MSN on the other hand being forced to go a little bit heavier on the gold. Only 2 villagers right now at the wood is gonna mean that we will need to send a lot more of them just to get the production buildings out. There is that siege engineering. Numidan is going to be playing for the first ram to take the gold access away from the MSN, and when that's gonna happen, I don't know how are we gonna be making mounted samurai.
Now, with Mounted Samurai, you have a pretty decent answer to everything in this army, but you still need to get them. Right now, he's gathering up the gold he needs for that to be viable, and at the moment, the pressure from Numidan is not going to be enough to actually stop this. Already getting to a point where he's going to have at least 2, and that's already a ton of Mounted Samurai. Numidan now getting an extra knight, but only up to 4 knights. This doesn't feel like something he's going to be able to contest too well. Villagers out here on the wood, they're getting that stable resources up pretty quickly too. So with all of that being said, I think MSN is in a really, really good spot. Those 2 spears, they definitely got their worth already.
He's loving his position at the moment. Just look at it. Numidan is going for the ram, but it's too late. MSN already having 400 gold in the bank is gonna mean only one thing. We cannot deny them the Mounted Samurai production. And right now we can make 4 of them or 3 of them. If we are gonna make all of them, then we can just simply kill the ram instantly, and after that we have all of our gold production back on the menu. Some farms are already spawning under the Kura storehouse, and MSN is loving his position. There is nothing bad about it. Sure, Numidan has 5 more villages. Sure, we are pushing with the ram, but this is gonna be dealt with relatively quickly.
The tower lasting quite a while here, and I was about to say, him repairing this is so critical, because that's just going to make sure that Numidan is engaged here for much longer than he wanted to be. Night charges coming in, and time again, they try to get that value. Ooh, villagers popping in and out. Ooh, this is such a close one, but every single moment that's spent here is massive. Archers coming out, trying to get a villager or 2 down, but you see the micro from MSN absolutely godlike as they're popping in and out. Low HP ones. He did lose 2 there in the fight, but Numidan, he did not shut down that MSN pain train that is about to hit the field.
And if you will ask MSN any day, trading 2 villagers for a safe, fast castle, that trade is amazing. Numidan right now is gonna be having a giant amount of trouble just to dealing with this Mounted Samurai, and as we can see, already the spearman play is going out from the French, and if you are a French player, you know that making spears is a little bit rough. On another hand, right now, having the early map control and having to go on that deer pack is gonna be playing against him. MSN can just start raiding everything. We tried to take advantage of the MSN's position, we tried to kill him, we tried to put away, to basically deny all of his gold production, but at the moment we couldn't, and MSN is sitting very, very happily at home.
And we see those relics already starting to pour in 1 by 1, with the night numbers just slowly increasing. The problem is Numidan is running a little bit dry on food here, as now those deer are starting to get tapped out, the second pack being quite far out. When you're up against Mounted Samurai, this doesn't feel like a feasible choice for food. It is just another risk you're taking. Now, he's got a significant villager lead. The problem is just that significant villager lead doesn't mean much if you cannot produce to keep them alive. And the farms here from the Kura storehouse is already just adding that little bit of a boost to that economy. And shortly, he's going to have access to the berries. He's going to have access to most of the map. Whatever he desires, that is what MSN is going to get.
And this economy for Numidian was way better a few minutes earlier because we were on a deer packs. Now we need to run back home because of that mounted samurai production and take our berry patches. Not something that French loves to do. On another hand, MSN's next Yoroshiro is most likely gonna be going inside of the town center, and when that happens, the French is no longer gonna be making villagers faster than us. We are gonna be starting to slowly but surely keep up with the production. No, not really. We are putting the Yoroshiro inside of the archer range, most likely for the Yumi production from the MSN. He is trying to kill Numuden as quickly as possible. Numuden, on the other hand, already aging up with the guild hall, and this is going to be castle against castle. One player already having a small relic advantage, not yet inside of the monasteries to generate gold, but we are getting them home slowly but surely.
Yeah, as these get picked up, it feels really nice because you know your opponent is so far behind in this. You see that raiding party just looking for blood. MSN is out to hunt. The guild hall, that's great. The problem is your resources are running a little bit low. 1,000 gold left in the gold vein, and your next forward one is not going to be feeling as great when you need to move out here. The spear numbers not all there when you're up against 9 mounted samurai who are just going to make them evaporate. Berries to the front also going to be a little bit of a weak point, and he knows it. Numidan trying his best at not losing villagers, and he's doing fine with that, but the problem is the pain train is on the way. MSN, he's got the Yumis, he's got himself a bannerman as well. This is just going to be pressure from all angles.
Just look at this, already having 3 relics at home and most likely gonna be securing the 4th one as well. MSN is in a perfect position at the moment and playing Yumi while Numidan is playing for the spearman. Loves his position, loves the composition as well. On the other hand, mounted samurai are gonna be taking better fights against French knights because of the deflective armor, because of being able to negate the charge from the French knights. That's why mounted samurai are actually better in Castle Age than the French knights. On another hand, Numidan realizing his position and he needs to start playing for the crossbows. We are going to be seeing ARPs entering the battlefield, and they are going to be able to basically kill everything from the MSN's composition because of the shield ability. He's gonna put up the shield, and they are gonna suddenly have +5 ranged armor. They are gonna be able to kill Yumi, and they are gonna be able to kill knights. But will we have the mass in time?
Oh, and you see those orbs coming out, or arb coming out, and quickly getting pinned down. Villager, no, not going to be on the menu for him today. He just wants to get rid of those orbs before they become a problem. And these slow farms starting to come out. This is a sign of desperation, not of a man in his prime. Numidan picking up his only relic he's going to be getting today, as we see already 4 relics on the side of MSN. The last one going to be finding his home in a monastery. After this, a Shrinto shrine is completely stacked. We do see a Yoroshiro inside the daimyo as well, which just means that these villages are going to be producing so much faster.
And MSN will be slowly but surely catching up with the villagers. At the same time, we have 4 relics at home, and that's gonna be 8 additional villagers just on the gold production. On another hand, MSN's army at the moment, it's just better. Numidan opting for a castle in front of his base, but as soon as MSN is gonna see this, I think we are gonna be diving this exactly. Numidan investing into the castle age and pulling basically all of his villagers from the economy, but there is just not enough spearmen at the moment to kill the mounted samurai, and all of the Yumi are gonna be insta-killing everything. Look at the villager kills, they are gonna be piling up for the MSN while all of this is happening. In the meantime, Numidan just trying to survive. He is trying to do anything, but MSN with the double the military advantage. He is loving the position. Secret side are also on the way. He's just better and better for the young 17-year-old.
Now, with the berries being tapped out here at the front, this means the villagers are going to need to find some other source, but the farm numbers are slowly increasing. You see it from both sides, though. MSN also getting his own farm set up, and with that little bit of a boost from the daimyo, it does mean that the harvest rate is going to be quite sublime there for the Japanese. Now, at the same time, we have a big old keep in front of us, and the question is MSN going to invest any resources in getting that down, or is he going to go and fight straight on the economy? Because that is where the damage can happen. That keep, taking it down, that's not his priority at the moment.
MSN really enjoying the position at the moment, double the military. Numuden, on the other hand, having only few crossbows out on the field, few arrows to counter everything. Not looking good for the gentleman. At the same time, being pushed off from the berries. It's gonna be really hard to deal with. On another hand, MSN already getting those Yumi numbers way up. Few of the knights are gonna be trying to defend everything, but it's just not gonna be enough at the moment. We don't have enough army to defend our economy. MSN at this moment is just dictating the game tempo and being able to do whatever it wants.
Now, Mali, you have transformed into a robot during this conversation, so I'm gonna ask you to leave Discord and come back so that Discord gives you your human status back. They do sometimes just grant it upon people. So guys, Mali AI, yeah, he's back, guys. Mali AI ready to, you know, bring in all the smartest takes to the scene. And with all of this, MSN realizing that, hey, I am going to be able to just push you off of gold. This is the one place you're going to be vulnerable. And to be fair, Numidan picked up a ton of kills here at the back. It does seem like the nightlife is still a good life. And French, they do prevail with the right amount of knights, as they can start splitting them around and doing the work. Springald Emplacement going to be picking these Yumis off one by one pretty easily, while the orbs are falling like flies way too quickly. This one knight doing so much work, and MSN just losing that focus he's been showing since the start. Now, I don't know if my robot co-caster is back or if he has transformed into human just yet, but when he does come back, guys, he's going to be speaking with the clearest human voice you've ever heard. And that's exactly what we're rooting for here, as the Springald Emplacements they deter MSN, but the army value is telling us a very specific thing. It's telling us death and destruction on the way. With 10,000 to 7,000 here, he is going to have a good time when it comes to shutting down these towers, but he respects the towers. And this is something we've seen from MSN the previous time as well. MSN, he wasn't sure when exactly to commit. He's not over-committing, as we see from some players. He is going at exactly when he feels it's the right time. The Yumi's just snacking on every spear that dares step forward.
Having triple tower in front of
Mali,
trying to secure the goal.
it sounds
trying to do
Mali.
anything to secure the map control. But right now, there is basically none. MSN dictating all the map control, taking all the advantages.
Mali, stop!
Very hard for the
Mali, it sounds like you're casting from the bathroom. The guys, first the aliens took him, and then they took him to his bathroom, or they took him to the spaceship, and that's exactly where Mali is sitting from, casting his heart out. Mali, test, microphone, test.
Working on it.
I'm working on it. Okay. We give him a little bit more time. So the man, that was really cute. Oh my goodness.
Should be done. Good now?
Back. Oh my goodness, the aliens
Back.
brought you back. I really like that.
Fixed.
Welcome back.
It's fixed. Back. And MSN right now gonna be taking slowly but surely the game, having the same economy advantage as, or same villagers as Mr. Numuden, trying desperately to basically close this out at the moment. Numuden hoping for anything, gonna be trying to go for a raid with the knights most likely, gonna be trying to take the advantage while MSN's army is behind his base. Numuden having a little bit better defenses at home thanks to the keep, but is it gonna be enough? We are going for the base trade. Numuden at the moment just running with the knights and will be trying to kill as many villagers as he can. MSN on another hand doing the same, but having it a little bit harder thanks to the keep inside of Numuden's base.
The problem is, when you see 35 mounted samurai against 12 knights, you know exactly which side you're hoping to be on, and the side is definitely not on the side of the French. Now, the French, historically, really great at surrendering, but we'll see if Numidan is going to be able to do so with all these villages falling, meats in their hands and running for their lives, but 20 food dropping on the ground like it means nothing. And these little springhole towers, they are not going to be shooting hard enough to take down this huge mass of mounted samurai, and it just keeps growing. The knights, though, they are finding some damage in the base, but the real damage is right here under the keep, and it feels like a really rough spot for you to climb back out of. The knights, though, they're still alive in the base, and they have done... Oh, I say that, and then the last one got picked off. They have done their work, but the problem is there's a very imminent attack on the rest of the economy here too. The Arbs completely exposed.
Numidan knows that Arbs are his last chance. They are putting up the shield ability, but this is just too many knights at the field at the moment, and he knows it. We are slowly but surely going to be tapping out. Ladies and gentlemen, MSN is going to be leading the series 2-0.
And this is the MSN we wanted to see. This is the MSN we've been waiting for. The man who is just an absolute destruction. Now, for the second time in a row, and honestly, after the showing against Kiljari yesterday, we have some big hopes for this boy. And going up against the likes of Papipo and Wham after this, that's a pretty big hill to climb. And MSN is going to need to climb Numidan into a much bigger mountain right after.
MSN doing amazing job, already leading the series to 2-0. Last time we saw this matchup, or last time we saw these players play against each other, was on the last qualifier for the Homestead Cup, and Numidan 3-0'd MSN. So I am a little bit worried if the roles haven't changed at the moment, and MSN taking the lead in the series already on the match point. Numidan needs to bring out the strong picks at the moment, and his option is gonna be Mongols against Macedonians on 4 legs. I'm not exactly sure how Macedonians on the 4 legs work, but Whamenqt, do you know something about the Mongols?
Now, Mongols on 4 legs is a pretty tried and tested pick. A lot of pro players opt for this pick. It's not something that's too crazy. Macedonians is usually reserved for something like Frisian Marshes. But looking at this draft, this is possibly what he had intended initially, right? Although you have to consider Numidan is the one picking this, picking the map. But MSN knows, hey, I might be able to do more than just Macedonians if it gets to yet another game. So this is where I would say Macedonians, you can see him picking it every round, maybe feeling it's good on every single map and every single situation, but finally being let through. And I think this is not just because of the Civ respect that he has in a whole. It's also something that we've seen with them just being so flexible in the early stages of the game. You get to shut down, you get to dock. Most of the time, they're the ones shutting down. On this map, though, you just don't have the same angle of attack as you would on other maps. Like on Frisian Marshes, you know, I'm going straight towards this base. Yes, sure, I might turn right and go for the dock, or I might go left, go for the gold. This is not that type of map, so I don't know if Macedonians would usually be a first pick here, but he knows it's a strong civilization, and I trust in the boy. The man is showing us time and time again that he is ready to fight against these top dogs.
Not exactly even sure if MSN would want to open dock at the moment, because you know you are playing against Mongol, there is most likely going to be some Dark Age Spearman play, and your Spearman play in the Dark Age is just so delayed, because Stronghold is costing 50 more wood than a normal barracks. It will be a little bit harder for MSN to defend if he decides to go for it. On another hand, Numidan having an option to dictate the game from the early game right now, being able to pick the Mongols, I'm not sure if Numidan would try to go for the Dark Age. Maybe we are gonna see him predicting that MSN is not gonna go on a dock, but at the same time, playing for the Spearman is a little bit of the no-brainer. If you can't deny dock, you can definitely deny some gold.
Getting a bit of control on a map with Mongols has always been pretty easy, but Macedonians, I'm a little bit scared if this gets into a spear versus spear action both ways. A lot of times when we get on water, players will also just opt for their own barracks after they've docked initially, thinking that this is maybe going to be enough to outsustain their opponent to just have that extra bit of food income to shut them down. So possibly another question we have for these two, and I guess what we'll find out in about a minute and a half, with this type of civilizations that you have, where both of them are okay with the Dark Age shenanigans, do you still want to be able to either open with a dock or transition into a dock after that initial spearman engage?
Mongol will most likely go for the later dock. On the other hand, Macedonians will be having it very, very rough in the Dark Age. You don't have that many eco bonuses, or let's say like it is, you have none eco bonuses for the Dark Age. You get some in the feudal in terms of getting the blacksmith upgrades for the silver and having gold on top of it to invest it into the economy or into the units. But still, it's gonna be very, very hard in the early stages for the game for MSN. Numidian will most likely have all the map control that he needs and will most likely be able to dictate the tempo of the game like we saw MSN right now do in the Castle Age with Japan.
Now, you mentioned before, the last time they met, this was in a Homestead Cup qualifier, and Numidian destroyed MSN. Numidian did not make it look close at all, and MSN, he's completely flipped that script. He's shown us now, it doesn't matter what you've done in the past, I'm going to show you how it's done. So even with what we're used to, MSN, he might just not give us the opportunity to even predict, because the man is showing us he is ready to fight and he wants his slot at the Homestead Cup just to be our youngest participant in history, I would say. But let's go. Oh, also, it's our first cup. So guys, you're going to be the oldest one in history too. So let's hop on in and see what these guys are going to be doing as we're heading to game number 3, MSN versus Numidian.
Mongols completely straight up opening, going for that early tree, most likely for some barracks or for the or for some dock. I think this is gonna be the barrack opening from the Numidian, but let's see. In the meantime, MSN not really loving his spawn. Just look at all of his resources. Everything is in the front. We can see gold in the front, berries in the front, and deer peg in the front. Not a good start for the Macedonian dynasty. It's definitely a good spot for the Golden Horn Tower, but we have a little bit time before that's gonna happen. Numidian, on the other hand, having both goals relatively safe. Deer peg on the side. I think Numidian loves his spawn, and MSN pretty much hates it.
Now, Numidian not going for an early barracks, and I'm honestly so shocked to see that. This is, like you said, the spawn is... This is probably one of the spawns of all time. This is what we would classify as a beastie spawn in a tournament. And MSN, he's channeled his inner beast, and he's got himself a nice little beastie spawn. If Numidian read this one correctly, he would have seen that that could be the biggest payoff in history for him. But opts for the dock. He wants to play it safe, wants to get that food income, and is going to rely on the constant Mongol pressure in the feudal age to do something about it. Now, MSN, he's still playing the Macedonian, so spawn or not, he's still going to get that hippodrome, and the hippodrome is nothing to scoff at. This is going to give him an advantage like no other, and he is going to be able to shut down most of what his opponent can do. And with Numidian going for the dock, his age up is going to be significantly delayed.
But can we try to kill this dock with the Hippodrome Scout and some horsemen that early that Numidian can't get any spears out? I personally don't think so. Maybe there is a small window and MSN will show it to us, and he will show to us why we picked Macedonian on 4 legs rather than Jushi or some other chief that we had picked in the brackets. On another hand, already aging up with the Hippodrome, relatively fast age up with the 4, not opting for 3 or 2. Numidian already getting those fishing ships out is just gonna mean that eco advantage is gonna be going heavily in his favor.
It might go in his favor as time goes on, especially this will take a few minutes to really pay off because it's a significant investment, of course. You're spending so much time, still it's 150 resources, 75 per ship. So for them to really pay off, you are going to need that few minutes. And Imperial Hippodrome doesn't really give you those minutes. Now, the big question mark on everyone's head is going to be, what does MSN decide to do with this? Goes for his own dock, wants to play it safe, not going to be going to dock his opponent. And it makes sense. You want to not take any risks when you are the one who's up 2-0 in this match point already.
But then slowly but surely gonna be trying to go for the age up to the feudal age. Most likely we are gonna be seeing some Keshiks as soon as we age up. Three fishing ships are already out on the field, so this is one of the fastest age ups that you can do. And MSN in the meantime already being able to age up, and there are most likely gonna be a lot of units entering out of on the field from that hippodrome. They are going to be trying to deny everything they can from the Numidian, but everything is under the TC. The gold is relatively close. Dock is going to take so long to burn down. Deer stones are already in the play. I think that MSN needed to go for this normal opening just because of the threat of Numidian going for the Dark Age, and that is already giving Numidian a relatively good position.
Now, what I'm a little bit surprised about is seeing that MSN did not adjust his economy to be able to pump out that first horseman, but rather opting to just get everything else set up. So sure, in the late game, it will be good for him to make sure that he gets his upgrades, to get everything in the perfect place, but not getting the horseman out at that right moment is showing me that he has not played this build a lot. Because a lot of the top pros, when they do something like this, when you are going for the hippodrome and you're on water, you know exactly the timing and the amount of villages you're going to need to hit that time exactly right. And with this, he was not able to do that. He gets his extra little fishing boat here, and we do see Numidian stopping that production as well. Ooh, but with the scouts, stopping the barracks from going down is massive. And it's very much outside the range of the Uwu, which... it's gonna mean no double spear production for him.
But already gonna be popping down some stables on the field, and we would love to save the stone for the double Keshik production. Double spear would be nice against this early horseman and against this early hippodrome scout, just to not let them do any shenanigans. On the other hand, Numidian with a small advantage in the fishing eco, especially it being out for a little bit longer, is gonna mean that he will have more resources right now to work with. MSN is going for a horseman play. He will be trying to do something with them. We are gonna be at the moment we are gonna be burning down Ovu and probably later burning down the stables as well. But can we even burn it down when there are spearmen already out on the field?
The spearman is just causing this to not be the trade that he wanted, and that fishing boat economy is already just paying for itself. So with these horses, you just don't have that same level of pressure you need. Oh, although the Khan is in a little bit of danger here. He does fire the arrow and will get away safely for now, but he needs to be careful not to overextend. And Numidian is showing us he might be the one who's overstepping every now and again. One of the horses getting dangerously low though, and MSN switching that one-dimensional composition with lots of cavalry into a few arquer majeurs to ensure that he has a response to those very chunky Keshiks that are following.
Certainly, they are going to be good against Keshiks, but the problem with spears is that they are slow. With the Keshiks you can raid, with the Keshiks you have the map control. If you are going to be playing for the horseman, if MSN is playing for the horseman, they are mostly just for the raiding. At the same time, Numidian doing the same thing with the Keshiks. He's not playing them to actually kill buildings or to actually deal significant amounts of damage. It's going to be to pick villager here and there, try to do a lot of damage, and in the meantime we are just going to be booming on the two docks at the moment.
Now, these docks, they are going to feel pretty great in the long run as well. He's gotten one military ship to secure this lake, and it means this thing is going to be safe as can get. Now, MSN has been a cheeky boy and has extended into those before, but it looks like both of these players are just playing it safe, not taking any big risks. Now, big risks, I feel like is MSN's middle name. So with that being said, the horse is now trying to find a little bit of damage, but the spear numbers are significant. They are going to be able to stop this from being too overwhelming and give the villagers that little bit of breathing room they need. On the other hand, we have a little bit of a stronghold situation, but these strongholds are not in place. They're not going to be shooting at any horse that steps under them. They are going to be a deterrence a little bit later, though.
But right now, Numuden is in the good position, but in my opinion, not going for a Dark Age was a small mistake. He could have been in so much better. He could have been so much better on it. On the other hand, MSN going for a mass spear plus a little bit of the horseman to just be able to raid the Numeden's base. At the same time, both players not really doing damage to each other. Most vital resources are under the TC for the Numeden, and MSN having all the spears at the right places are gonna mean that he's not getting any damage done either. There is gonna be a slow transition to the Castle Age for the MSN at the moment, or it looks like it. We are seeing 9 villagers or 10 villagers on the gold at the moment, and 20 villagers on the food. That means that we want to get that Golden Horn Tower to secure our base, and then it's just gonna be a redirect play.
And with the Golden Horn Tower, you get to decide where am I going to secure what. And with Golden Horde, you don't have any worries. Those crossbow emplacements are doing all the work you could ever dream of. Now, with the gold at the front here still being pretty healthy, I would not be surprised to see a little bit more of a defensive one. Usually we see a lot of the Macedonian dynasty players go for a very aggressive one, or at least one that's pretty far out of the base, because they know how safe the base already is, considering that there are strongholds everywhere. Now, with this, Numidan is smelling something's up. You see him still producing, but Market... Oh no, never mind, that's on our arsenal. The arsenal coming down. The problem is MSN hasn't produced constantly, and this could very well mean that this push is already going to be quite devastating in a way. Even if it doesn't kill, it just slows down what MSN would like to do, and it will slow down that placement of where he really wanted to get that Golden Horn Tower. Numidan, though, also stopped producing for a bit here and considering going for Castle himself.
Numidan sitting in a relatively good position, but he needs to do damage. If he's not gonna be able to do anything while MSN is aging up, then MSN just has better units at the moment. MSN with 0 upgrades from the silver. Most likely we are just waiting to know what units are we gonna be playing, if we will have the gold access or if we will not have it. But it looks like that he's gonna be fine at the moment. Golden Horn Tower is gonna be going up, securing 2 food sources and securing gold at the same time. Numuden not being able to kill a single villager. Sure, we have a giant advantage in the fishing economy, but is it gonna be enough for the moment? MSN is gonna be having better units.
Now, Numidan's 16 fishing boats is significant, yeah, and he is going up for that Castle Age as well. Oh, I say that, but a very quick attack, sneak attack coming in, 2 villages paying the price. The problem is these horses are now going to get better and better and more value, and more villagers are dying. This is a destruction. MSN finding the perfect opening to really equalize this, as the whole army is focused on the dock here. But now you have the problem of an impending horse army ready to raid your base too. So a ton of villagers going down, but all of these fishing shops are as good as dead, as they're just standing idly there without anything they're ever going to be able to do.
Just look at the eco count. Numuden has 19 fishing ships against 7 for MSN. But with this raid, he's killing 11 villagers, and we are equalizing the economies. That's exactly what he wanted to go for. On another hand, Numuden already going for the Kulortai age up, but there is just a lot of horsemen raiding under his TC, and more villagers are gonna be dying. At the same time, Castle Age Ridari is gonna be coming, or Hippodrome Ridari is gonna be coming, entering the field, doing a lot of problems to the Numuden. MSN loving his position, loving to find this raid, and right now Numuden is just finding himself in more and more trouble.
Now these villagers, they were kept out of work for a while, and you can see, oh, the Hippodrome Horseman of Ridari is doing so much. The TC barely doing real damage to it, as the villagers are just running around trying to get us around to at least let him die, but these arrows are barely tickling these Ridari, constantly just firing away, but the villagers eventually will prevail and get that age up, but the cost was already significant. The problem is, fishing boats are still idle, so MSN technically, he's not that much ahead until he gets back onto the water. With this little bit of breathing room that he's been given, I'm quite surprised to see him not going for this again. There we go. He smelled it.
Fishing boats were idle for a long time, but at the same time, Numbuda and Zico, we saw 15 villages being garrisoned inside of the town center for a very long time, and another 10 just running around and trying to not die. I think this is very good position for MSN either way, and the fishing boats did not die. On the other hand, Numbudan's villagers definitely did. We are going for yet another dog for MSN. He's gonna be reclaiming back his water, and this is just Mazridari play with 1,400 silver in a bank. Why can't we see a single upgrade in that arsenal? I would love to see it. MSN, come on, mate.
And getting MSN to invest in that is going to be critical, but this tells us a bit about his play here. It tells us a bit about him playing the Macedonians. This might not be his first choice civilization in general. This is, as we said earlier, we know Macedonians is good, but it's not something a lot of pro players get to play because it's always banned out. So with MSN getting a big pick like that, there are a few things you're going to forget along the way because it is so easy to forget. But we do see veterancy coming for our Bogmor, which means our archer composition is going to be following suit as well. And finally, Rumfaya. I can never remember this name, and we can maybe see why he stocked it up instead.
We are really getting a +3 for Idari. This is gonna be huge for MSN. On the other hand, we are playing for the archers at the same time. MSN is in the perfect position to deal with Numbudan right now. Sure, Numbudan had a better position early on, but he didn't do anything with it. We didn't see any towers on the golds in Dark Age. We saw the early dock, we saw the early advantage in the food economy, and it's still remaining. There is 23 against 11 fishing ships, but MSN finding the raids exactly when he needed to and equalizing the economy. But one player has better units than the other one, and MSN right now loving what he's doing. MSN is in perfect position to take the game. We are taking the relics. We have 4 relics already being dropped down slowly but surely in the monasteries, and Numbudan just trying to defend the Ridari.
Now MSN is playing out of his mind. With the amount of Ridari coming out too, it just feels like there's not much Numbudan can do to shut this down. He knows the answer to those Ridari is going to be crossbows, but getting the right amount and actually contesting them is going to be a very much uphill battle. With all of the eco being back online here on the water, it makes it much harder to do so. But the 4th relic is also brought home, as we can see that relic split, and 4 relics to MSN. That does not feel bad at all. That just feels like a lot more Ridari per minute.
Eco advantage definitely going into the MSN's corner, thanks to the relics, thanks to few fishing ships still out on the field. Yes, Numbudan has 25 to MSN's 13. It's just not enough when we compare the villager numbers. On another end, Numbudan going for mass crossbows. He knows that he needs something to counter the Ridari, and we are going with a spearman at the same time. But what is out on the field to counter archers? What is out on the field to counter archers, which will eventually get +1 and +2, and then negate another 2 additional armor from all of these Keshiks? They are going to be able to clean up everything.
Now these Ridaris are looking feisty, but they're not able to catch up to the Keshiks here just yet with those ranged axes, doing quite a bit of damage, but of course he needs to be careful. You cannot take an engagement where you lose the mass, and with him already splitting up the Ridari numbers, he's maybe not feeling that pressure at all. Keshiks now the ones backing off, and Numbudan's not investing in any more of those. He's investing in the Imperial Age, and we've seen Mongol in the Imperial Age on this map. The problem is just, it's 17 minutes in, and you're up against Macedonians. They are not going to be as scared of your Imperial as you want other civs to be.
At the same time, Macedonian dynasty still having those beautiful, beautiful rams. They are gonna be able to kill the towers relatively quickly. Kaganat Palace already under the construction. Numidan feeling the pressure and knowing that I need to do something in this game. We cannot play prolonged castlage. I'm just gonna lose in it. We are gonna be going for the imp. Question is it gonna be enough at the moment? MSN already remaking the Hippodrome Horseman for that additional +2 on all of the Ridari. We will be seeing 20 Ridari out on the field against 22 Spearmen. That's gonna be annihilation when that fight is gonna be happening. We have 500 stone in the bank, so just enough to make one bombard tower, but it's not gonna be enough to stop MSN's Ridari at the moment.
Radaris don't care that much about a bombard tower when they can just burn it down in those numbers. And the first army we get is Elite Horse Archers. Now, Elite Horse Archers, it doesn't hit the same. Your Horse Archers are going to be great for smaller armies that don't have a ton of archers to just snipe him out. And that's exactly what he's going to be fighting against. We do see one bombard emplacement coming out. And on the furthest one, I like this. Because with these two front towers, they're going to be quite susceptible to this raid that is about to take place. But we see Radarius getting a perfect surround here on the stable. And the stable going down is massive. You're not going to get your upgrades for your units, but at the same time, I guess his biggest upgrade is going to need to be those archers. But instead invests in getting himself some hand cannoneers.
MSN realizing that Numudan aged up to the castlage and trying to put some pressure on. At the moment, Numudan not having anything to respond. Sure, we have some spearmen, sure, the horse archers are gonna be coming out, but it's not gonna be enough at the moment. Elite Knights, that's the one that you wanted to get for the first try, but at the moment, gonna be really hard to deal with. Sure, we have the Killer Tie gonna be helping us tremendously against all of the Ridari. Our archers and our crossbows are gonna be doing a lot more damage and going for the hand cannons as well. Hand cannons unit that will be amazing against this high HP Ridari, but MSN just will make a few rams most likely, and then push is gonna be happening. Numidan still needs to survive this play.
Now, the other problem that starts happening on these legs is that you might start to overfish, causing a little bit of idle time. Luckily, it doesn't seem like he's going to be in that spot on that leg. Let's go take a look at the other one. Yeah, so far, not looking too bad. Also, capitalizing on the shoreline fish to ensure that this does not become an issue. But Numidan, he wants to sit back and let that fake army just come on out every single time. Now, with the Royal Knights, they feel great. But next up, another set of horse archers. And honestly, now with the mass of horse archers that he'll get, it starts to feel pretty decent. 8 horse archers are quite nice to have, just not against all of these rams. Now with the units he makes behind this, still just focusing on the hand cannoneers, getting himself a little bit of a men-at-arm up. Oh, there's a spearman upgrades. Never mind, spearman upgrades coming on out. And that's gonna feel good, especially when you're up against the Radari, but he still needs a little bit more time.
6 rams will be slowly but surely entering the field from the MSN. They are going to be taking quick work of any building that Numudan has for defending his base at the moment. He's putting Klurtai a little bit back. He knows that this one I want to survive for as long as possible. That's bonus damage on all of his units. On the other hand, MSN having very similar numbers to Ridari than Numudan spears. 30 Ridari are going to be out on the field against 40 spears. They are going to be doing quick work of them, even though their spears are already Imperial Age upgraded. On another hand, a lot of hand cannons entering the field from the Numidan will mean that this is not the fight that MSN wants to be taking for a super long time. Longer it's gonna go, better value they will get. On another hand, some Ridari defending our base, and we are gonna be taking the engagement. All of the rams are slowly but surely rolling forward. We are gonna be killing the archery range, but this is not looking well still for Numidan. We have all our imp upgrades, we have double bombarding placement on the towers, slowly but surely rolling in, and MS-10 standing with all of the Ridari, standing with all of the archers, gonna be taking the fight, taking the engagement. The Rams are gonna be slowly but surely being sniped out. MSN doesn't really want to engage with the redirect to all of the spears, but he needs to if the Rams wants to. If the Rams would survive, the fight is not really going his way. All of the archers are doing a lot of damage to the spears, but not in time. Crossbows with the hand cannons are destroying everything, and this is the fight for the Numedan to take. Numedan gonna be taking the game, and lead for the series is still in the MSN's hand, but not as big. It's 2-1 for the MSN.
And this is the big triumph card of the Mongol players. Mongols, when they go for that Imperial Age so sneakily, you have a bit of a timing where you need to land. The Radari just weren't as amazing as we usually see them. The problem is, I think MSN stayed a little bit back with those Radari for too long. Usually with Radari, he landed a perfect attack under that TC during the Castle Age up, but it stopped after that. The raids decreased significantly, and Numedan was the one forcing mistakes out of MSN by raiding in his base constantly. So now MSN is going to have to dust off those little bit of try-hard gloves and put them back on so that he can try and qualify for at least the next round that we will be heading into. So let's go back to our lobby and see what that next draft is going to be looking like, because with the competition now firing up a little bit, Numedan is back in it and he is looking for a fight. Not going to be backing down from the young lad just yet. But our next map is going to be Gorge, and we see China getting sniped out. Completely understandable. Yesterday, what we saw out of China was inhuman. The amount of units that we saw coming out of the civilization, it was completely unprecedented. And as we're waiting for the delay, 4.5 minutes before we head into that next game, we can definitely see why some of these bans were coming through. So China getting banned, and funnily enough, Abbasid getting sniped as well.
And Abbasid definitely feared. What he loves to do with them is go for that early military wing, let the archer numbers build up with some spears, make a lot of horsemen in the back, not let your opponent see it, and then just surprise him with 20 horsemen out in the field. On the other hand, he's not going to be able to do that at the moment. Golden Horde is the civilization that MSN will be playing as, and I think that he loves the matchup currently. I bit Civ that would love to go for that fast castle age, but on the other hand, MSN with the Golden Horde, they have pretty damn good feudal age push if you will decide to go for it. Then also securing their base is a little bit easier thanks to the towers that they have, and just enough stone production for a lot of targets to enter the field if we decide to go for that feudal.
Now, feudal play out of these civilizations, it can definitely feel wonky with, when we look at Golden Horde, that early stage, they usually get quite a bit of a boost there with the Torguds being able to raid all around the map. And I think this is maybe where MSN really needs to keep Numedan at bay. You're dealing with Aeobids, and Aeobids, they have a ton of tricks up their sleeves. We've seen Aeobids now go for quite a bit of Eco Wing, which is a little bit new in a way. Eco Wing was played a long time ago, but with the meta shifting into your dervishes a little more, dervishes just provided such a powerful boost to your early castle age. But with Golden Horde, you won't really get to capitalize on that too much unless they're being very passive, which after watching MSN these games, I'm not expecting this man to be passive whatsoever. So Aeobids though, it's a bit of a shuffle. We either see the industry wing, we see a little bit of eco wing with the villagers coming out, or we see the military wing, but rather master smiths coming through, which is again something that we didn't see in previous tournaments as much, but for a feudal fight, people are trying to use that as a timing.
Iobid meta definitely changing as the time goes on. On the other hand, Golden Horde civilization relatively new, not really having the meta completely settled in, but feudal from them is still very, very strong. With that basically semi-free units coming out from the Golden Tent, with the Batukan buffing all of the units around you in the fight, Torgut just having such a massive ranged armor early in the game, it's going to be very, very hard for Numedan to take down. And MSN MSN is going to be able to put a lot of pressure for the IOBits early on. There is the play for, like Whamenqt said, play for the eco wing, as we saw in the previous IOBit matches in this tournament. Going for that early free villagers just to get that eco up and running. On the other hand, there is the industry wing in the castle age that players are also playing for that 1,200 resources. Just boost immediately, even for the double TC or mostly for the production buildings.
Yeah, a lot of people dropping down that market the moment it hits to sell the stone and just get the upgrades, because this is usually the point when you're forced off of your resources. But now, with Golden Horde, I just don't see him allowing such a greedy play. Golden Horde, they do struggle with food pretty early on as well. So I think at the same time we have to consider, is this going to be a good battle of the scouts, and who gets that huge amount of sheep first? But guys, before we head into the game, let's just take one good look at the bracket. With more of you arriving here, you can now see exactly how this went and see how our men have qualified there at the bottom. Now, Numidan being the second seed from him and Demu's bracket, but Demu being unavailable for today, so going up against MSN. This is some part where I think for both players, it's just the unknown. They had to prepare for this with just insight. And with that being said, when you prepare for one opponent, it can feel a little bit unstabilizing than going up against someone else. But guys, let's hop on in. Game number 4 between our two champions. That would be champions.
Well, we just been informed that we had a crash, so yeah, I don't think that this game is gonna go for a long time. We will need to have a remake, and we don't know who crashed, but the remake is gonna be happening. MSN showing us that even unexpected can happen. Numidan going for the early 6 on the berry, something we don't usually see with the IOBit, but we are gonna be waiting a little bit longer to get up and running yet again.
But while we do, what I want to do is I want to see quickly if we get to see that age up decision from Numidan here. So in the early stages of the game, this is not something we usually get to check out, but I want to point out this is Gorge again. Gorge has now crashed 3 times, and I cannot imagine how frustrating this must be for players, because this is the point of the game where you've given out a little bit of information, and the eco wing it is again. This is so interesting because for, again, so many AOBit players, those 3 villagers, they were not the deciding factor. But for Numidan, I think this is now the 2nd or the 3rd time that he's going for the eco wing here, and Kanan the tour goods on the side of MSN. And just like that, we already have a little bit of information on their plan and their play going into that next set.
We will see that Kanan tore goods for the MSN. He probably wanted to go for the early feudal push. On the other hand, Numidan going for that eco wing. We don't know if that's for the fast castle or if that's for the feudal age. We will see in the remake, but currently matchup itself definitely a little bit harder for the IOBids in my opinion. Golden Horde having a lot of flexibility in terms of their feudal age and in terms of their castle age. On another hand, IOBid with a very nice timing pushes, but can they do them against the Golden Horde?
Golden Horde, they are very happy going for towers and building out on the map, so it's not something that I think is going to be too much of a stressor. But guys, as this is going to be a remake anyway, let's head back into the lobby and see how this goes. Actually, before we do, I just want to take a quick look at the spawns here. So, Numidan here with the side gold. This is okay, especially with the Dio also being on this side. Gold on this side, 2 on the other. And MSN, pretty much, I feel like this is almost a mirrored spawn. Of course, the stone is in a different spot, but stone is not too critical in this matchup here. This one could be quite raided. So we'll see who the bracket or who the spawn lords will bless in the next one. So let's head on out and wait for the remake. Now, guys, as this is now a remake, this is going to mean we have another bit of a cooldown to wait for before we head in. But it does seem like, oh, wait. They are already in game, and they're already in game for a while. We won't have any wait. I got too excited here. I really hope that's the case. Maybe. Oh, never mind. I got too excited, guys. It was just the crash. The crash never unmade the game. So I just sound like a crazy person looking at numbers.
It's fine. We can look at the civilization pool that both players are remaining with. There is still the China for the Numuden, but most likely MSN will snipe it every single time. Numuden will try to pick it. On another hand, OOTD and Delhi in case for the last map of the series, and MSN leaving a very strong Jushi pick and his very strong Abbasid pick at the same time. One of these two will need to come through. I think he is still playing or still having in mind the last game of the series and still leaving that potentially way better civilization that Numuden has out on the field for now.
Yeah, especially considering that the last map is going to be Frisian. Frisian, we can already guess it's going to be an OOTD and a China pick for those two. Actually, we might even get to see a Delhi here. And Delhi, they are pretty good on this map because usually with Tuck Luck as well. Ooh, but MSN, oh, he's got something 5-head here. Zushi, absolutely insane. We see Tuck Luck, absolutely crazy. But then the one that he's been wanting all along, and that is the beautiful Abbasid. So I would say MSN has a pretty good pool here for the last map anyway. Numidan, he's got a pretty tough opponent ahead of him, no matter which way this goes. And honestly, I would love to see an Abbasid on Frisian Marshes.
MSN loving his civilizations at the moment. He definitely have a lot of flexibility and very strong picks for the last map. Numuden on the other hand is gonna be forced to play with most likely it's gonna be OOTD. In my opinion, MSN is not gonna let China come through. There is still a possibility for the Delhi, but if you have China and OOTD, I think it's going to be China and OOTD at this point. Such a good civs for the Frisian Marshes. On the other hand, MSN, having that Tunlang dynasty and having the Jushi, it's definitely going to mix up the cards. And he's favoring Abbasid, like Whamenqt just pointed out. He definitely has some options.
Now, that man is in a sea of options. He is going to have anything and everything this heart desires. But guys, we have a minute and a half before the game starts. So I'm going to take a moment to shout out our very wonderful website where you can get all the information on the Homestead Cup as it's developing. So with that, you can see, clicking here, you can find our schedule all the way at the bottom to see when the qualifiers are taking place, which, today is the final one. But what's most important is being able to see our schedule for the event and when it starts. On the May 12th, that is the day when everything happens and all the big players, all these big names you've been seeing compete for their spot will be showcased live from Niš, Serbia, from our apartment. Beastie and I have been very hard at practice to be able to compete in our own ping pong tournament that will force the players to play as well. So hopefully the Spanish brothers, because we know how good the Spanish are at paddle, let's hope they don't do the same thing in ping pong as well. So these guys, aside from that, there's also the spicy chicken wing competition that will be pretty tight and very intense between all these players. You can see our talent here and our donations as they have gone through and where the money goes, what it's covering, and what goal it's going for. So guys, thank you for everyone who supported it already. But if you want more info and you want to see exactly how things are developing on the site, go read a little bit more on the players and the casters so that you can go and see where to find more info about them too. So yes. Just my shameless plug while we wait for the last game. This is how I fill time. Let me put the link in the chat. There you guys go. Have fun. Now,
MSN going to be trying to qualify for that spot in the Homestead Cup. This is his ticket in. He really wants to take out the Numadan and go in as one of the 8 players that are going to be playing. We already have some very, very strong names. Anatan, Lucifron, Beastian, Marine Lord as well. But right now, MSN is going to be trying to be in the top 8 at the same time. And ladies and gentlemen, we are finally in the game and we are hoping for no crash to happen. MSN going to be playing as the Golden Horde against Numadan's Iobits.
Now, we've talked about the matchup quite a bit here, and seeing what we saw from earlier, we know what they might be cooking already. But let's take a moment and consider what could be on the menu here based on the spawns. Because now, again, MSN on the side here, he gets his golden the deer exactly on the same side, but a lot further away from the wood line, so very much exposed. But you have to consider that they usually don't mind putting up a nice little tower and securing this area, which will in turn secure both sides. So I don't think this is too bad here for MSN. He's definitely not in a bad position when it comes to just keeping yourself alive, especially with Aeobids and their pressure, which could be exactly what Numadan is thinking about.
Are we gonna see the same age up? So that means Numadan going up with the Eco-Wing and MSN going up with the Torguts. Most likely these players will do the same thing, but we never know. Maybe there is a chance of throwing some dervishes in here and there. On the other hand, MSN, I think that his plan is still to play for that feudal age against Iobits. That's when they are most vulnerable. That's when you can try to take them out. On the other hand, Numadan wanting to go for the faster castle age, wanting to get those camel lancers up and running as quickly as possible. MSN will have it tough, but at the same time, Torguts are just too good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the match point series for the MSN at the moment. Can Numadan go for the 5th game, or are we gonna go for the next series?
Now, MSN most likely, not just because it's obvious, not just MSN, no, he definitely wants to close it out here. He definitely wants to close it out here. This is not something that you want to leave to that heavy pressure, because Numadan, he's someone who's played under pressure. He's someone who's played up and done his reverse sweeps enough in his career. MSN, he's the young blood. He still needs to have all the time in the world to see how this can affect that mental state when you start getting tired. And this is not the only set for them, of course. They need to then go and break through the champion between Papipo and Wham, which is a massive, massive match ahead of them. So doesn't matter who goes through here, they are going to be tired and they're going to have a chance at watching their next opponent play their set anyway. Because after this, Papipo and Wham will be facing off for that first qualification spot, which will then, the loser from that set, face off against the player who takes the game or the set down here.
And we can see the same maybe just from both of the players. Eco-Wing is going to be the one for the Numadan with the 3 villagers. On the other hand, MSN going up with the Khan and Torguts. The cheaper Khan, cheaper Torguts, something that's going to be definitely better in the feudal age fights. On the other hand, we are missing those 2 production buildings for the very, very early pressure, but I don't think you mind it. I think that you want to go for the cheaper Torguts. You want to be trying to raid, dive the gold, dive the wood line, do as much idle time and as much damage to the Numadan as possible. And when he's going to be starting to age up to his castle age, that's when you die fully. That's when we are going to be seeing the MSN's army trying to kill the Numadan. But is it going to be enough, and is it going to be in time?
Now, what I like to see is already seeing where he's clicking his villagers to. Now, House of Wisdom going straight for the food. 9 on wood here tells me, oh, with that wheelbarrow coming in too, he is very happily going to be sitting and making some nice old camels to just handle what could be an overflow of Khan and Torguts. So with your camels, you already have a pretty good answer to whatever your opponent decides to do. And he already getting wheelbarrow. He's going to try to not have any casualties when those do arrive. With the early wheelbarrow against a civilization that is prone to raiding, and especially a civ that is not necessarily as scary as the French, this should be enough. Getting your villagers to back off and not die is going to be more than enough. You don't need to overcommit to anything. Ooh, and an archery range coming out too. Now, what I love about this is that the Aeobids, they get to produce Desert Raiders from both of these. So even if you want to make archers, you're just setting yourself up for success anyway. Because in the end, you will always have a ton of Desert Raiders in your army.
At the same time, Numuden going for that horseman right after Desert Raider, he is probably predicting that MSN will really want to go for the archer play to counter Desert Raiders. On the other hand, no tower on gold is gonna mean these villagers will be most likely idle, and Batukan will be taking good care of them, but right now he's just watching, just looking, and exactly, we are slowly but surely diving it, and all the villagers are for now gonna be able to force back a little bit until the two Torguts come back, then the idle time will come through yet again. On the other hand, MSN going for those for the double spearmen, probably expecting Numuden to keep playing for a cavalry. Well, we have a feud on our hands, gentlemen.
And the archers switch up already. I'm loving it. Just the fact that hey, the natural progression of this is going to be spearmen. I am just going to go for archers and get ahead of this. But now with the horsemen in the mix as well, these are not going to mind too much against fighting the Khan. So with this, he needs to be careful though, because of course the Torguts, they are quite tanky. We already see 250 HP on these guys. They are not going to back down from a good old fight. But with the numbers increasing, the camel also providing that layer of unease, so the damage is decreased. It doesn't feel too bad. And now that tower finally coming up, this is what I mean. With the fortified outpost, you're not in too much of a worry. Now the whole side here can be secured pretty quickly. Uwu is perfectly safe, and you might just need to focus on the fights.
MSN recognizing that Numuden is playing for the feudal age and is adding his own archers to the field. Some spears are already out, more Torguts, more archers are the way for him. Double Broadex being researched means that we would love to see a little bit of the eco upgrades. MSN recognizing that Numuden will have bigger economy for now, even though we have the faster villager production, so longer the game goes, we are just gonna be getting closer and closer. Sure, Numuden opened with 3 extra villagers from the Growth Wing, but MSN on the other hand is just making them a little bit faster.
Now, with your very mobile units, you usually just want to be able to run out and do some work. MSN, he's not really allowing for that. With the towers, you're not in a position where you're the one getting raided at all. But the food, I'm starting to worry here. Looking at the sheep though, MSN did get out ahead. But Blacksmith already coming out, going to be using that gold effectively into the world of upgrades. Now, with his constant pressure that we've been seeing, he's not going to mind that at all. Numidan, though, is still just going for archers, MSN going for his own, and not making any mistakes with the overinvestment into spears. Now the Khan and Torguts, they're going to get a pretty good charge off here, and one villager might just pay the price. Oh, it could be more.
That's gonna be more than one. One villager is gonna be coming down, another ones are escaping slowly but surely. MSN is getting back that villager lead. And MSN playing into the mass archers against Numuden mass archers. I think MSN loves this position. Why? We are gonna see those Karash entering the field, and with them +1 armor on all of MSN's units. Longer the game goes, better it is gonna be for the Golden Horde. Numuden is trying to go for the Castle Age up behind all of this. We can see those resources slowly but surely stacking up, and exactly, it is the advancement wing. It is gonna be the cheaper one. MSN is not gonna be having the big window to play for over here. He needs to recognize that Numuden is aging up and try to do some damage. On another hand, Numuden having some army and probably will do this job for MSN very, very hard to do.
Now, MSN and this is exactly why we're looking at his vision, to understand what does he know? Does he know this is coming? Of course, you have to feel it in your bones. You have to feel it in your bones. Your opponent is not harassing you. You've seen a ton of units. What could this mean? And with Golden Horde, you don't just get to rush your age up. You actually need almost the same amount of time as the Aeobids to get there. So with this, MSN's response is not going to be a fast response. With this, he's the one who needs to push out, and he smells it, he feels it in his bones, he's going straight for the base. And the question is there a space for him to find the real damage? 2 villagers tapping out those berries, finally going to be heading their way back, and He's going to be seeing that from the minimap, so heads towards the upper side and should be able to find a little bit of damage here, especially with that archer mass.
We don't have +1 armor, but not as big of a deal because Karash are already out on the field. Sure, it would be way better for MSN if we would have it, but on the other hand, a +1 range damage is way more important. We are going to be raiding one single villager on the berry patch over here, taking a second villager kill of this game, and the Numedan is it's not even one villager ahead. Numedan is one villager behind at the moment. MSN recognizing that Numedan aged up and will be diving at the moment. We are going for as many villager kills as we can do. We will be trying to deal some damage. Numedan, on the other hand, not having enough gold for any upgrades on these archers or any other units. One villager at least is going to be going down immediately. Very nice job from the MSN, and we are diving the town center. This is when we need to do a lot of damage. Numedan just needs to survive this push, and after that, it should be a way smoother sailing for him. Castle Age from the Abbasid is a little bit better than the Castle Age from the Golden Horde, and the dive is coming through. All of the villagers are garrisoned inside of the town center for a bonus from the damage from the arrows, but it's not gonna be enough at the moment because there is a lot of carriage out on the field. This is a lot of idle time from the Mr. Numedan. MSN slowly but surely taking a little bit of the villager lead, but all of this just for 1 or 2 villager kills. Is it enough?
Now, losing all these units, it can quickly snowball into a very bad spot. But you have to understand, Numedan couldn't get significant units out of this. Now the problem is just MSN, he's not investing in more spears. He's getting more archers, and camel lancers, they are not gonna mind fighting against those. Karash, though, trying to make this a little bit better of a situation, but the numbers are just going to be favoring Numedan the more this goes. Villager getting dangerously low, but these archers are going to start to hit a little different once those upgrades come on in. The problem is just there's no gold for the upgrades, so camel lancers are the only thing that is going to provide that heavy castle presence that we see from the Aeobids.
Aeobids are gonna be playing for definitely some golden units right now. They need to get those camel lancers out. There is not really a safe gold income for them, so Numedan having to sell the resources, having to abuse the market. On the other hand, MSN already heavily investing more and more into the feudal age, recognizing that Numedan cannot really make his upgrades at the moment, or it looks like he can. I'm just gonna try to kill him right now, but this is archers out of the position, and they are going to be getting a few lances in the back from the camel lancers. On the other hand, the villager advantage is just stacking up for the MSN thanks to the 3 villager kills that he got from that raid, and thanks to the faster villagers coming out of the town center. Numedan going for the second TC, it looks like he wants to try to get economically ahead. Or is this castle? I don't think that castle makes a lot of sense, but we are just selling the stone at the moment. We need to get our gold units and our gold upgrades, so we are just gonna be selling the stone and hoping for the best. MSN is trying to kill him here and now. On the other hand, Numedan recognizing it and heavily investing into the camel lancers.
And with that sale, he's getting a bit of gold. It's spending all of it into the world of camel lancers, but those 6 spears turned into 18. And camel lancers, they were going to do fine against the archers, but MSN did an amazing job at keeping this under control by just going for spears. You can see how desperate he is for that bit of gold, and there's no other place he gets to go for that gold because he is surrounded. Villagers now desperately trying to get a few towers up too to get a bit more food access, as we see only 1 on food, and that just means that this man is about to starve out dry completely. Now MSN is bleeding a unit here and there, but he's doing the most important thing, not giving any gold access.
MSN having nearly double the military advantage over here, and it's basically feudal age against feudal age military. Sure, there is 8 camel lancers, and sure, they are going to be doing a lot of work in these fights, but there is 18 spears at the same time. We have a lot of Keshiks, we have a lot of Torguts and Batu Khan as well. MSN recognizing that right now is the timing to push. We are going to be diving the both of the towers, and they are going to be dying relatively soon. Right now, we have the +2 armor on all of these units against the the archers. Archers are not gonna be doing that much of the damage. MSN diving this, and look at the food situation that Numedan is right now. 100 food a minute, not a single unit except one archer is in the queue. This is very, very problematic for the Numedan. Numedan needs something. He needs something to try to hold. We need something, we need upgrades, we need units, we need so many things, and MSN is winning the fight slowly but surely, and with it, I don't see a lot of possibility for the Numedan to win the game, apparently. Then Numedan went for the greedy Castle Age against Golden Horde that played for the Feudal Age all-in, and right now, it's paying off for the MSN. MSN playing it perfectly, reading the situation well, and right now, there is no play for Numedan to do.
Numedan, he has sacrificed so many villagers to the cause here, 10 total going down. But you can see MSN, ooh, MSN getting a little bit of a wolf betrayal here. 2 villagers going down on the food does put Numedan not any further or any closer to winning this game. With those archers getting picked off, he's definitely trying his best, but it is going to be it. And MSN is the one taking his spot against Papipo or Wham. We'll see which person does not make it all the way there, but very impressive showing here from MSN. This man, reigning from Denmark, ready to compete for that. Those last 2 spots.
MSN, all the series that he played against Numedan to this day were heavily in the favor for the Numedan. He basically won all of them. Last qualifier we saw Numedan completely destroying MSN 3-0, but right now MSN taking the lead in a series, winning the series after that, losing only 1 game with Macedonians. He is the young blood in the scene, and he is the future of the AoE.
I see that we have a lot of bias fans here in the chat as well, with everyone just hoping for the MSN W over the Canadians. And honestly, seeing Europe being so strong, I'm loving it. I am so excited to see MSN actually take on the top of the top and worm his way into that top 8 where he belongs.
Of course. And ladies and gentlemen, MSN is going to be the one that's going to be trying to take down Papipo or Wham. We are going to see how that's going to go today. And I hope that we are going to enjoy the rest of the series.
Yes, and Mali, thank you so much for joining me for this first part of the cast. I appreciate you, especially on this short notice as well. But guys, we will be switching casters in a little while, so you'll get a little bit of a different vibe to the rest of the show. So Mali, thank you again. We'll see you back here pretty soon, I'm sure. And yeah, any shout outs you want to make?
Any shout outs? I must do the shout out for Mr. Boy, because he was very, very angry at me last time that I did not do it. So shout out to him. And other than that, thank you so much for having me, and hope to be here in the future.
All right, guys, then we'll be right back and we'll bid Mali farewell. Thank you so much. You were an absolute...
This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll see what happens. All the people on fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna
Ladies, oh, wait, we have to wait for it. Ladies and gents, welcome. And I don't have Mali Libby here with me. I know this is massive downgrade. Mr. Beastie, though, coming in hot. Hell yeah. What is that sunlight behind you? Are you
That's my
Hmm?
that's my radioactive fish.
I hear that they're all radioactive.
They got 4 legs.
That's my favorite type of fish. Guys.
And they're supposed to have 0.
So I want to welcome everyone to the Unhinged cast. Beastie and I have the inability to be serious. We're going to try our best, right? We're going to try our best, right? Are we?
No, I can do professional casting.
You can? Okay,
you?
okay. Let's do it. Pretend we don't know each other. We're just thrown into this out of nowhere. Beastie, before we go... Oh gosh, it's so weird calling you Beastie. Ugh. Before we go into the game... Oh, we're going to go into the game. We're not going to talk about the drafts. No draft talking here today. Not yet. We might get a little bit of time later. But first, let's hop into the game. The boys are ready, and they're ready to play it out. Poppy Paw versus Wham. A game, a tale as old as time. And I'm seeing a lot of action here on the wood from Mr. Poppy Paw. We're probably going to get a little bit more action here on the poor Golden Horde player.
Need to fix something for uno momento.
Don't worry,
I will
yeah.
message the ad. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So as Beastie is fixing something for the uno momento, as we hear him saying, we are now getting a situation where the barracks is in session. So the barracks coming on out, and this feels absolutely wonderful as the Mongol player. You know, Golden Horde is not going to contest this in the early stages of the game. Golden Horde, they just kind of have to take it. There's not much they get to do about it.
All right, I am back. So, we got Relic River, Mongol Golden Horde, a bit unexpected matchup. I haven't played it too much, but what I do know when I did play it, it felt pretty rough for Mongol. I'm going to be honest. It felt pretty rough because Golden Horde can just produce so many units, and I felt like Mongol can't keep up. But that was on a land map. On this kind of map, I feel like if Mongol gets control of the water or maybe puts some pressure, then Golden Horde might have a bit of a harder time, and we do see that villager moving out for that dock.
Now, a villager moving out... Oh, I see. He is going for the dock. It's like you smelled it. So, with the double spearman opening, I'm assuming you shut down what you need to shut down. Your villager goes for the dock, and you just get further and further ahead. Do you feel like you need to invest in the Dark Age a little bit more?
I mean, so Golden Horde doesn't really have an option, right? But with Mongol, the thing is, I feel like if you go for Spearman, I don't think it accomplishes much, because even if you burn down the Uwu, I'm not actually sure if it's necessarily worth it. But he did go for 2 Spearmen, and he will most likely produce another 2. So he's not going for a heavy committal, but he's going to start working that Uwu, which, I don't know, like I said, if it's going to be in time to actually kill it or not.
Beastie, what is the word you just used there? He's going... There we go. Okay.
Could you,
yeah?
Could you double tap the obs, by the way, like full screen?
I know you keep thinking that's what I can do, but that is...
Yeah, there it is. It just happened.
Okay, I'm clicking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boom, perfect.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So guys, we do see those 2 spears working their way through the... Say that, Beastie?
I already did. Now it's your turn.
Oh my god. Okay. They're working their way through the... And it's gonna be going down slowly. That's the problem. When you're up with 2 spears, you're not really doing this at the fast pace you want it to be. But building carts is coming out, and I'm loving this. A lot of players have been showing us a glimpse of the building carts, and it feels like that pace it gives you. It's just so good. But at the same time, does it outweigh the Khan and the Torguds in the early game? Or if you go for along the feudal?
Well, Khan and Torgud is not that good against civs that have knights, because they're basically like bad knights. So even though Kashyyyks are also bad knights, Torguds are a lot worse than Kashyyyks. So maybe that's the reason for it. Maybe he wants to put fast pressure on the dock, or maybe he just wants to get the archer range immediately set up so that he can defend the Ubu. But yeah, like I said, I don't think he's going to be able to kill it in time, which is why when I did play this matchup, I found that opening barracks is kind of useless against Golden Horde. So Yeah, I think Papipo's opener not gonna do much, but at least he has fishing, so that's something he has going for him, which is nice.
Now, Wham completely pulling off of the gold in the early game here just tells me we're not interested in anything economical. We want to shut this down. We want to shut it down now. But out on the deer, he needs the food, and we see the choices he makes today are going to be our barracks and archery range. But the spears, they go quite deep. They want to shut this down. A poor villager trying to repair desperately, but he does not get that repair off, and the spears will prevail in the end.
Wow. Okay, so he's gonna get that torch. A bit unfortunate with the spawn because his stone is not in the range to even repair it without taking without the villager dying. So I guess that will be going down, and we see Age Up with 5. We see Khan coming out, spearmen, archers, and I wonder what Papipo's plan from here is, because I think Wham's plan is make a lot of units and just kind of go for.
And making a lot of units, it seems like a perfectly sane play here, but the spearmen, they do need to back off. This is not going to be something you can just stand out here. You know, the archers, they're coming, and they're going to pick you up pretty quickly. But, oh, I love that double production. Just seeing 4 units pop out in no time feels pretty good when you're the one who needs to start doing that counter push. But we do see that stable being rushed up now. And with the stable, he's going to have access to those Kashyyyks. And, of course, Kashyyyks, and especially with the low spear numbers, they are going to be able to handle this pretty easily. But the target here is going to be the dock. And is this, I was going to ask, is it worth it investing into your junk to just secure the water? But Papipo, he already gave the answer here.
Yeah, I mean, what Wham is doing is just forcing the junk to come out, basically to, like, quote-unquote waste resources. I don't think Wham's going to commit to getting this dock down any further. It's probably going to wait for the junk to come out and then just move somewhere else, but that means you get free fishing for quite a long time, so I think it's still very much worth for Papipo. Oh, if he gets the villager, that's at least pretty nice. And he gets 3 spearmen. Villager's still alive, so the spearman count has been reset, basically. Gets the villager, but the Khan might go down. Okay, dodges. Another one.
Perfect here by Wham, just
Wow.
making it look easy, actually. But the Khan would definitely have been a nice little pickup to have here. But the problem is now, Wham is all the way out here on the opposite stone.
Wait, okay, that's unhinged. Wait, what? Why didn't he just take his own? Maybe he wants to gather the stone out, but that's very optimistic, because it's, how do you reinforce this? Because you're going to be running through the archer ship now. I guess you can reinforce from the top, but it's a bit awkward situation. But we do see Papipo now transitioning to archer Kashyyyk. He's going to stop the spearman production. We see some Torguds coming. And like I said, it's going to be up to Papipo if he can hold this. But I think from here on out, the longer the game goes, the better it is for Golden Horde, because he basically has double Uwu right now going. And eventually he's going to get stockyards, and Mongol has a little bit worse eco, but of course he has the fishing ships.
The Khan is providing a nice little fire here with that archer going to pay the price. But now the problem is the reinforcements, like you said. The reinforcements are closer. They're just going to be able to reach and shut down here pretty quickly. Uwu, it does get to at least gather for a while. How long would the Uwu need to gather to already have paid off?
Well, I have no clue. I mean, I don't think it matters too much. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, this match is not going to be... Because he has 2 stones at the top, right? So it's not like this match is going to go where they run out of stone. I mean, now is to say that we're going to have a 1-hour game. I just don't think it's going to matter. And I think this is such an easy pick-off for Papipo that I'm a bit confused with why Wham did it. Maybe he did it because he wanted to, like, tower. We saw that he was going to plant tower on the... Papipo, but then he decided against it, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan there was, but that's a free bounty if I ever seen one.
They're playing 5D chess. We just need to catch up. Batu Khan definitely getting very low here and not able to heal up just yet. Poor guy is running around hoping for the best. But, of course, with all of these units, Papipo is in a pretty good spot to defend and now already capitalize on shutting down that Uwu. So, not looking too great. Gets himself a nice little bounty as well. Not going to feel like this was much of a waste.
Yeah, like I said, a bit confusing, but he is going to retake either the North Stone, it looks like. So he's going to get the double stone production coming in no time, but because he went for the golden cards age up, his Tor goods are more expensive and have less HP, right? So the stone doesn't give as much value, but it will be basically units that are going to soak up some damage here and there. And we see also Keshik coming out from Wham. So we might see Keshik versus archers on both sides with some spears mixed in, which is just kind of giving us some weird Mongol mirror vibes.
And honestly, seeing Mongol Mirror in this scenario doesn't feel like it's on equal footing though. You do have the Karash for Golden Horde, which does provide that extra layer of protection with that armor. But with the low archer numbers, I'm definitely favoring Puppy Paw for this fight. The problem with this is he's pretty good at sniping out the units. I feel like Puppy Paw's micro, from what we've seen in the past, he is absolutely superb when it comes to these archers versus spearmen compositions. But Wham, being a sneaky little goose, going for the dock here, well, this opens one thing, and that's the raid straight towards his base though.
Yeah, I don't think he's even going to just raid. I think he's just going to move his whole army to try to do some damage. So I kind of like I mean, not necessarily a bait, right? But Puppy Paw definitely out of position. And he could potentially try to either intercept the reinforcements here or maybe go on the wood line or something like that. But instead, he's just going to send it right under TC without the +1 ranged armor. So he's going to take a little bit of damage, decide to back off. And looking at the army count, Puppy Paw now has 9 Keshik and he has 4 more in queue. And I think one of those is double production. So he's going to have a lot of Keshik, and Wen does not have enough spearmen nor Keshik to deal with them.
Now, Puppy Paw's villager count stays ahead because of these fishing boats, but they are limited edition. They're eventually going to be running out, but you can see them already paying off with those Keshik numbers that you've mentioned. When you have this many Keshiks, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a limited issue at all. But of course, with the army, it feels like he's getting a little bit sandwiched here. Those superior Keshik numbers might start becoming quite scary. But Puppy Paw is still playing it safe, still keeping that split up for now, as he knows that he has that superior economy, at least for the next while. But the fish should be running quite low already.
Yeah, I mean, how many does he have at the bottom side? Those have like about 600 food remaining. Oh yeah, he's got probably 1k, 1.5k food remaining, so he'll have a little bit more to go on. After that, he's going to need to either move on the map or go pastures, which is going to slow down his unit quite a bit.
Now, with this army being ready to get sandwiched, you have to keep in mind the mobility is on the side of Puppy Paw because he's got those Keshik numbers. And you can see he's already capitalizing on that. Gets himself a nice surround there on the villager as well. But Keshiks do take quite a bit of fire. This gives Wham the little bit of an opening to try and do some damage. But we see 26 villagers idle. And that just shows the power of raiding and mobility.
Yeah, and I feel like this is definitely a lot better for Puppy Paw, because it all comes down to the Keshik Torgood. Like, the armies look similar, right, because Wham has also a lot of raiding units, but half of those are Torgoods, so they're basically just a lot worse than Keshik. He is doing some damage here, but he's mostly killing units and causing some idle time, whereas Puppy Paw did kill some villagers, and now when he goes back, I think Wham is about to be crunched from both sides.
Now Wham is ready to sacrifice all these archers. As we can see, he's just standing under the TC, attacking what he can, trying to pick off every single unit that steps out, but his Keshiks are falling like flies. The problem is here, the Khan also now getting out. The horse numbers, they equalized a bit, but at the same time, Puppy Paw is still going to be able to maintain this production, while Wham is the one who spent valuable resources that he had to go out on the map to gather.
Yeah, and we see the worker count is basically the same, right? But 8 of those are fishing ships, which are going to fall off very soon. Wham is pulling back. 4 Keshik versus 16. I'm actually pretty sure that Wham can just not hold the only Keshik. The 16 Keshik, I'm pretty sure, can kill him right now, but He does have some spearmen, and if he gets some good impales on the Keshik, anything is possible, but I think it's going to be really rough for him from here on right.
And we do see the two armies going two different directions, but like you said, this is a pretty tough spot because Papipo is the one with the superior army. He's the one who's going to land these raids a lot harder than Wham is going to. But he's got a nice little area to raid. You see the villagers quickly trying to rush that up, but the army, the red army, is also circling for the damage. And the thing is, there's more than one group here. Dashiks, though, they are about to land and they are going to do some good damage, but there is a few reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, it's going to definitely kill off a couple of villagers. Keshik bait is not going to work out. Papipo sees it and he's going to end up connecting on those units. And once again, there are, I think, 2 Torguds in there with the Khan and a couple of Keshiks. So on the other side, I think Papipo is potentially just going to go for a kill. He sees, oh, you have some units out on the map, and just kind of go for it. And as you can see, that is a lot of Keshik that he has remaining. 20 right now versus 8 total.
And while the pressure is mounting, you see Wham knowing that this might not be as favorable, but with him running back, he's just wasting precious time where he needs to find the damage. The fight being pretty massive over there on the gold, but the Keshiks here at the top trying to raid and find the source of damage that they need to really stay in the game.
And the tower, he's committing to it. Now he's going to go block for his archers. I mean, he just has so many units. I think it's going to be really, really hard for Wham to deal with it, even though he has the Karash and he is idling that tower and killed quite a few workers. I just don't think he has enough to clean this up, and in the end, if you can defend your villagers, there's not going to be any more armor production, so you're going to be pretty cooked. But he is under the TC fire and the tower, so this is kind of like the best case scenario for Wham to fight in. The question is, can he hold off for long enough
And you can
to
see
not lose too many villagers?
Wham is in a spot where most of his economy is idle. You see a lot of villagers just desperately trying to get some resources. But at the same time, the raid was still ongoing. Ooh, another huge bunch of villagers being caught out here. And with the Keshiks, they're trying to frontline, but the archer numbers are significant enough to dent them in and do a bit of damage here. But now, with the food slowly being set up, the first stockyard coming out, this just means that he's going to need a lot more time to make this happen. Boats, though, the boats, they're still going, and they are still pretty plentiful. On the other side, we do see that raid being cleaned up completely, and this one, very much not.
Yeah, more idling on the tower. We see the worker count, 49 versus 48, so both sides taking damage, but it feels like, yeah, Wham's food income is 378 per minute. Papipo is almost 1.2k, so he's doing quite well. No wood income for Wham either, so no more archers, and basically one more spearman to go, and that's about it. He's trying to take down these towers, but obviously they got a lot of health, so they're very, very hard to take down. And Wham's reinforcements, I'm not sure where it is because these units have been here for a while without any reinforcements arriving. And we see total 11 Keshik now versus 4. But he is holding.
Holding for a while, and we've seen a lot of players overcommit under these towers. The problem is just Papipo looks like he is fine with this committal. It doesn't feel like an overcommit, it just feels like a commit, and he's comfortable taking these. Now the tower, it is targeting these archers. As we can see, there's Keshiks healing up in between the hits. It feels pretty good when you're just here raiding with your massive Keshiks, and you know he can do damage, but he just can't do enough. Another set of villagers now going to be paying the price as they step a little bit too far out, desperately trying to get the meat home, but pops right into that very chunky tower. And the Keshiks are starting to clean up the archer numbers, but the problem is there's a lot more on the side of Papipo than there is for Wham.
Yeah, and Wham has 0 wood, by the way. 0 on wood, 0 wood. So right now he's only producing Keshik from his side, and I think Papipo also realizing, oh, you don't have spearmen, so he's also only producing Keshik, but Papipo is looking and he's snacking that age up. Both of them are actually. Out of all this, somehow they're both going to age up at the same time. And this is a part that I love about A4. Sometimes you have these like super messy games, and then somehow they end up aging up almost at the exact same time.
And they read each other so well, just understanding exactly what the other one would be doing here. Step Redoubt coming out with 20, and that's the difference. That's the difference. When you're playing as the Mongols, you get to dictate that age up time, while your Muscovy Yasak is still a minute and a half out. This one is going to hit a lot quicker, and the Kashik numbers are mounting pretty scarily here. Now, with the huge amount of investment here on the Step Redoubt, you're obviously not in a spot where you're getting a lot of gold, because, of course, you want to get the maximum amount of it, which means those Kashiks don't get their instant upgrade. You're still going to need a little bit of time for that to kick in. So now with the red, ooh, we can see Wham still trying to find some damage, but stepping in and just as quickly stepping out. He cannot afford to lose a single unit here.
Yeah, I'm very surprised actually that Wham managed to hold as well as he did. Now, reminder that his 8 fishing ships should be expiring like any second now. So also Papipo has no pastures. Like this is very, very committed. And I mean, I call it an all-in usually, right? So it might seem weird, like how is he all-inning in castle? Well, he has no transition. All his villagers are out on the map. He even might be buying food at this point to just keep producing units and end the game. And he has the upgrade advantage. So now is when he should like push the advantage as much as he can. Like he should take these Kashik and just try to run them everywhere, because once Wham gets that upgrade, then we're again somewhat on equal footing and the game might continue. But he really wants to get this tower down, and as we saw earlier, Wham now with 17 on wood, he will be able to repair that up, but those towers are just so tanky.
The Towers is surviving an onslaught constantly out, and the Khan gets picked off. That feels good. You're already just picking off units one by one to try and have the tower fire not be able to soak up as much, but the tower stays alive. Villagers coming out to repair it. It gets set on fire. He does get the bounty here, but with the villagers repairing, it will stay alive for another while. The archers, though, just feudal age archers here to pick off a few spears that might step out. Kashik upgrade about to land, and now it's veteran Kashik versus veteran Kashik, but there is still a significant number advantage.
Yeah, how many stockyards do we have? Can we take a little peek?
Oh,
not too many actually. Okay. So both of them, food situation is looking pretty bad, but I think Golden Horde is going to have an easier time transitioning, but Papipo is going for a full committal right now. He sees that Wham is weak. There are crossbows coming, but there are also crossbows on Papipo's side as well being made. So we're just having like a full Kashik on Kashik, like back in the day, Mongol versus Mongol action at this point, which is better towers. And he is mowing down these Kashik. 0 Kashik remaining for Wham. There is 1 crossbow and some roost tributes, but I think with this, Papipo can just go around the base and do some raiding, because well, it's going to be hard to catch up to that.
Oh, and you can see Wham desperately getting those villagers back home to safety. He knows that you guys might be out here just getting the resources you can, but this is only limited edition. And Papipo cleaning out a ton more villages with all these alarms going off. You very quickly start to lose track of where you are getting raided. And even though a few Kashiks will fall, the crossbow numbers are still pretty scary here from Papipo. The tower's still up after all this time. Fortified outpost. This is insane. He kept this alive as long as he could. More villagers are desperately repairing, but not fast enough.
Yeah, just not enough. I wonder how much damage those towers did. They must have done insane amounts so far, like in this game, because they've been garrisoned with 5 villagers just shooting for what it feels like 12, 13 minutes now. And we see Wham trying to transition to crossbow spearmen. This is what usually happens when you lose map control. But Papipo, as we can see, he's still continuing the Kashik crossbow production. He's not slowing down. The fishing ships are now idle, so the economy is actually, even with that, Papipo has about 4 more workers, but his food situation is also running out. He has some bears at the bottom. He is not bothering with relics, even though he has full map control, and I think that's just because he's trying to end the game as well.
Now, Papipo does go for the first one, but yeah, like you said, it's not something that he is putting a lot of priority on here either. Fortified outpost repaired now, and you have to ask yourself, is this something that he sees as worth investing to more? But it looks like he's just trying to get those stockyards up and running. Now having 4, this is already 16 villages fully engaged in a your food economy. It doesn't feel too bad, and if he holds on to this, it's still going to be a pretty scary move for Papipo to keep diving in on here. But now the Uwu going down, another set of stone, not going to be making it home, and that's just going to keep him stuck in this space for a bit longer. Now, men-at-arms, not something you can opt for against a bunch of Keshiks and crossbows, so he's just stuck making spears and stuck making a ton of crossbows in all of this. But the tower is here to help. The crossbows just don't dare step under it.
Yeah, and we do see Papipo struggling for food right now. The villagers are now arriving on the food and dropping off, but he hasn't been producing Keshik or crossbow in a little bit. And we do see now that relics are disappearing from the map, so both players are opting to yoink. We see Papipo with 2, Wham with 1. And the raiding continues. That tower is still standing, so it's continuing its streak of just killing units left and right. And this game is a lot closer than I thought it would after the initial engagements. I thought Papipo would be able to clean up, but Wham is still holding.
And Wham is more than holding. Papipo now transitioning to men-at-arms, and this is why I alluded to it a little bit earlier. It doesn't feel like the natural response when you're up against this many crossbows, but maybe as a response to the spearmen to just provide that level of forward protection for your crossbows themselves. But Keshik's in the mix still, and you have to ask yourself, is Papipo gonna be okay with the food switch as well? Still, still nothing in terms of these pastures, and he is still out on the map trying to gather every bit of resource that he can. But now with the step redoubt moving this far out, this is where things start to spiral out of control, when your opponent starts doing those sneaky little raids, and Wham is the kind of guy who will be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and we see Wham has 60 stone per minute, so only one Uwu working right now. But luckily he doesn't have the Torgood age up, so I guess he doesn't care about it too much. He would probably want to get triple production at some point, so right now he's just playing a basic civilization. But that food income, Reka, right now 40 on food. And Papipo does have 33, which might look even, but a lot of those are on berries around the map, and they're not actually on pastures or stockyards in case of... So, it doesn't seem like he's got too many units defending. He wants to do some big raiding on the right side. That tower is still standing, by the way, MVP. And he's going to be doing a raid on the gold. That gold is looking pretty thin, so it's going to be running out soon. So one of the things Papipo can do is wait for him to run out of gold and then try to search for engage, but that is a massive army discrepancy now.
Wham now in the driver's seat, and this is so surprising to see between the two. It just feels like there was a moment here where Papipo was ready to kill, but now it's just completely turned the other way. We do see that raiding party still being very much engaged, trying to make the damage happen, but with both of them happening on the same or different sides, the tension is split, and so will the performance be. With those Keshiks now finally making their way out of the base, and Wham just gets to return to normal and try to gather from all his stockyards, keep that food income just that much above his brother.
Yeah, I think Papipo has been stuck on the crossbow thing for a while now. Like, if all these crossbows were archers, he would, like, absolutely mow down this army, right? Because the archers would counter spearmen and crossbow, but he's kind of just stuck on making crossbows the whole time, which actually don't really counter anything in Wham's army. Meanwhile, Wham's crossbows are obviously obliterating Keshik and making it really hard for Papipo to do any kind of engagements into. Now, he's going to collapse on this army and clean up these crossbows, but the economy is definitely going to be, I think, better for Wham long term with the stock.
Now, with the villager count being very much in Wham's favor with those 80 fishing ships when they eventually, if they eventually get deleted, this does feel like Wham is just going to stay in the driver's seat and keep the pressure going. Now getting his own little spearman raid here on the opposite side, and that's what I talked about. When you get to the spot where your food's running out, you will go anywhere and everywhere for it. But sometimes it can be a little risky, and he decides to call it. He has had enough, and the brother takes down the other.
Yeah, GG gets called, and like I said, early on, I think Wham had a big disadvantage because of the fishing ships, but the moment those ran out, you could see it kind of started turning around. I'm very surprised because Papipo had a pretty big lead. I feel like at what point it was like 35 army versus 7 or something like that. And he just kind of kept attacking into the towers. Like the amount of time he's committed into towers, I feel like if he just made a ram, that game would have been a lot easier for him. So in the end, Wham does hold, fishing ships do run out, and Golden Horde prevail.
Golden Horde, we've been trying to figure out where they land compared to Mongols, because we don't really see them as we haven't seen as much of them. But Mongols, they haven't been such a prior pick in a lot of these maps. In the tournament, I think we've gotten a lot of insights into this. Since the last EGC tournament, there's been no other events that people are truly competing for at this high of a level. But of course, we want to see what players are using for Red Bull Wololo. With Red Bull Wololo, you're just getting we're getting the raw play of players if you didn't have these smaller events taking place in between. But now we're getting a little bit of insight. And with our next matchup, we have HRE versus Aeobids. And on Holy Island, I am ready. Alex, Beastie. Alex, when
Beastie Cutie.
Beastie Cutie. Beastie Cutie, full name. Beastie Cutie. How are we feeling about that Holy Roman Empire decision of the mine work instead of going for a good old Aachen Chapel, especially on a map like this?
I mean, it depends what the situation in the game is, like what the spawn is like usually. So right now, Chapel not looking too great because the gold is very forward. So you can be like, you know what, I don't need the Chapel necessarily, but mine work is also very good if you're playing, let's say, into French or any civ that has knights, because you will be able to get that, you know, spearman bonus damage or horseman bonus damage. So you don't need to. I think it mostly comes down to player preference. But sometimes if you get like gold next to the woodline, you're like, yeah, that's a Chapel angle for sure, because it just boosts your income so much. Now this matchup is a bit of a weird one because it is Aeobid, and Aeobid can do some cheesy stuff. They can go for super fast age up, or they can play normally. So you kind of have to be very careful with your scouting.
Now, with the early game scouting, of course, the sheep, it doesn't usually matter that much because you have other sources. But we've seen time and time again players losing the water and still making something out of it. Now, what I love about the top level is usually the scout goes and just disrupts a little bit of this villager gathering by getting him nice and low. So you can't stay there forever and just try to build your second dock all for free.
Yeah, and let's see, House of Wisdom already going up. We see 2 villagers on gold from Puppy Paw. So I feel like he is doing potentially 3 fishing ships into Culture Age Up, which is something that used to be very, very popular. Oh, it might be even 2 fishing ships. So he just chopped down 1 tree, I think. And he's going to be going up with that pretty fast. Oh, no, he's staying. Okay, never mind. He's 140 gold right now. I'm just keeping track of his gold. I thought he might pull back the villagers, but he is keeping them there. And we already see he's sending a villager for a dock. So I'm a bit confused. Maybe he will just keep the 2 on gold for afterwards. But he does plan to still go with the fast age up. Let's see what he has planned.
That's interesting. Going for a faster age up, it makes sense. You're getting yourself into a similar spot to what your opponent's civ might be able to reach, but it does forgo a lot of these advantages that civs like the Aeobids does have by themselves by going for the other wings. And with all of the resources piling up, I don't know, faster age up, we say. What would
yeah, but then I don't understand why is he sending the villager then across the map. Like, that's the part that's confusing to me. Because that is a very early villager, right? And if Wham just goes for the age up, then you're basically making a dock next to your opponent, but it's not like you're aging up faster than them. In fact, I think Wham is going to age up first.
Ooh.
So I'm kind of curious about this, because you usually go fast age up, and then you do kind of like a archer ship into sprinkle ship, kind of like a little cheese or something, but This way just seems like a normal age-up timing with a dock next to your opponent's dock. And Wham, you can see he's a little bit spooked by it, and he also stopped at 3 fishing.
No, this is usually ooh, and with the Archon as well, you're, like you said, it's not always a clear cut, but if you do get the double value, I definitely see why this would be worth it for Wham. You have so many villages, you don't want to reinvest in getting another prelate to just boost that economy even more, but you're gonna get that age up significantly quicker, or I guess not significantly. In this case, it does feel pretty even in the end, but villager against villager action about to happen. Wham pulling the boy. But the problem here is you do have a scout to assist, and of course killing this villager doesn't really get you anything. He probably wants to drop another dock, but the industry wing is already going to secure that boat that is going to disrupt your economy.
Yeah, I don't know. They obviously practice together, right? So I don't know if Wham is like confused by this, because he's like, wait, why are you not aging up? Or like, where's the age up? Or he might think this is the fast age up, but it is not. We see another dock coming in, so he's just gonna surround that dock from both sides. And like I said, Ibid on this map is usually pretty cheeky, and this is the version of cheeky I haven't seen yet.
And this is a pretty intense fight already. You can see Wham pulling that veil back. He realizes this is not a fight I want to take. I don't want to risk this. But at the same time, he just needs to start the dock so the dock cannot be built by his brother. Puppy Paw, ooh, the dock. I don't think the blueprint has fully ticked here, but oof, the Hulk will disrupt any thoughts of trying to make this happen. But he doesn't go for the villager instantly, gets that second shot off and gets the kill too. But now we have a Springald on Springald action here with a lot more boats coming out all the way from the other side.
Yeah, that Springald comes out and says, hey, brother, and just snaps that villager in half. And yeah, this is kind of what I was saying. I'm not sure what the plan is. Like, maybe he just wanted it for healing. Because, you know, he can put, like, heavy pressure and just heal behind it or something like that. Which could be a thing. On the other side, I think the HRE did go for Chapel, right? So he's going to have a really, really strong wood income for the next while. So Puppy Paw kind of has to have better water micro and try not to lose his ships as much as he possibly can, while Wham has some error to make a mistake here and there because of the hiring.
Usually when you're watching some players, you already know who the favorite is, but he gets a connection. Yeah, beautiful connection. And already puts himself in a leading spot to try and push this back. Like, what I was saying is, with a lot of the matchups, we don't always know who's going to be the better one on water. But with the top players, you usually have a guy who you know, this man on water, you are not going to have a good time. But both of these players do have that little bit of notoriety. So, which way this goes? Oh, we're going to need to see with the micro here, as the second demo ship does not make his connection. And Puppy Paw is just looking impeccable.
Yeah, the trades are looking much better for Puppy Paw, and like I said, that's kind of what he needs, right? He has worse eco. If we look at the income, you can see that Wham already has like 100 and a bit wood extra per minute. So he is doing a very good job microing that and trying to get away from those pesky demo ships, if you will. Another hull comes out, but that archer ship might be going down, and the fishy ships are now idle, which means less economy for Wham than he should. The archer ship goes down, the demo ship lands, and just like that, bim bada boom.
Usually, we actually were worried that this series might go a few hours, but apparently these boys are not going to be wasting any time. 7 minutes 44 and calls it already. He does not want to be wasting time on a water map knowing what will happen with all of that economy. They've played against each other enough to know where this will lead.
Yeah, and just like that, the series is now 1-1, and we are effectively in a best of 5. Now, Branka, looking at the draft, who do you prefer?
Yes, I was going to say, we finally have literally 1 minute to look at the draft. And honestly, I kind of like, this is a tough one. This is a really tough one, considering Puppy Paw got Zushi, China, French, Malians, and Ottomans. Okay, I was about to say, I feel pretty 50-50 based on the Sims, but honestly, Puppy Paw, he's got this draft. Yes, yes. Just Poppy Boy, yes. How do you feel about that?
Well, I just saw that Sengoku is picked by Wham. So that's a pretty good civ, I heard. I don't know if you know, but it's unbeatable in team games, actually.
In team games, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
do have to keep in mind, Japan usually gets banned a little bit more. What I actually like about this is that we get different bans on both sides. We get Sengoku and Taklak ban versus Malians and Ottomans ban. And this is actually something we haven't seen at all.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is they practice together, right? So it's hard to know what they actually play or what the, meta is between two of them or what they consider is good. Like, Wham, banning Sengoku and whatever else he banned, Tuklak, maybe he's like, you know what, Poppy Boy is really good with those civs, let me ban them and I'll take them. And then on the other side, Poppy Boy doing the same with Ottoman and Malian. So maybe it's the case of that, maybe it's just the case of they prefer those civs, so they want them for themselves. We will never know because they're never going to reveal their secret. But either way, we're now here on Frisian Marsh.
Now, just imagine if you had a twin brother that you could be practicing with. Wouldn't that make life so much easier to keep your strategy secret and give you a chance at winning Red Bull Walla for like these two?
I mean, what if he's just bad at the game, though?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Like,
do you think someone with your DNA would be bad at the game?
Oh, I mean, possibly. I don't know, actually. But, I mean, there's, let me just say this, there's a higher chance that they would be bad than good. Because, just the odds, right? I think the Spanish and Canadian bros just got very lucky, right? The
Good
fact
spawn.
that... Yeah. Good RNG on the brother skill in video game. So, I think that's kind of more like it.
Now, the Japanese opening, we see time and time again on, I would say, water maps, but any map. Japanese they love that good early game spear pressure. Because, of course, they still have the option of going for a dock after. They are not under the same pressure as most civilizations with full harsh ships, etc. They're going to be able to use that spear and actually just shut down what needs to get shut down without too much of a hassle. But Poppy Paul is ready to hassle back and goes for his own spearman to contest this. But with Wham only making one, we'll see if Poppy gets a little bit of an overreaction here.
Yeah, Jushi Legacy. It's kind of interesting. Like, nobody played Jushi on Frisian Marshes for a very long time. And I remember, I think it was Anaten played it once. And then people were like, yeah, maybe it's good. And then now you see it every once in a while on this map being played. And it's always like either fast age up or just kind of spearman opening. It's almost never just normal dock play because they end up playing against some aggressive civ. So... yeah, we'll see how it goes. Usually the Japanese is the one putting pressure, but in this case, Poppy Boy is just going to rally those spearmen across. And the funny thing about Jushi Legacy or China is you cannot outproduce them in Dark Age. So they will have more spearmen than you because of that supervision ability.
Being able to watch your building closely just ensures that these spears are going to pump out at the speed of light. The problem here is your second goal being right next to your main one makes this a lot harder to just go for a normal age up anyway with time. So this, Wham says though, we just get another one and then we try to take this fight and doesn't just opt for spears, he goes for samurai as well.
Yeah, he is,
Okay.
I mean, Samurai's there for tanking because he's going to try to put Samurai in front of the Spearman whenever the charge happens. But the double barracks is not because like, ooh, I'm going to make double barracks to have more Spearmen than him. The double barracks is simply because he knows he cannot produce as much as the Jushi Legacy can, and he knows he's behind it. We see double Samurai coming.
Now, Samurai, it's the age-old question of getting rushed as English. Do I invest in that man-at-arms in the early game to try and slow down a spear rush? And I think a lot of people have been saying no, but Wham is telling us all different stories. Samurai is the name of the game, but they do have a deflective shield, so I do see the appeal here. So, in a match where you're up against this many spears, though, it can spiral out of control, especially with the low amounts that he can produce. That secondary dock or secondary barracks definitely going to be adding getting the numbers a bit closer, but still he needs to be so careful here. Deflective armor can only do that much.
Yeah, we see 3 samurai now. That is quite a bit, and I feel like they can tank quite a bit as well. Oh, the torches come out. Oh, yo. That's actually a lot of damage being done, and it's gonna force Wham to pull back a little bit. Oh my god, he just he just scorched his head, and now he is bald on those units. And we see 10 spearmen. Now, Puppet Boy he's not all in, as in, like, if this does work, the game is 100% over, but he is very, very, very committed to making this work. And he's going to be looking for a cheeky age up plus an upgrade. And if you look, Wham is so far away from the age up that there's definitely a big timing for Puppy here.
Now, Puppy Boy with that Meditation Garden, gets both stone and gold here. Feels pretty decent overall. So this is already going to put him into a decent spot to be able to fall back when he needs to, when he decides that is the case. But the spearman numbers here, you see Wham also still investing in those samurais, and yet another one. This is already the food twice that he would need to just age up. So it does feel pretty hard, but at the same time, Tatara coming through, he just wants to make sure that those hits that he lands are going to be so much better. Problem is, Supervision is going to make sure that this upgrade comes out in no time.
The problem for Puppet is actually going to be food very soon. Like, he will need to go on berries, where his income is going to go down. But when he's going to try to hold this as much as he can, you can see he's still making samurai. But there's 15 spearmen, and soon they're going to be upgraded as well. That dock is going down fast, boy, and he's going to need to either fight or give it up, because these units that Puppy Boy has are about to be upgraded.
And with that age up coming through, you can see he feels that pressure. Villager coming forward to try and repair this in time, but another samurai being queued up. And even though he's seen the age up, he knows this, he knows he needs to follow, he's still producing, realizing that this is the way for him to fight this. But Puppy Boy hasn't clicked that upgrade button.
We're upgrade. We're upgrade. Oh, there it is.
And it's coming in quickly, usually 15 seconds, but this thing coming in just under 10. So with that villager trying to repair, he's doing his best, but the trees are definitely blocking here. He needs to find that damage. Spearman's now upgraded, but the samurai, they are going to make this a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to commit to the fight. The samurai number, 8 of them right now. I mean, even though those spearmen are upgraded, 8 samurai is quite a bit. And Kura's storehouse coming in, and dare I say, I feel like Wham held this. And this is a type of game I have not seen, where Japanese is the one defending, specifically with double barracks samurai, with fast age up Jushi Legacy, but he does hold, and now you see Palace Guards coming. So we might just continue seeing this kind of dent off with mass melee units, but let's not forget, Wham has +1 attack already completed, which is going to be really, really nice this kind of fight.
Now, with a little bit of gold boost, I would say, oh my goodness, it just keeps happening, and it throws me off so much. This amount of spears at Dark Age, I'm not emotionally ready to handle all of that, but you have to get the resources in to get the upgrades. Luckily, only 35, just as you would with your Dark Age spears, so it doesn't feel as expensive, but he probably wants to do this in more than one way. To be able to get that +2 upgrade is going to be quite critical, especially with Palace Guards coming in. Now, Palace Guards, we've seen them trade out against OOTD Men-at-Arms in this tournament already, and Palace Guards, because they can come out so quickly, they can overwhelm pretty fast, especially with Zushi just able to also catch up with the amount that you need with the supervision, and also just the speed that you can have around with surrounding them. I'm completely thrown off every single time these villagers are fighting. I want to comment on it, but perfect micro here from Wham pulls the villager with no HP, and at the same time he's under complete pressure here. And still getting that extra dock, slowly transitioning into more economy.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this looks really good for Wham right now. I mean, he has 2 docks that are up and working. I don't really like the idea of the Palace Guards for Puppy Boy. Like, they do work if you're the one opening Palace Guards, and then you can run around and whatever, but your opponent already has 10 samurai. And samurai are just better than Palace Guards in Feudal Age, especially because of the deflective armor. So, I kind of wonder if they had this kind of game before, you know, because sometimes, like I said, when you guys practice, you end up with matchups that you never played because you're trying to throw off each other. And I feel like Palace Guards, maybe if it was just Mazuginu, it could do really, really well into this comp from Wham, but Wham has a much better scaling army, whereas Pampipo is just kind of making stuff in the moment.
Now the Jugunu numbers are steadily increasing here, and you can see he's prioritizing that quite a bit. With 3 on gold, he's still having a pretty steady income to get any upgrade he would need to be able to switch into a faster castle. But the problem is when your opponent just has so many units, this is not an option for you anymore. Him getting all the docks he can and now going for yet another one. This is so risky of an investment when you know your opponent has so many units and he does not have anything to handle this. Now just trying to get out as many Jugunu as possible because they should be able to handle these these samurais at least for a while. But with these numbers of Yumi, I'm a little bit worried for them.
Yeah, and we see Pampipo now with 18 on wood. He definitely is trying to get the docks going to maybe catch up in the eco, and he has just revealed our Zuginu. So Wham is just immediately going to run away. But if I'm Wham from here on out, I just like keep clicking on those samurai and I keep making as many of them as I can. And he's gonna continue making Yumi. Now, I feel like in a straight up fight, assuming they have equal amount of units, I think Pampipo's combo is better because of Zuginu. But in these current amounts and the way this game has been going, I feel like it is better for Wham just because of how many samurai he has. And I feel like Pampipo doesn't have that critical mass of Zuginu where they just kind of mow down everything.
And these spearmen that have been as sleeper agents just waiting around the map, they have not been able to really do anything. Now finally getting, I was going to say, getting a little bit of value by shutting down the dock, but that's not even the case. The Yumis were in position already. And now +1 attack coming on out. He's going to find a way to shut this down because +1 defense has been in for a while. And that's why these trades are just feeling worse and worse. But the deadweight spears, they're just getting picked off like they mean nothing. And with all of this, they've been idle for so long. Now, okay, the Yumis, they don't just get this all for free. They do have to work for it. But again, you just have a ton of your army. That is a significant bunch. Just standing here, making sure that this army count looks even when it's really not.
Yeah, and we see the Zuginu engagement. Now, they kind of want to both probably work on sniping each other's archers, because I feel like Zuginu would just completely mow down the Yumi. But there's just too many samurai, and that's kind of the problem. Like, samurai are just better palace guards, so in these kinds of straight-up fights, they are going to trade better. The +1 ranged armor is also there, and Zuginu are being used on armored units, basically, and Wham's samurai are being used to, fight the palace guards, and then the Yumi are used to fight units that have no armor. So he gets a pretty good trade-off. Fishing ships, 11-9. So Pampipo is still pretty good on economy. The game is not over in any way. But like I said, now Pampipo is in a weird state where he lost a lot of the palace guards. So he has an option. Do I keep making palace guards? Do I go only Zuginu? But now we see horsemen coming from Wham. And if he keeps that a little bit of a secret and maybe makes like 6-7 horsemen. Oh, I said the number. Oops. And then he gets on the Zuginu. I think that might be a very, very tough fight for Pampipo.
Now, we do see the engagement coming out here from the side, but the Zuginu, they're doing good work against the samurai, but just not fast enough as the Yumis are thinning them out pretty quickly. Palace Guardian on the back, trying to make matters worse, but we don't see a horseman reveal just yet. No more horsemen in the queue. You can see the Zuginu numbers being this low already. Palace guards are just melting by the hands of the samurai, and the Katana Bannerman just providing that extra bit of a boost. Pampipo, he's gonna know that this is not a game that he's gonna be able to take from his brother. And Wham, looking already at that death push, under 15 minutes.
Yep, and Japanese beating the Jushi Legacy. Honestly, the way the game started, I'm surprised that Wham managed to hold that, but between the two brothers, he's definitely the more defensive player and knows how to hold off these pushes better. And I think that Papipo is definitely the kind of the aggressor who's trying to make something happen. And I think so far in this series, that's kind of what you saw, right? And both times Wham barely holding on, but managing to hold on and then having better economy to kind of push the game into the late feudal or in one of the other games into late castle and kind of grab that. And now the villagers are going down, and that's never the sight that you want to have in one of your games because that's usually not good in Age of Empires.
That's a good fact you just shared with us. Losing villages is bad. I hope Twitch chat, I hope you took some notes of that, because that is exactly what Beastie is here to teach all of us. And oh my goodness, right. These samurais just slicing and dicing the heads of the vills, everyone falling to the floor in unison, looking like they're made of paper. Unfortunately, it is just a destruction. And Papipo, he's got to think what is going to be his next move. But guys, we do have a little bit of a change of plans here, as Beastie will be joining me from the seat next to me. So Beastie,
that's right.
I am going to need you to bring a chair though, because I do not have an extra one for you. And Gigi Dog, she is currently holding your chair.
I'll be there in 20 minutes. I just need to catch a bus. I'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
All right.
And just like that, we have had enough of the beast. We're gonna go turn his face off and then put you guys on just my face with the beast joining me right here. Now, luckily, I know he lives pretty close by, so it won't be too much of a wait. That's the nice part of living in the same city, right? And that's why we are gonna be able to see all of our pro players in this one space in Serbia. And honestly, I'm so excited for it because I think this is what Twitch chat deserves. You guys, you are the ones who deserve a show with all your favorite players all together in one spot, and that's what we hope to bring you. So, lads and ladesses, let's quickly go take a quick look at our bracket with another empty beastie camera right there. Oh, never mind. That is not the site I wanted to show you guys. That was strategies for World of Tanks. So if you are interested, there we go. But we have our site where you can find all the information of what is taking place and what needs to be followed. But everything on our site, ageofrts.com, where you can see everything that's happening, what the donations are at. And since we spoke about it last time, I just wanted to thank all of the people who did support it. We got another $65 as donation for the Homestead Cup. Guys, thank you so much. We're very much in the minus on this event, and every single dollar is going to help us make this event perfect. So with that being said, we are almost ready to move into the next game, but I see Beastie is still struggling to get all of those things set up, so we will give him some time. And through all of that, you can go and look at who your talent is going to be for the event. Now, unfortunately, Beastie is no longer in the talent lineup as he has qualified for the Apartment Cup in his own home. Wow, very proud of him. We were a little bit worried there for a second because if he didn't, you know, if he didn't cast, we were going to have to kick him out. And then what, you know? And then what? So with that being said, we are scrolling through and seeing a little bit more. Down here, you have a little insight into our schedule as well. The schedule will be updated and we will clean out all the qualifier schedules so that you can see exactly when what is happening. And what is going to happen is not just Age of Empires, it is a whole show. We're going to be doing this thing like a proper subathon. We're going to be shaving heads. We're going to be eating spicy chicken wings. We have a ping pong championship. We have a fortress tour with Twitch chat as well. So guys, if you are ready for a show, and I mean, I guess a tournament subathon situation, then this is going to be the right place to be. Now, I'm a little bit worried because he's not here yet, but this is the time for you guys to ask me questions. Is the color of your shirt and headphones a coincidence? Well, SteelSeries did release this wonderful thing to match my shirt. I'm very thankful for my sage-colored headset to match the shirt, so thank you, SteelSeries. So, do not keep chat, they add nothing? What do you mean? Twitch chat. We love Twitch chat. Do you have hair dye? I actually have a hairdresser on standby, and I do have a lot of hair colors we could pull out on the boys. So if you guys actually have a few ideas for us to be able to use, then please feel free. Oh my goodness, is this for me? Oh my goodness, look at that. You have the same headset, it's the best? Yeah, no, I know. It's a little expensive. You prefer paper or plastic? As a European, I'm not allowed to give you the right answer to that. Will you dye Kor's hair? Let's take a quick look at his head. Is there enough hair for... we could. I think we could even coerce him into shaving it off after a while, but I think with the amount of hair we are seeing here, there's definitely an opportunity here to dye it. Mr. Beastie, I'm gonna ask you to switch seats with me though, because I need to do both production PCs. So yeah, there we go. You know, professional stream setup. So, what's it like to live with a celebrity like Gigi Dog? It's actually a lot of effort. Gigi Dog is very demanding. Ladies and gents, we have a little bit of a showcase for you about to join. Chill. But I do need to sit on that side though. So we are gonna have to go sit down first. It's fine. Yeah. Got this.
What is this booster board?
What is booster board? Oh, it's a pillow. It's a pillow, so that your ass doesn't get tired.
Hello, guys. Professional cutie coming in hot.
It has memory foam, so it's equally soft for the butt.
Right, everybody. We're going to be jumping into game number 4.
Come on.
No,
guys.
she's sitting on a booster board. I swear.
Not a booster. It's
Look.
just a little ass pillow.
It's a booster board.
It's an ass pillow. So, autosis.
This is probably.
Hmm?
You're sitting on this all day and just.
Yeah, nice little
destroying
ass sweat.
it.
Destroying it. What are you trying to say? Are you saying what I think you're saying?
I prefer not to speak.
That's a very good choice. Okay, but Beastie,
Go ahead.
You do actually have a nice little superpower now.
Mm-hmm.
You get to click some buttons and spectate a bit of the game if you wanted to. I know you love to spectate. So I'm going to control the secondary camera. You control the main camera while we're yapping. That should be easy enough.
Wait, what do I do?
No, I'll spectate, but I can do double thing. So why are you wearing your dad's suit? It's a makeup sponge, Alex. Let me fix. Okay. Now we're ready. Now you're ready. Now your camera ready as we go off camera. So, ladies and gents, it's time. It's time for yet another one. Let's hop on in and see how Wham and Puppy Paw are gonna play this one out, secure that spot at Homestead Cup.
That's right. And this is game number 4. I'm taking this.
Okay. No, you look splendid.
Thank you. That's
It's
all
okay.
I needed to do.
It's now Twitch has seen enough and they don't need any more. You've already given them the treat.
And now we go unhinged.
Oh,
See, I was professional for the
you
first.
were professional for a while, guys. The cast uses a little bit of professionality at this point because of durations, but that.
Wow.
Oh, you saw
Wait.
that live.
Yeah, I saw that earlier in 240p. Yo, guys, just let me know in the chat if my stream is working fine, because I continued just restream because I figured might as well. But yeah, production values through the roof. That was me, by the way. I did that split screen.
Yeah.
I looked at it and it's split. So there it is. All right. So what matchup do we have? Can we see the? Yeah, there we go. Macedonian Dynasty versus Delhi. Now, I'm an expert in Delhi, and especially this matchup. So I don't know if you know this, but in Red Bull qualifiers, I lost this matchup 3 times.
I was gonna say you are a professional Delhi.
But
player.
especially in this matchup. Like, I lost in a few matchups, but this one, I just lost 3 games. And I was like, okay, I should not play this matchup again. So, maybe Puppy Boy's better than me.
Maybe.
It's Delhi than I am, but I lost this matchup to 3 different players as well. So it's not like one guy was really good in this matchup. It's like I lost to everybody I met. So in the end, we will see how it goes for Poppy Paw. But I do think that Macedonian Dynasty is a good civ to have. So
Yeah, seeing it coming through is actually a little bit of a surprise because it's still coming through, but people are contested was contesting it quite a bit. And guys, we actually do get to speed through the initial stages of this game because we did have some tech setup problems, but we will catch up with them live pretty soon. And that means we don't need to yap about the boring stage of Dark Age, where absolutely nothing happens between these two.
I love Dark.
You love Dark Age? I'll slow down. I can go back if you want me to.
We missed it. Can we go?
Okay.
I want to see this.
You want to see the sheep again? And then tell me about how you lost on Delhi.
I mean, I lost pretty badly.
Now, looking at Dome of the Faith, this is still age-old landmark, nothing ever changes. Is there ever a moment where Tower of Victory will see a comeback?
Not bad. I do play it sometimes. Now I know you're gonna say, yeah, but you lose every time. But actually, fun fact: when I go Tower of Victory, I win. But when I go this Demon Landmark, I lose. But I lose pretty often these days, so I don't know if this is a civ at this point.
We were talking about upsets at the Homestead Cup and what would be an upset. And if you
Me
ask
winning a game.
who's the underdog at Homestead Cup, that's what we were also talking about.
B.
B? Yeah, B came up. And then there was another name that came.
I mean, it's B for sure, right? Like everyone else has a lot of land. I mean, he has land experience too. But yeah, I would say B. Honestly, yeah.
B.
Yeah.
Okay, so B's the
Well,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, Antan performs really well at live events, doesn't he?
Yeah. He did really well at Steel. I mean, he lost 3-2, 3-2, but that was pretty...
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that Ghazi though. The Ghazi is finding his way out, trying to do a little bit of damage, and you can see he's just trying to be out on the map and with some pressure. Beastie is trying to troll me on this.
Reka, can you be professional? Why are you kickling? What did I do?
I'll make it nice and big for stream. Oh, but there's an impaling happening here, boys. And, ooh, that is unfortunate. The spearman just clapping anyone who dares step close to them.
I just want to say, my daily game wasn't this kind of level, like, beginning of it. Like, it was kind of even and then I just died. So the fact that Poppy Boy is already taking damage, kind of making me happy. Like, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's just the civ gap that I was dealing with.
So it was never you. It was always
Yeah,
the
maybe
Civ.
it's just an impossible matchup. So I'm kind of hoping Poppy Paul loses just because of that. So that I can be like, yeah, man, that matchup is actually unbeatable. Because if he wins, then that puts question my Delhi.
And, I mean, is chat not already questioning your Delhi most of the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm questioning your Delhi. Whenever I see you, like, picking Delhi as, like, a second or a third pick, I'm like...
No, I never do second. That's
Okay,
crazy.
okay. Third or a fourth pick.
Still crazy. Like fourth or fifth, maybe.
Okay. You know there are better civs out there, and according to MSN, that's Abbasid.
Right. So anyway, let's see what's happening. So we got some Spearman, and we got some horsey boys. Now I always like seeing when they go for multiple units with Macedonian Dynasty. I always like to see what do people prefer upgrading. Because in this case, do you prefer upgrading horsemen so you can raid and get armor? Or do you upgrade spearmen because of archers? It's a very interesting thing to think about.
I mean,
That's what keeps me up at night.
And that's... Do you ever get to play this civilized?
Yeah.
So people don't ban it against you.
No.
What do they ban? Malians? Malian king?
No, they... Like, Tengoku. But they don't know, I don't know how to play it, so it's just a waste.
So they don't realize they're just throwing away a ban.
Yeah, I don't even know a build order for that. So.
Okay, I was watching some guy on YouTube teaching people how to play, but must have been someone else. Now, with the little bit of a wall, he's already getting that control you need to just get the Delhi going. And this is something that Beastie may have struggled with in his games. But the wall comes up, the horses, the Ghazis are there to protect, and the spears are nowhere to be seen because these bad boys are just not mobile as them horses. But with these archers, you are already gonna need to be careful. You can't just wear out too far forward, but you still feel a little bit more confident than usual. Oh, and the Ghazi numbers are quite scary here. It doesn't look like Wham investing too much into the horses. Now, Beastie did leave the scene, and he will probably be back soon, but I can imagine... Did you forget to mute your mic or something?
No. Age of Empires was on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I am back right now. So, this is the situation so far that I know how to play and I know what to do. This is where it kind of went downhill for me. Like
Okay.
when the fights start and when we get a couple of upgrades, that's when it starts going downhill. Now, we don't see any upgrades yet with the silver. So, what is he going to upgrade? I'm going to say spears.
I was gonna say he has a lot of spears. I don't want it to be spears. Ooh, but
That is not good.
yet the archers being this far out, this is something I talked about while you were busy turning off the client. It just, these you need to be so careful with, but luckily he didn't notice it in time, or luckily for Puppy Paw, Wham didn't notice it in time. And we do see our stronghold defense Aristans coming out, and that's gonna feel pretty good, but the spears get a massive connection here, and they do have to pull back though. The archers, plentiful. I'm going to be killing them pretty quickly.
Yeah, no upgrade yet. That has to be forgetting angle, because you definitely want to get that as soon as you can. Do you see kind of like an engagement all over the place, like a couple of units here, a couple of units there? The spearmen are running away, but I feel like this is pretty good for Puppy Paw. That wall makes it annoying for Wham to move around as well. But now we see the Ridari, which came out. That guy.
He is the guy she tells you not to worry about. The Radari, the strongest of them all, taking care of any units that dare comes close. But Wham, he knows it's time. It's more or less time for the Delhi to run out of food, and this is where I get him. So getting one of these villages a little bit far out, and there's no space in the tower, so he will pay the price. But you can see Wham is everywhere on the map trying to shut down this Delhi advantage that they usually have with all of these prelates being able to come on around. Now the spears here providing that extra layer of what you need to burn down the tower, but the tower will survive and the archers will reign supreme as they arrive right on time.
And right now we see Puppy Paw going for the Spearman switch, so Wham has to go for either Varangian guards or archers himself, otherwise he's going to be cooked, so he cannot... Okay, there's the archers, Bogmadir are coming out. But Delhi has that specialty in just producing million units really quick, so far I'm liking the way both of the players are playing, pretty clean, but I do... I think Puppy Paw's position a little bit better because he has had two Sacred Sites for quite a while now.
Now, Gold Trickle just helps so much in keeping these military numbers at least alive and even, but it doesn't feel like he's invested too much into prelates. Ooh, and now he's the one aggressing. Is this something you ever saw in your games?
Well, my opponents that played Macedonian Dynasty usually had upgrades at this point, so it was very hard fighting their armies. But I think without upgrades on the enemy's units, I think I could have done pretty well there in the main fights. But then again, Puppy Paw's upgrades either, so they really don't like their upgrades.
There's a few players that stand out that just don't prioritize those upgrades, and the two brothers are definitely out there. Puppy Paw, though, going for the eco ones probably only because they're free. Otherwise...
Well, that's the thing, the blacksmith ones are free. I guess the building isn't, but if neither player has the upgrades, then I guess it's pretty even, right? And it doesn't matter in the end, but the upgrades being free is obviously really, really good. So the army comp, I feel like the longer the game goes, is going to be better for Wham, simply because of those champions that give bonus damage to the cavalry, and the fact that every unit they have is just slightly a bit better than Delhi's unit. So the big fight is coming in. The horsemen are getting, or the Gazas are getting completely mowed down from Puppy Paw. The surround is coming in, and I feel like Puppy Paw is just going to get absolutely butchered right here.
And
wow.
This takes you back to your games, Red Bull qualifiers, as Delhi just falls apart here, but it felt like Puppy Paw was doing pretty well there for a moment. It felt like he was able to do that bit of a damage. He actually took down the stronghold, which was great, pretty expensive at the same time, but taps out.
That's how my game went. I was like, man, I'm doing okay, like this is nice, and then I died. And I was like, okay, I guess that did not work out in the end, so... sad that Puppy Paw loses, right? At the same time, happy because maybe just a matchup gap, you know? I'm not sure, but it looks pretty rough from Delhi point of view. Now, I kind of wonder at this point, what does Delhi do? Maybe I don't know. Maybe the angle is like doing a fast castle into an elephant or something like that. I'm not actually sure.
We have seen a few people try to pull off the fast castle and make it work, but it has been pretty rough. Honestly, guys, I did not expect this to be a 3-1 already. Wham and Papipo just kind of speed running this. They're like, whoever wants to go play against MSN, you've got it. You got to do it. So with these two, we're going to see who gets to that honor of trying to take down the new kid on the block. But we have Ottomans against Byzantines, and we see Malians getting sniped out, which is a very reasonable response.
All right, we do see it.
And Sengoku.
And Sengoku getting banned. You know what I find interesting? He only picked Sengoku, one other.
Guys, by the way, is the volume better now? Let's just quickly try. The problem is Beastie keeps moving backwards away from the microphone. Can you move a little bit forward? Okay, how are we feeling? No. Otherwise, I'm never gonna get the volume right. Okay, can you talk?
Test 1 2 3 1 2 3. Ottoman versus Byzantine coming in hot.
Oh, the volume on Beastie shit. Okay, well then they need to worry about it there. Okay, are we good here on our side? Okay, much better. Thank you. Okay, now you can't move backwards to pet Gigi Dog, and you have to talk towards the microphone. You guys, earlier someone said I have a better microphone than you, but it's only because Beastie's microphone is all the way in China.
That's right.
Yeah. But anyway, Ottomans versus Byzantines. Matchup is all this time.
I'll fix on my stream soon. I just got comfy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. There we go. Ladies and gents,
let's jump into it, Marika. Into game number 5. It is now 3-1 for WAMO to the 1.
And WAMO to the 1, he's also going to be a man of stone in a usual world. But this is not a usual man. He doesn't need no stone. He's got the berries. He's going for Hippodrome. He doesn't play no meta. It doesn't even meta.
Well, he is going to go for berries because he's playing against the Otto chat. So he doesn't know if the barracks is coming or not. Although, I feel like in these spawns, Grand Winery could be very possible. Even if you do potentially get towered. Which he is not. He's getting military schooled. Which I think is completely okay to just go Grand Winery, but he is opting not to. But luckily, he has the pretty good spawn in the back there. Double berry, triple berry patch actually, kind of in the back. Very easy to wall, so he's probably going to be very happy with that. But the problem is, long term, or I guess long feudal, you're going to be fighting against Sipahi. Now, when he activates that Triumph, he will be killing everything on the way. But the moment that expires, the Sipahi will mow everything down. So what is Wham01's plan?
Wham01 is thinking about making sure that this is not going to be an extended fight. He wants to kill him with the right timing and doesn't want to let Ottoman start stacking. Because we know how Ottoman can spiral out of control so easy. Now, I fixed the sound on Beastie's stream, so guys, it should be working fine for you now. But of course, with the Spearmen coming out, you still have to get Byzantines to respond. And Byzantines, they like being greedy. They don't want to make something that's suboptimal, but Ottoman, it kind of forces it out of you.
Yeah, and Otto chat, pretty fast age up too. He's not going to be far behind. Now, Wham, both Wham and Puppy Paw, but I would say Wham more so. He loves going for fast castle Byzantine. Oh, he is going for Grand Winery. Oh, wow. Okay, so, okay, that's interesting. He saw that there's no barracks. Let me see this. So he fully expected a barracks, but then he didn't even scout for it. You can see he kind of went like this around the map. And when he saw that it's just military school, he stops gathering them berries. And now he's trying to transition into a weird, normal Byzantine build. And he even made the Spanish Brother house right next to the Grand Winery. So he's got a bit of a scuffed opening, but I think he's trying to transition into like a normal Byzantine style, which I actually think is good decision. I think going Hippodrome here would kind of be a bit of a waste.
Now, getting Wham to at least to just get a few cisterns up, it's gonna feel pretty nice. I mean, it responds well to what Ottomans does, and Ottomans also likes to use the time they've got. Now, with Wham not having a single drop of gold, this is not going to be something where he actually benefits from any upgrades, etc. But oh my goodness, every single time I see the Spanish brothers placing a building, I get triggered. But Wham, he's joining the ranks of the Spaniards. Already just making sure that we get to watch every building interfere with a peaceful little safe farming situation that he might have there in the future. That spearman is going to be taught a lesson. Scout on spearman action happening right now. Disgusting. But the spearman is strong, the stick is long, and he is taking a pretty good fight.
God, that was close. Okay, he's going to be getting it out. Which mercenary is he going to go for?
Longbows. Everyone goes for longbows, right? Yeah, there we go. Everyone goes longbows. There's only a handful of situations where I've seen people... A handful. There's been a single situation where I see people go for the javelins, and that's against knights. But even then, a lot of players still opt for the longbows. I know you're a longbow enjoyer as well.
I enjoy both. But I guess Puppy is probably just going to go Masipahi into archers after, I would imagine. So both could work. And I think longbows are generally against all the units that Ottoman can do possibly better, but of course with Mehmed reducing range damage it can be pretty annoying. And this is already, like, it doesn't look like a lot, but all this idle time moving around villagers, you know, it kind of adds up. And we see Wham going for stable too, so he's going to be making some horses as well.
Now, what I'm liking is the fact that I see this time and time again. The top players idling out that TC already, putting himself one villager behind by that metric. And this is something small that keeps happening from the top players. And I love seeing this because it normalizes people. Oh, stop it! Stop it with the house! Come on, man! We're gonna get at least 2 farms in here. It's gonna be safe, but no.
He's really butchering it.
He's not playing for the late game.
Yeah, should add a blacksmith next to it.
Like right here, actually.
Yeah, I remember there was a game once where Vortex made like barracks, archer range, blacksmith around chapel, and then he aged up with cathedral right next to the chapel.
Oh god.
Like you couldn't fit 2 farms. Good times. Yeah. But the berries are running out. He's going to transition to those back berries. Like I said, he is a very good spawn for those berries, which is very nice for him. Now, Papipo has an option. Are we going to be all-inning in this kind of a very defensive Byzantine? Or are we going to think perhaps maybe fast castle, maybe adding some military schools? Not sure. Sipahi being Sipahi already. Oh, not quite. And that Mehmed is going to go down. Uh-oh. Papi?
Papipo not paying too much attention there to all of his units, and yes, sure, he killed the villager, but at what cost? Another one going down, and the last one staying alive. But that's a pretty massive loss there for Papipo.
Yeah, that was very weird. Did he potentially got distracted somewhere else? But just losing Mehmed is already huge, but losing Mehmed and 2 Sipahi and 1 scout is pretty big. So yeah, I think if you're Wham, you're super happy with that. And he's so happy he's just going to run it down to the 3rd berry patch on his side, get a tower there, most likely get that cistern going as well. And he's got another gold there. So yeah, I think if you're Wham, you're super happy with this game. And you lose a lot of tempo at the high level when you lose this amount of units for basically, I mean, nothing, right? And if you look at the army count, the Ottoman is the aggressor, but he only has 14 units. And I think that Wham can potentially look to actually just go fast castle here and just kind of use his units very defensively.
Now, with the 2 horse raids going on to different sides, we do see the longbows making a nice little difference as well. But, of course, with those berries being protected by the military, it doesn't feel like an easy party to be able to shut down. Now, the horsemen from Wham also starting to come into the composition. Of course, your Sipahis are still the best unit in the game, but it does feel nice to have that as an option and start to be able to raid your opponent. And now we're looking at a bush as I need to control the 2nd computer as well.
Yeah, and we do see some horseman action happening. He's just kind of using them to poke around while holding the Limitane longbow back in his base. He's gonna probably add a couple of farms here and there. So, yeah, like I said, he's a pretty happy camper right now. The other side, Puppy Boy is down the deer, and he looks to just keep producing units. He is getting plus ranged armor, and oh yo 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 yo. Was that one worker going down? Okay.
Yeah. We didn't miss it, don't worry. It was on the second observer.
I missed it.
Yeah, it's okay.
But then I'm old, so
Yeah.
it happens. So yeah, he's got imams to heal up, and I think Wham is either on 4 or 5 cisterns. So he is doing pretty well. Let's see what's happening here. Some horsemen trying to do some raiding, and if I was a betting man, this looks to me like a 4-1. Obviously, with Ottoman, it is never over until it's over, but very good start. We see 3rd military school, which usually says, you know what, I do want to get a lot of the units, and I want to keep producing in that feudal age. And he gets another stable. So, okay, so now we know. He's definitely going for it. He got +1 ranged armor. He's getting +1 ranged attack. No wheelbarrow, no horticulture. And he's just going to be going for it. And now Wham has 6 on gold. So he's probably going to be getting his upgrades very soon. He needs those longbow upgrades to make them super good. And yeah.
The problem is just, you have to ask yourself, what does the food transition look like? And right now, he's got a few farms set up. Love that for him. And there is only going to be space for a few, unfortunately. But it went on gold pretty late. So with going for gold now, you can see him now getting horticulture as well. But this feels like a little bit of a slow transition into castle, a responsible transition into castle, as he's not queuing up any more units, but he is at least getting that outpost in place. With the raids happening from all around, as we see pinging happening, we do see a very aggressive army pushing forward, and it looks like a Sipahi will need to be taught a lesson, but the horse is running by. Are they going to turn around? They don't. But Sipahi will live another day, go home, and heal up back with those imams.
Ooh, some Sipahi. Okay, he gets 2 horsemen there. And gets away with Sipahi. And that's very nice, you know. He's gonna, like you said, he's just gonna heal him up if he connects them to his main army. +1 range armor from Wham coming in hot. Probably +1 attack right after. There it is. And now, once he's gotten... He's getting the wheelbarrow, horticulture, double broadaxe, and military upgrades. Now he's probably gonna... If he continues mining gold, that's gonna be for the castle. So... Still producing Limitane here and there. I think he also noticed that Papipo is committing to this. Like, it's not just a little bit of a poke into age up. But now we see Mareka. 1,000 food for Papipo.
And Papipo, that doesn't feel like a choice. It feels like a situation where he just can't get enough wood to spend on those Sapahis. But he's telling us this again and again. He's not planning on going castle. He's got 55 gold in the bank. He's not planning on mining a single bit just yet. He wants to fight this. But with 20 longbows, you already have a pretty significant army. The Limitane, they are going to need to provide that front line. And Sapahis step very far forward.
This is going to become a game of micro, but 20 longbows is... If this count gets reset, the imams get picked off. Look, that's a big mistake. The Mekter! Oh my god, the Mekter in the front is chilling, and Papipo's army suddenly looks very tiny after those longbows getting a couple of pickoffs right at the start.
Wham kind of looking like a demon here. I don't know if there's anything that Papipo can pull out to actually put him back here. Mehter goes down, and it just looks like the Sipahi mass, they're going to be next. The longbows doing work at the same time. The horsemen, if they're from Wham, just cleaning up everything. And it's going to be a 4-1 for Wham to go straight into our next our tournament, our live event. Damn.
Wow. Wham 4-1.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you.
That was beautiful, Beastie. I love that for you. You're a comedian at heart.
Thank you. A sit-down comedian.
Yeah, of course. Now the thing about this is Wham now getting a spot in the Homestead Cup already. That feels pretty good. Puppy Paul, he's still got a fight he has to fight, and that will be our final set for the day as well. So this one actually went pretty quickly. I was very surprised that they made it such a nice fast win for us. But Wham looking good for Wololo as well, and thinking that he's the one playing at Wololo. So definitely doesn't feel too shabby already. If I'm Marine Lord, I'm watching this and I'm a little bit spooked. Are you just not saying anything?
Oh, I thought you were gonna.
No. I'm just fixing things up for the stream.
Oh yeah.
I thought you were
Yeah,
just
so-
being nice and awkward.
No. I thought that we're gonna hit it off to the interview straight away.
We are about to do so, but you can say something if you have any comments before we do.
But yeah, pretty good win. Now Wham did play against MSN
Mm-hmm.
already, so now it's his brother's turn to play against MSN. So we'll see how that goes. Obviously MSN did pretty well, I think, earlier, so it's gonna be a good match.
All right. So let's quickly hop over to our interview scene. So guys, because of the little bit of a tech issue we had here with Mr. Beastie Cutie moving with us in game, we are going to have an empty camera there, but we do have Beastie in person. So Mr. Wham, can you hear me clearly? Okay, great. So I made it nice and loud so Beastie can hear you too and ask questions. So Wham, looking at this performance, I know you qualified for Wololo. Puppy Paw did not make that cut. You guys have been practicing together a lot for it, right? With this performance, guys, sorry. I see it was a me problem. Guys, I'm sorry. Wham, I had you muted because I'm an animal with production. I'm so sorry. I'm not Cal.
That's fine.
So, okay, Wham, talk to us. Marine Lord wants to hear your voice. So, just give them one more sentence about your preparation for the event. For Wololo, at least.
Yeah, I've been practicing quite a bit. Quite a bit with Marine World, some other players as well. Puppy Paw, I've been a little bit, but not as much. So you're probably like he's not as prepared for these tournaments, right? Which makes sense. He wasn't qualified, so and he's busy.
Having people with jobs, man. Come on, we're all playing AoE. But
yeah.
With him going into the next match, do you feel like MSN is looking strong enough to give him a go?
I mean, it's possible. Like anything is possible. I think, like, it's a tough question because like I'm a big Puppy Paw fan, so I don't want to say yes, but I don't want to say no. But I believe in Puppy Paw.
The paw is the law. I remember when I was watching AoE back in the early days when you guys just joined the scene. I remember watching Puppy Paw and I'm like, whoa, this guy's up and coming. So I'm a huge Puppy Paw fan myself, but at the same time, MSN, he's young blood, but he's showing us a lot of promise. But anyway, for you going into the Homestead Cup preparation, do you think it's going to look any different for you going into your Wololo preparation?
A little bit different. I mean, I'm gonna have more practice partners for Homestead. Initially, I wasn't planning on playing Homestead, but I kind of decided to, obviously, and I'm happy that I did. It's just I wanted to take a break from competitive gaming, so I was a lot more. I wasn't really planning as practicing as much, to be honest, but we'll see how that goes. Honestly, I'm not sure at this point.
I wanted to ask you a question about the Mongol Golden Horde game. Have you played that matchup before?
No, I haven't played that matchup,
Okay.
and that's an interesting matchup. It's kind of wacky, actually.
Yeah, so I mentioned on the cast it's a very uncommon one, and I was like, I wonder if they even played the matchup because I've only seen it once, or I played it only once, and it's just a weird matchup all around to kind of get into it. It kind of turns into a mirror match in the end, but it's a bit all over the place. But yeah, you managed to pull it back and get the win.
Do you have any questions about that Delhi matchup that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, so what about the Delhi Macedonian? What is the Delhi's chance to win that matchup?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think Delhi definitely struggles in that matchup.
Yeah.
Macedonians just has so many options. Like they can go like a kind of a fast castle. They can play feudal age. Like their horsemen are very strong. So I was pretty happy when I got that matchup, and I think Puppy Paw played pretty good. It's just, yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest, to give you an answer to your question.
An overpowered Civ question. The most OP Civ is?
Most OP Civ? I think the balance is, well, I think the balance is pretty decent at this point. So
No, stop. No, stop.
You don't think so? Hmm.
I mean, I think there's one above the rest.
I think you're probably gonna say Sengoku, but I don't know. I think Sengoku struggles in some matchups in particular.
Okay.
Like which one?
Which ones? I
Can't
mean,
Dude, that's
um,
TMI.
I mean, I think Sengoku is really good. Don't get me wrong, and I think they're very good on certain maps in particular, like very open maps where Cav will really dominate. I would say like Byzantines is maybe not the greatest for them. Just because, like, Sengoku is a little bit slow in the early game, I think, and Byzantine struggles against really fast early game civs, like French or Mongols, or... So I'd say Byzantines, if I had to say.
Take notes. So when you prepare...
No, I'm banning that. I have no faith in myself.
All right, well, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you here in Serbia. And yeah, you get to... I think you've experienced a lot of First World Europe, but this is going to be proper Slavic Europe. It is a whole different experience. It's not the standard Copenhagen one. It's a lot more fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Thanks. Thanks so much.
All right. We'll talk soon. Well, bye and thank you. All right, guys. And that is going to be it for now, as we will take a short break. And we will be right back as Puppy Paw and MSN are doing their drafts. We already see Sengoku ban both ways. So,
What I got from that is Byzantine's broken. That was a very sneaky way to tell me that Byzantine is OP.
Good with the deductions. My goodness.
Yeah.
Do you want a short break or do you just want to go?
I don't care. I can go on.
Oh my goodness. You have
What
so
about
much
you?
stamina. No, I'm good. Good. I was a...
Yeah, I stream for a living.
You do? That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Well,
can do like at least another 30 minutes and then I'm tapped out.
we need an 11-hour stream. I think we had someone in the chat whose name I'm seeing right now who cursed us to an 11-hour stream earlier. Thank you, Marine Lord, for the raid. Appreciate it. Now, guys, we are going to watch this draft happening in real time. And Alex, Gigi Dog, what is it? Gigi Dog is squealing because she wants to climb up a bit.
Okay, so Sengoku. Wait, what's the other Civ? Tuklak. I thought it's a error on the overlay. So Tuklak, Sengoku, and Sengoku Ottoman. Malian, Japanese. Malian, first pick by Puppy Paw. Then China, French. Okay. And we Jushi as a third pick.
The thing is, Jushi can be very overwhelming.
Wait,
When
they didn't pick Byzantine yet?
Mm.
Wait, does MSN play Byzantine? Is Puppy Paw leaving it open? Wait, does he? He picks Macedonian. There's no way he picked Jushi over Macedonian, over Byzantine.
But Zushi is something that snowballs just like China very quickly if there's any level of skill gap.
Yeah, but Byzantine.
You're like, Wham just confirmed it. Wham just confirmed it.
Yeah, Wham just said it. It's okay. No, that's crazy. I think MSN doesn't play Byzantine. That's my explanation for this draft. And I think Puppy Paw knows that. If I'm MSN, I still pick it. Just so he can pick it. Yeah. Oh my god, he picks it.
Disgusting.
Oof. I am liking... to be fair, both drafts are fine, but I prefer Puppy Paw's draft.
You prefer it because you see, okay, you see all the good civs. There's Mali,
Well,
there's Japan,
China
there's
and French are
Macedonia.
really good too. Golden Horde is really good too. Mongol is the fifth pick. That's going to be for the hybrid maps. So what maps are vetoed? Socotra and what map is that? Is that Cliffside?
That could be Cliffside. Yeah, that's Cliffside.
Okay, so we're going to see water.
I'm gonna see a little bit of water.
HRE. Ooh.
That's a rough one.
I don't know.
You believe in the HRE, or are you done with HRE?
No, I fully believe in it.
Okay.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
I win like all my games with HRE. It's the good civs I lose with. That's my secret.
You're just not meant for the meta.
That's my...
You are the meta. You should
Right.
check it out. That's how MSN plays as well. He also plays like the meta. Oh, he
He's
makes
the-
us. He makes the meta.
In the last game, Papi Boy was the meta.
He wasn't. He couldn't keep it alive. He
Hmm.
couldn't even meta. Mm,
Yeah. I was going to make a pun with Imam, but I couldn't.
Yeah. Why not?
No, I couldn't think of anything.
Okay.
JD. Okay, love that.
Imam mnogo sivovi.
Mm. Smart.
Okay, well, JD and French on MSN. See, this is scary. Not because knights can snowball, but MSN, he's a little bit of a greasy goose
I
with
don't know,
those
man.
guys.
I
He
look
slips
at-
the knights into the tower range sometimes. He takes a little bit too much damage, and Papi Paul is the kind of guy like he's gonna
I
take
don't
it
know. I'm
down.
looking at these drafts.
Yeah. Papi. Oh, we got Tukluk and Delhi. Everything.
I don't know. I
professional.
like Papi Boy's draft more.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Now, why is everyone banning Socotra?
Like, there's a lot of scuff civs in
Mm.
MSN's repertoire.
But this is the scuff civ that he loves. Like MSN.
Yeah, but just because you love a civ doesn't mean it's a good civ.
but it does mean
You know, I love Mongol, but it's a butt cheek civ.
butt cheek one.
I love OTD.
Mm,
Huge fan.
yeah. Are you saying OOTD is not good?
No, it's great.
Mm,
It's OP actually.
mm.
But in the end, I think Papi Pot definitely got the better draft. But the thing is, MSN, I still think got the draft that he wanted.
Yeah.
But again, just because you wanted the draft and you got it doesn't mean it's good.
I have a real question. Why
Okay.
did nobody get English? Mm.
Because it's so good.
Yeah, they just feel it's unfair to pick for the
I mean, to
tournament,
be
right?
fair, I would pick English over Abbasid.
No, MSN, he loves a good old Abbasid. We haven't seen enough of MSN's Abbasid to really tell him it's not good. We haven't. He's
I've seen it, and he's come to my stream, and I said a couple of times you should really stop picking Abbasid.
really.
Yeah. It's not it.
This is what's keeping you from becoming a pro right now.
Well, it's not
Mm.
keeping him, but it's definitely dragging him down. You know.
Makes sense. Well, now with the picks coming on through, this is going to
Wow.
be Macedonian snipe. What a surprise! Macedonian snipe. Wow.
Yeah, Delhi Macedonian versus China Golden Horde. I feel like a bit of a risky business maybe from Papi Paul, because it could have been French China, in which case
Delhi would have.
Delhi would have, yeah. So a bit of a spicy one, but maybe he just wanted to get it out of the way, because I feel like the civs that you would see on Gorge are probably like China French, Golden Horde, maybe Ayubid, I doubt, and Ottoman, right? So I feel like Delhi was a bit of a spicy pick there, but in the end, he did not get French or China. But funnily enough, I don't think Golden Horde is much better matchup.
I was gonna ask about Golden
So-
Horde. Where do we land with Golden?
So you know how Macedonian Dynasty game went?
Yes.
It's a bit like that. It's not a better. That's why I'm surprised. Like, it's not. The matchups that he could have gotten are not that great for Delhi.
Maybe it's the throwaway map. He's like, this can't be a 4.
But why don't you let China through then?
That's a good. China's a pretty big one.
But yeah, if you let China through, sure. But this case, I don't know. I think that's a pretty hard matchup for Delhi. So I think going into game number 1, MSN's got the
little bit of an edge.
civilization draft advantage.
So this draft actually paying off, but keep in mind he just got himself a 3rd pick civ against almost last pick civ for Papipo. So
Also true.
yeah, so MSN are valuing it pretty highly though. And you have to keep that in mind when you're playing against someone. You also just want to get to a point where they are not as comfortable with it, because for MSN. This might not mean that he's the same level of competent on every single civilization. Because at the top level, everyone plays most civilizations really well.
Hmm.
But for MSN, this might be a pretty big ask. He needs to be able to play, by this point, 14 civilizations really, really well in a draft.
Yeah, and he's playing a couple of wrong ones.
Mm.
That's kind of the
Oh,
issue.
that's the problem. That's the problem.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, it's not the like 14 is, I would say, is on a bit of a low end. I think you probably need 16 to 18. But the fact that he's also playing some civs that are not top, and he's not playing some of the civs that are top, I think that's kind of what's causing the
A little bit of a disconnect.
yeah. Because I think it's okay to have your own style. Like I play HRE, right, and nobody really picks it. But that's usually for water maps, right? But he plays Abbasid on land maps versus like Sengoku and China and Byzantine and yeah.
We believe. I believe in the Abbasid. If MSN wins this, I'm going to be a very happy camp.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's just for the soul. You know, some civs are not for the W, it's for the soul. Like when you play Mongols, it's not because they're great. It's just because
I misclicked.
you used to love them. What
Not
happened?
anymore. It's dead.
Aw.
They ruined Mangudai.
They're not viable at all.
No,
anymore?
they suck.
I think you could still beat me with Mangudai.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that.
Like, I could beat you with just villagers, don't worry.
You think I could beat you with just Khan?
I don't want to relive that. Guys, back in the day, Beastie played against me. Back in the day, I was Diamond 2, I think. And he didn't make a single unit except for Khan. He made villagers and Khan. And can he do it? Yes, he
And
can.
Marika
So frustrating.
said, I can't believe it.
I can't. But MSN, maybe he can. Can
He can do it. In this matchup, he can do it for sure. I think so.
I like the Knokitak says the enemy changed your civ. That's why you picked Mongols.
Actually, also true.
You could beat him if you went and Khan out. No, I don't think so. I think he could still beat me with Khan only. There's a very big skill gap between the two of us. She clearly wants to lose an unboxing. Whoa! Whoa! No, not like this. Did you see MSN's player card?
No.
Wait,
Can I see?
I don't know if it's in
Wait,
the
do I have a
scene.
player card?
Do you have a player card?
Well, I don't know. That's what I just asked.
Okay, I'm gonna
You
move
just
into
kinda-
the scene. But
you
guys,
just kinda threw
we're
that
not in
question
game.
back
We're
there.
not in game yet. I just want to look at the player card. Give me a second. There's Puppy Paw. There's now. Hey, we need to get the player cards updated,
That's
sirs.
Wham.
That's Wham. That's not MSN.
Okay, why do you have?
Yeah. There we go.
That's a big milkshake.
It is a big milkshake.
Hey,
It's in
Wait,
remembrance.
do I have one?
Do you have a player card? Tommy, could you put up Beastie's player card for him so he feels seen?
No, I just want to see what it's like.
Okay.
Do I have a milkshake?
You-
Can I have iced tea? Can I have iced tea next to it?
There we go. There you are. You don't have a milkshake.
Where milk? No, I want iced tea
Okay. We'll get on that for you.
with a straw.
Okay, with the straw. When we take our new player pictures, do you want us to take a picture with iced tea?
I want something wild. I don't know what. Maybe I'll do like one of those temporary tattoos on my forehead.
Okay, that's a great idea. Yeah, guys, for the Homestead Cup, we actually need to think. Oh, there's MSM back. Never mind, we can leave his face here. So while we're waiting for the game to go in, as you guys can see, only the top tier production here with Whamenqt and all her clicking. I don't know, Beastie disappearing off to the side. Gigi Dog taking the best nap of her life.
This booster's throwing me off.
Just remove it. Remove it.
No, I just want to say the booster. You got a squeaky chair.
Yeah, but at least it's not falling apart.
Well,
Yeah, it's not falling apart. Guys,
okay,
Can
I
we-
can't argue.
can we get some cake W's in the chat for Beastie's chair?
My chair is fine. Look, this is my chair.
Yeah. No, stop it. Stop it, Alex. Ah! He's just making squeaks. He's just making squeaks. God save me. God save me.
All right, let's jump into the game. Wow, WOW, and this is game number 1.
Wow.
I'm not even doing it on purpose, by the way. I'm like My butt cheek clenches and the chair goes. So, look at the chair. So, game number 1, you need a booster board emote.
Oh god.
Game number 1, Poppy Paw will be scooting on the bottom left side of map.
No, that feels pretty good, yeah? Now, Poppy Paw is the first guy who's actually going down. We've been seeing players go up and up and up every single round. The scouts always meet. This is the first time a player has had a goal to go down.
Wow. I was gonna say something, but that.
But you were like, wow, that's a very advanced word. What does it mean?
I was gonna mention my scouting pattern on this map, but I realized it would come off the wrong way.
Okay, tell me about your scouting pattern.
I was gonna say I like to go down. But that's why I prevented myself, and then you asked me about it. Because I'm a
Okay.
professional like that.
You're a professional, guys. Beastie doesn't cast in any other ways. But we do have 2 civs that doesn't do anything in Dark Age. So in the meantime, we can have top tier scout following. So guys, let me set that bad boy up so we can look at 2 scouts and do just fighting it out. Beastie, take the wheel. With words, I mean.
Sorry about that. The chair was cracking, it was throwing me off.
Jeez.
You really need a new chair. Like, holy smokes, this thing is, I mean, come on. Mine looks like shit, but yours is just fucking an instrument.
Stop. You're so mean to my chair.
Well, now you know how mine feels.
There we go.
Just getting bullied the whole time.
My Twitch turn.
Okay, there we have the milkshake. What is that? Is that a cherry on top?
Yeah.
That looks like one of those
You know why
fake cherries.
he's got the milkshake?
because he stole your milkshake.
Because he stole my milkshake.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that looks like one of those fake strawberry cherries.
Oh, that's strawberry cherry?
No. And not strawberry, sweet cherry.
Oh.
You know, like those fake sugar cherry?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it kind of looks like. Okay, what are you?
I'm trying to put the headset around you so you can have game sound. No,
The wrong way around.
no.
I know.
This
Okay,
is...
America, get serious. This is a professional stream. It's Age of RTS. It's not
yes.
Age of like squeaking and cheers.
Yes.
Even though, you know. Ari. Okay. He's getting them sheep.
Love that.
Now, Marika, what do you have prediction for this game?
My prediction is the Poppy Paw will... Hold on. Let me check the food. Food, very even. Damn. Damn. So with that amount of food, I'm a little bit worried for MSN because MSN, he sometimes does some goosing. And when I say goosing, I mean he gets greedy. And then he will dive that Khan in just a little bit too hard. But looking at the spawn here, I feel like Poppy Paw has a pretty safe area. He gets to protect himself pretty easily with this. But you're going completely quiet.
I'm
very
just
worried. You're still focused on the chair?
It's Delhi. I don't need too much gold, and there's gonna be action-packed stuff. But I think if you do get attacked by Khan, you can always just get a couple of scholars out, heal him up a little bit, you know, and then you're completely fine. So,
Considering both of these civilizations, well, neither of these civilizations really go pro scouts or anything. The deer spawns are actually quite significant. If you take a look at this one, it's pretty close to the base, feels nice, but the same thing can be said on this side. And this side, you probably don't feel like investing too much because of the gold, but you have to, because this is what Golden Horde does. They go out on the map. Delhi gets to shut that down pretty quickly with the Ghazi Raiders, but we had a villager sneak his way out.
he blocked his stone.
Oh,
So you
that's
can't build.
disgusting.
Yeah. Wow.
That is disgusting. I did not
Lovely
expect that
move.
from Puppy Paw.
That's a good move right there, and that actually is super annoying because now he has to send Khan there to defend that. But that barracks is in a very scuffed position because you want your production buildings around the tower to boost the production building or production speed, but because it's out there in the middle, It's just kind of being annoying. And look at that. Ooh, still being blocked. And he is going to finally make that. But not only did he block the stone, but he also prevented Khan from going around the map, which means that Ghazi are going to be ready to defend.
Now, with Ghazi's already coming out that quickly, Khan and the Torguds... Now, the Torguds, they don't heal themselves, right? So, with the damage that's done, you don't get anything back. Khan, he gets to take a little bit of damage, man will go back, he'll eventually heal up, but it does put you in a little bit of an awkward spot here. He goes for his secondary production building, also pretty far away here, and honestly, I'm a little surprised to see that. Already getting the barracks here, this tells me that he is planning on eventually getting a tower here.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. You usually do these buildings on gold, or a lot of players these days do them on the first deer pack. So you would send the villager and make a barracks on a deer pack, and then archer range, and then a tower. Because then you can use that tower to garrison your vills, but you also get the boosted income there. Or on gold, both are completely fine. So it's out of place, but it is what it is. He's gonna try to harass on the other side. We'll see if... Nope, there's Ghazis already in place. And these Ghazis are basically... Any damage they take is non-existent because they can just get healed up. So Papipo is trying to get some fighting going. So he can take the damage and do some damage. Because like I said, those Torguds ain't healing themselves.
Now, survival techniques or professional scouts is coming on out for Papipo, and it makes sense. You're not really in a position where you want to move out. You know that your opponent also has that very versatile unit who's going to run around, chase anything and everything he wants to, and actually shut down you if you do leave your base. But with that, he's not going to have that question for himself at all. The Ghazi's in position, but the spears, MSN is playing this very carefully, putting all his units in the spot. Papipo knows this is happening, and he's not taking any risks. He doesn't see the spears. Oh, now he's going to pop on out. You'll see the spears. Decides to back off, because that is how you lose a Ghazi.
Yeah, and we see some more Ghazi chasing over here, trying to jump on the archers. And I gotta say, MSN went for kind of blind archers, right? Like, he just went barracks into archer range. He did not have any confirmation of spearmen from Papipo. So Papipo... If you're Papi, you can actually just potentially skip spearmen or even go something crazy like mass Ghazi and try to just overwhelm your opponent, because he's making a bit of everything. Like some spearmen, some archers, some Karash. So, oh, there we see another round of archers, and they're kind of going to be completely useless.
And MSN, he doesn't really know what's happening on this side of Papipo. He sees these units, and that's all the information he has. Now, going out with this Khan and everything else to try and figure out what the move is. But by this point, he needs to know exactly what his opponent is doing. He needs to know what the secondary production building is. We see it. We see it's going to be archers. But you need to have this information when you're making a sound decision here. And right now, he's just flying in blind. He does see a Ghazi here to the corner, but again, this just pulls him away from his goal of actually trying to shut down what Delhi is doing. And this pro scouts, it is going to come in at a perfect time. He's going to already need to be able to fall back onto that food. And just really great timing here overall for Papipo. And MSN is not even going to know that this is a threat.
Ooh, that scout is step stuck right there next to the wall. He's gonna... Oh my god, he did not deny it. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was like last millisecond. But Golden Horde has a lot of units already. We see Papipo now switching into archers, and MSN with archers of his own. Now they're gonna have some use. Papipo with 16 Ghazi Raiders though. Like, that is a serious amount of units, and MSN perhaps needs to... Like, he sees it, but he needs to be mentally aware. Like, that is a lot of Ghazi. Like, I cannot afford to lose any spearmen, or otherwise I might be completely overwhelmed.
And he's already getting ready for the archer mass from MSN. And sure, when he steps off, every single time this happens, he just puts himself in a worse and worse position. Now, these two standing at the back, they're going to be great for now. But, oh my goodness, the Ghazi numbers just in such a mass that these two spears also need to back off. Because those Ghazis are not going to be threatened by just two spears. They're going to be able to kill them if they so wanted. And this should tell MSN, you need a lot more spears. With the +1 ranged armor, it's going to be so hard to... Oh, and he steps off again.
He's running from the units. He's trying to save them. And he will do so, but no decap on the sacred side. We see the Torguds are engaging on the right side or trying to jump on some of these units, but the thing is about Torguds, they don't really have as high damage as Ghazi would against archers. Oh, they might get caught here. Oh, this is not good. 2 Torguds are going to be going down immediately. And even though these Torguds don't have high damage, they basically serve as a kind of like a tanking unit for your spearmen a little bit to mix in there. So losing them for free is pretty painful, and Papipo so far trading very, very efficiently.
Now there are a few Torguds trying to find their way to get some damage. We can see the army is always on the heels of him. The decap coming through, and it does mean that this is going to be a nice situation for decaps, but he is still on that sacred side to get that extra bit of gold. Those 2 Torguds getting the whole army of Ghazis engaged, and at the same time, this was MSN's opening to try and make something happen, at least a little bit of a Torgud raid on the berries again, but the engagement, it definitely did pay off here for Papipo. Just getting him constantly overwhelmed and giving him more time to get more Ghazis. MSN's still investing in archers.
Oh my god, that Khan just went all the way forward. Okay, we see Keshik now coming to. No military upgrades from MSN, by the way. This is... He does not want to take a fight before he gets +1 range attack and armor. And Papipo has both, so I think he's going to be looking for that engagement. Probably noticing that MSN does not have the upgrades, and he just wants to fight right now.
Oh, the Khan does step forward. The Karash quickly getting picked off here at the back as well. This is the problem with having this many different units. When you are trying to stagger them and put them in a position, there's just going to be a unit that's always going to be at the back, that's always going to try to be at the front, and you see this a lot with the Mehter. But with Karash here as well, they're always going to be standing to the back, trying to buff, but when you're running away, they are easily going to get picked off. And now more archers coming through, but the problem here is Papipo just has the perfect counter to that. He's got upgrades and he's got more archers.
Yeah, he really, MSN really needs to get blacksmith upgrades. Like, this is the amount of archers that are in play are not, you know, just a couple of archers. The blacksmith upgrades make a massive difference, and if he doesn't recognize this soon, I mean, having mass archer fights in Feudal Age where one side has 2 upgrade lead is pretty massive.
It does take a decent engagement here, and a few units will go down. The Kashyks and the Torguds really showing their value, but this is just to pull him back before taking that engagement. We see the tower already focusing on those Karash to make sure that the armor boost does not become too fruitful here. Spearmen trying to get to the front here, doing a lot of damage to the Ghazis. And archers, they're just not able to do any work. And you see that front line disappearing at the speed of light. And very quickly, this becomes more than just a fight issue. Villagers also fighting for their lives at the back here. But MSN, he is in a lot of danger, and he's still rallying his units forward.
Yeah, and we saw no target fire from MSN onto the enemy's archers. So his archers were kind of just shooting at the Ghazi, and Papipo's archers were shooting at the spearmen. So Papipo was just getting a lot more damage through. We see, I think, another blacksmith coming in, or was that a market? I'm not sure. Yeah, another blacksmith. So he's gonna prepare to go castle. He got a really good fight, so he feels pretty good about it. He said, you know what? After that fight, I reduced the army count. I can definitely get to castle and try to get my upgrades going.
Now, the units that we see here for MSN, he's still making more archers, and the problem is just there's not a clear response to the Ghazis. It feels like Papipo goes up, he gets 1 elephant, and this is over.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the MSN's army, like, it's spearmen. Like, if you compare the armies, these Ghazis might be enough to kill his whole army. So the Keshik, I think, are a bit too late to stack, like, a huge amount of them. So I think, yeah, he's gonna see the age up now, and that's not something he wants to see. No military upgrades yet. Do we even have blacksmith? No, I think he's completely forgotten to get blacksmith. There is none right now, and you know, this happens sometimes. You play a game, you finish a game, you're like, man, how did those fights go the way they did? And then you're like, oh, I did not get blacksmith upgrades. Oops. And now Papipo with double blacksmith will be able to get +2/+2 as well. Just basically a massive archers. And even if MSN gets to age up at any point, it's going to be so long before he actually upgrades his units or just ages up in general.
Now, you can see with these archers, this was MSN's one moment to actually try and take an engagement, because if you are playing against your opponent who just aged up, this is the one moment where he's invested resources and you haven't. You've been producing non-stop. But we have God vision, we see that unit difference already, and MSN now pulling back, but still at the same time making units. It feels like he's trying to stick to feudal, but feudal is not going to save him yet. I love this with Papipo. He took the Ghazis and rearranged them so that the spear would not be able to click and take them down. But he does get the decap on the sacred side here, but more Keshiks on the way. And these Keshiks, they are going to need to perform miracles, because against an elephant, that's the only thing that will take them down, especially with this composition. No more spears coming out, it's just more Keshiks.com. And MSN, he doesn't have an answer to all these archers. With the +2 ranged attack coming in, those Keshiks are actually going to melt.
Yeah, and that one elephant can kill all the Kesh at this point. So that one elephant, I feel like, has been in production for like a year now. Okay, it's finally out, but does he even need the Olifant to finish this game?
Now these Keshiks are going to turn around, take a decent enough engagement, but as the +2 comes in, this is going to be so much scarier. Even with these archers now running for their lives, they're just going to let the front line come and then start attack moving. But these boys, they have a safe place to run to, and that safe place has a wonderful little spear at the top. MSN now still making Keshiks and still committing to feudal here. And I'm actually so surprised to see that. I honestly thought MSN might see this and be like, okay, I go castle as well, maybe there's an answer there, but at the same time, what could he even make?
Oh god, that elephant almost one-shot Keshik when he hit him. So yeah, that elephant is just a raid boss and there's just no answer to it right now. And game number 1 will go to Papipo.
And I mean, this was a pretty convincing one. This is not something that MSN plays and he's like, okay, I got this. Next game is going to be much easier. I got a great Civ out of the way. You got his Delhi out of the way. And Delhi, this was already a favorable matchup for MSN.
Yeah, so you lost the matchup where your Civ is favored in. You lost your 3rd pick versus like 7th pick. And you lost it in a pretty standard way, right? So it's not like something happened weird or, you know, cheese or anything. It was just standard game. So like I said, this one of those that feels pretty bad, you know, because I always talk about this. Sometimes you have matchups where, you know, you lose the matchup, but you're like, it was like my bad Civ versus his good Civ, and it's a best of 7. You know, we still got plenty of time to go. We still got plenty of Civs, but losing your top 3 Civs that you picked for land maps is a pretty rough one.
Now, Papipo, he is gonna need to cook hard if he wants to make sure that this one is gonna be clean. I say that, but then I see the picks in front of us, and as we can see, Taklak was sniped over good old Japan, but this is on a map that I honestly expected MSN to pull out as Abbasid.
Yeah, I mean, he could play a lot of things on Frisian, so he goes with Ottoman and JD. The JD meta is real on this.
JD has proven to be a little bit scary, especially with that early game presence. Brought by you? Did you bring JD to this map? Congratulations. Is this where you qualified in the 2nd week already?
Yeah. It's the JD.
It's
The JD and the dream.
And why is JD so good?
Well, if you go Spearman in Dark Age, and even if you kill the dog, she levels up and then she pushes you back, right? Like, you don't even need to make units to push back the Spearman. And then you usually have this map revolving around feudal fighting, so having JD there snack on XP is really good, right? So yeah, MSN could have picked a lot of different things here, like Mongol, HRE, JD, Ayubid, even French, Abbasid, Ottoman. So I feel like it was kind of like a... could have been anything. For Papipo, I think it's like Tukluk for sure. And then it's what he prefers from the rest of the civs. And he says, you know what, I'm just going to pick 2 really, really strong civs, and he has to play one of them. And now it's going to be Japanese into Jeanne d'Arc.
Now, Japanese, they don't mind playing the early game, and you say JD is good, but so is Japan, especially in Dark Age on the map. And I think when you're playing against an opponent who is already someone who is going to rely on that first knight too, I don't know how this plays out for someone who wants to go Dark Age versus Dark Age with JD in the mix. So JD, she doesn't have any significant advantage in the early game, of course. Like in Dark Age, she's a villager, a chunky villager.
Yeah.
Is she the equivalent of a spearman?
I don't think so. I think she does 7 damage, but her attack speed is pretty slow. So she can kind of fight off a spearman on gold or something, but you don't want to use her to defend, your dog necessarily.
When you know your opponent is going to go for a Dark Age barracks rush, most likely, do you double down on just getting the gold, putting a tower up?
No comment.
No, okay. Okay, for
No
these...
comment.
Okay. See, this is the problem with Proscast. They can't reveal much.
Yeah, because it's a very specific thing, I feel like, with JD. Because there's a lot of... Let's just say there's different ways you can deal with it. It's just about what he practiced and what he feels is the best or what he's the most comfortable with. I don't think there's necessarily a bad answer unless you make a dock and just lose it and you lose all the fishing ships. That's really bad. So I think if you're MSN, you definitely expect barracks. So knowing that is okay, are you going to age up? Are you going to make a tower on gold? Are you going to make a dock and then spearmen? Or what the plan is, we don't know. But whenever you play against the civ like Japanese, where they're going to open Dark Age, sometimes the best thing to do is make a dock as Japanese.
As Japanese or against Japanese?
As Japanese. Because if MSN's response is to age up into taking docks, if Papipo says I'm not going to make Dark Age barracks, instead I'm going to make a dock, then he has a lead. So it's a bit of a... It's in Japanese's favor in terms of how the builds go. And
with you not wanting to scout that way for optimal sheep scouting pattern, it's not going to be great for you to just go around. So that's the problem with Frisian, I think. The fact that you are not getting an optimal amount of scouting done because you're...
I mean, you're not getting any sheep if you go straight to the opponent's base. There's no sheep there, so... You get the
info, but you don't have the food to sustain when you do that info.
The problem is there's a scenario where the worst case scenario where you go beeline towards the opponent's base and you decide, okay, I'm just going to age up. And then you go to their base, you see a dock, and then you see their scout go to your side of the map. And then they take your sheep and they went dock and you're going age up.
Now we do see Papipo not going for any dock in the early game just yet. He goes straight for his barracks and makes sure that we know he's just playing standard old Japan. But at the same time, Emerson is the one going for a dock.
Yep, dock.
Yep, dock. Is this safe?
Well, it depends what his follow-up is going to be. So that dock will definitely be on fire. The question is if the fishing ships are going to be gone too.
Now, with that being said, he's doing a sneaky dock. This is not a dock on the first pond. This is not something that's going to get spotted instantly. But so is Papipo, going for his own dock as a follow-up.
Yeah, so Papipo, I wonder if he will end up only going for a spearman or two. Now, he is going with that scouting forward. He wants to see, is there a dock? Now, is he going to turn around, though? That's the question. Because sometimes people will check this and turn around and be like, okay, he's not going dock. Now he's going to go, instead of checking all the way up, he's just going to check the golds. But look, he's searching for golds. He sees the first one. He's going to see the second one. So he's going to know that this is a dock now.
Why doesn't he know it's a barracks? Oh, he's double checking if it's
He's
a barracks.
double checking, but most likely it's not. He knows it's not a barracks because there's only 4 on food. So he should know that this is a dock, but it's just a hidden one, and you can see the spearman is instantly heading top
That's
side.
pretty 5-head. Wow.
So yeah, you can deduct a lot, based on scouting, where the villagers are, where the positioning is, and you can kind of see what's going on. You can even like sometimes count how many trees are cut and see from there how many fishing ships they're going, or if they're having a tower and stuff like that. So yeah, we see one fishing ship. Oh, he wants to block that. That does not block it. British.
Oh, what a
Oh,
sneaky snake.
if he actually managed to do that, that'd be a pretty cool move, but he did not. F. Now, Puppy Paw, see, this is the thing. He went one spear. So MSN, because he's scout. Okay, he did scout the dock, but he went immediately for the age up because he saw that Puppy Boy is scouting, he saw the spearman, so he assumed it's just constant spearman production. But Puppy Boy actually went one spearman into a dock and now more spearmen. So MSN kind of shot himself in the foot by trying to go for fast age up, and now is going to be behind economically very soon.
Now, what is MSN's way of getting back into this economically? By killing a villager with the knight, if he does get there. But even with that, you already have the response to it. You already have a barracks. You can just produce another spearman or two to protect what you need. And I like this about Puppy Paw. He also didn't go too greedy. He just went for one fishing boat and called it a day. So we'll keep an eye on that dock as it's being burned. With the scout as well, those sheep are not going to come home. And it does mean that this is going to start running low quite a bit. And the scout is pretty far away to deliver the rest. But more spears are going to be making their way through. And we see another one being put in queue. He wants to burn that thing down and he wants it now. But only using 2 to age up a school of cavalry. It means that dock will most likely already bite the dust by the time he gets there.
Yeah, so the problem by making this kind of second dock is it's nice because it's further away, but it's also further away and you can't repair it in time. Which is why if you go for a dock, you usually like to go for the first one. Oh, there's the sheep not picked up yet in the back.
Ooh, so Puppy Paw is going to have a good day.
Yeah, so that dock should be going down for sure. We see another dock's gonna come for Puppy Paw, and the problem is most of the civs right now would be in a lot of trouble because the spearmen are on the map, so now you have to make archers, but because he's JD, he can just make knights and get like a ranged JD or melee JD to kind of deal with that. So
I love how he pulled the wolf trying to pull him onto the villager, but not going to be happening today. Where little wolf will run safely back to his spot, but the dock does go down, and that already feels pretty good for Puppy Paw. You do see that he has 2 on gold, securing him that...
Sorry to interrupt, he's gonna get pop capped.
Oh.
He does not realize. Oh my god, and he got pop capped at the worst time. The villager was about to pop out.
Oh, and you can see him trying to rush that up. TC idle, starting to stack up a little bit here. Oh, never mind, it doesn't actually count for it, but pretty 5-head.
Yeah.
Now,
unfortunate.
With the dock going down, we now take our attention straight towards the nightlife. Now, JD, she is going to be able to age up pretty soon, not instantly the moment the School of Cavalry finishes. So this doesn't mean she's the response to the spears just yet. She needs to go build something else. And archery range is the quick follow-up. But like you said, he didn't necessarily need to go for archers. He still goes for it. Where does that put him?
I'm assuming he's going to go for a counter push immediately because... like, right now, he is behind, and that wolf came back. Bite him, literally. So he probably wants to, like, clear this up and then put some counter pressure on the map. Because even if you, let's say, go for docks right now, you're already 4 fishing ships behind. Like, that's not, you know, just make docks and now you're chilling. You gotta want to do some counter damage, like you mentioned earlier. But let's say he's gonna remake the dock, or he's gonna start remaking them one by one, and second one already queued. Oh, he's sending 2 villagers out. Okay, the knight, can we check where it is? It's probably going to be hunting for that villager. He knows it's there.
I'll get the camera on it.
Meanwhile, the age up is coming. Kura storehouse, the tower on the gold with 5 on gold, very interesting. So that might be couple of spearmen into fast castle angle, we will see. But at the same time, if he does do that, he risks losing fishing ships.
Now, we've seen Japan do this pretty well, too. Oh, and look at that. The scout is blocking. It does look like he will get a victim, but a little bit of a scuffed situation. Does not get the way through. The scout is blocking him. Scout, unfortunately, not the MVP here, but he might be forced through.
He will jump inside. Oh my god, the scout is stuck.
Scout is stuck. Oh, but the scout is going to be able to take down the villager. Knight decides to go for a different angle. And JD is fighting a scout, but the scout is getting the information he needs. That MSN is going for water after all.
Are you stuck, Step Scout?
Now, his poor Step Scout is going to have to fight his way through.
Funny. Losing, like, I mean, he didn't lose a scout, right? But not having a scout this early is actually really, really annoying. And we see some Spanish brother building placement around that TC. Just completely blocking every future farm possible. Look at that.
Now, he's going for horsemen through all of this. I pointed to the stables thinking, okay, now maybe this is going to be that fast castle, but he even gets an eco upgrade. This is so unlike Puppy Paw. So, definitely going to be, ooh, working for it, but MSN overextending you a little bit and taking quite a bit of damage onto those knights. And this is what I talked about. Puppy Paw is the kind of guy who's going to get every single shot he can on those knights. And just like that, already getting a pretty decent chunk of health gone. The archers, though, they're going to be a decent answer to it. Problem is...
Now, Mareko, you know what the real problem is here?
What?
That scout being stuck is worth killing or losing a villager, because MSN has no clue that there's horsemen on them.
And JD is going to pay.
And he is very
price.
committed with his archers. Puppy Paw might wait for 2 horsemen extra, or he might go right now, because if he jumps on his army right now, MSN is going to lose JD and all the archers. The horsemen are now coming back. That's going to be a complete cleanup here. And MSN, because he saw 5 on gold with the tower, he might be thinking that this is a fast castle play, but it is definitely not.
And it's something I think most people would not have been able to predict, with double broadaxe also coming out. This is just going to be an overwhelming feudal push. The archers now trying to shut down all this fishing. They didn't get a kill, and just like that, the fishing is back online. Few seconds of idle time, and JD is risking her life for it.
Yeah, he intercepted the reinforcements, and now he's just going to go back and clean these up. And the thing is, JD is very similar like French. If you lose an army, it is very, very bad for you. Like, you're not a civ that has bonus eco, so your units are very, very strong, but you produce the units very slowly. So yeah, this JD loss is going to cost him gold, and then all these archers getting reset to nothing. I mean, he's going to have 1 archer, I think, back at home.
And JD now, she's back out already. He knows how important it is for her to get that experience, but Puppy Paw, he has the units to respond to this. Now, there's a bunch of horses and nothing MSN can do about it. He does have a spear already on the field, but he's going to need a lot more. Going for another fishing boat, and the problem is, with all of these torches standing around, there we go, the demo ship in the queue, I was about to say, you want to find a way to respond to this, even it being an arrow ship, anything, but I still think this is going to go on fire anyway.
Yeah, is that demo ship gonna... Oh my god, he deleted the dock! He deleted the dock so the units would move forward, and he got a big demo on all the units. Okay, I see you, brother. And now those units are all juiced out for JDXP.
Same time, he's trying to make miracles happen in the base, and he does get a villager pick-off, but that's just a group of knights that are definitely gonna be vulnerable if he loses a little bit of focus here, because now they're just standing around waiting, and JD, she's again making her move out, this time feeling a lot more confident with those low HP horses, but it looks like Puppy Paw also feels that confidence.
This game went from very bad for MSN to 1 demo ship away, and now it's very questionable for Puppy Paw. Now he is aging up, and you know why he's aging up? He got that good fight, and he's like, let me get a quick age up. But after getting all these units damaged, like this is just XP. Like, if you look at his army, that's his whole army. And now he's aging up to castle. If MSN just dives on the age up or on the gold and holds them there, this is going to be a very rough one for Puppy Paw.
Now, The one thing that I can point out here is there's a little bit of a difference here between what some of the players would do. Intercepting a lot of these spears would have been, or a lot of the horses would have been possible with that raider army that he had, but he just wasn't ready for it. And now +1 range defense coming in, he's going to play that feudal game. And we talked about this a bit earlier on stream before you joined us. MSN is a feudal king. This man is going to play feudal as long as he needs to, and he's going to keep on making units. Now, with that being said, JD needs to heal up her boys, and that's exactly what she does. But the eco is still decent here. Fishing ships are still pumping. Problem is, MSN is also doing exactly that. Slowly starting to add the rest of those to try and just get that advantage. But the knights, they're still looking for a little bit of damage as the archers are getting those upgrades into.
Oh, the food is out for Puppy Paw. So he's trying to snack on those berries, but snack he will not. Actually, he will. He's snacking on them right now. So that is pretty rough. Actually, I think MSN is waiting for +1 ranged armor to dive, but these towers would have popped in like 5 seconds with this amount of melee units on them. And I think he's giving Puppy Paw a lot of time to gather a lot of gold and to be able to go for those mounted samurai. But Puppy Paw at the same time does not have archers, so these mounted samurai... There's 18, 19 spearmen right now, so they're going to have a pretty rough time dealing with these guys.
And a little bit of experience coming through here and there, but JD is still pretty far off. And, I mean, Puppy Paw, he's got the gold, like you said, he's been given that breathing room, and he's got the gold to actually respond to this. Ooh, extending a little bit far forward here. Gets a little TC, few shots off, but the problem is, now the outposts are in place, and they all, at least reinforced, they're not going to go down anytime soon. And MSN, it feels like he's lost his timing here, but he doesn't feel the same way. He's going to go and shut this down. But the horses, they're looking for their own little bit of damage, and there's a few mounted samurai in there. There's nothing in the base to actually stop that.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna go maybe pick off fishing ships. Luckily for MSN, he's going for fishing ships, because if he just beeline for the gold, this would be a lot more idle time for MSN. And I think MSN might be now looking for the dive, especially when he sees these units harassing. He might be looking for the dive, but I don't know. This is gonna be 25 villagers garrison with soon to have +1 ranged attack as well. And you can see him kind of like being like... Because if this fails, the game is probably going to be over for you. And Puppy Paw is just kind of doing the good thing, just kiting him around, being like, yeah, just sit under the towers. That's fine with me. Should target fire JD, does target fire JD, so she will be going down. She's stuck into that archer range. The units are going everywhere, but I am not very convinced that this is getting the damage done that he needs to. Now, if he goes over here and snacks on these, that's going to be quite a bit of eco damage.
And the archers do spot it, but there's still a lot of spears under the TC just taking fire, and villagers moving out perfectly here from Puppy Paw. He responds to this well, and that's the beauty of having that wheelbarrow. And on the tiny screen, you can see there's still that horse raid that shut down the docks. A lot of dead knights everywhere, and a little bit of a samurai play coming out from this as well. I'm loving this from Puppy Paw, just switching it up a little bit. But of course, we have to keep in mind that was still significant losses here. 10 villagers going down. But MSN, he's still in a bit of danger. That's a lot of mounted samurai to handle. And there is a bit of food for him to fall back on. Now, of course, you do see Puppy Paw feeling a little bit more confident to take out a little step towards the deer and make sure that he stays in it. But MSN still staying in feudal. Still making units, and he's not planning on changing that plan at all. And you guys can see that red raiding group, it's still just looking for the damage out.
And he's going for the siege engineering now, but it's one of those, if he got it earlier, I feel like that could have been really, really good for him. But now the unit count is looking a lot worse than it was, because earlier he had a way bigger lead. And I think that's the thing, like these high-level games, if you miss the timing, the game looks completely different. And I feel like before the towers got fortified, he could have definitely knocked down both of the towers really quick. He would have lost some units, but then the Japanese does not have any gold, so no mounted samurai coming out. But in this specific case, he might be trying again. But yeah, these are 45. They're going to take a really long time to get down.
The archers are in position to just snipe out what they need to. Spears taking a front line there on the mounted samurais. JD is almost ready to age up, but that tower, like you said, it just takes forever. Yumi's now making life a little bit harder for these spears. And you can see MSN, even though he got that upgrade, he's not going for rams of his own. He knows this is going to take forever. And JD again being target fired. This is just showing us again and again JD paying the price for MSN's sneaky little plays. But again, the raiding army just destroying everything in front of them, and the docks are mostly all down.
Yeah, I mean, as well as when the dogs go down, he obviously gets, you know, population reduced as well, so it's kind of unfortunate. The JD, the demon, is back. She is almost level 3. But we have 9 mounted samurai, archers with +2 attack now, rams coming in, but I think it might be a little bit too late. He is ahead in workers, but we have to have in mind that Papipo has the option of going for relics, and he can also put Yorishiro in town center to increase the villager production and catch up. Now the archers are snacking on the spearmen, and the spearmen are just chilling as they're getting just shot in the back by the Yumi.
Now, we've seen this from Emerson before. Earlier today, he made exactly the same moves here, where building those rams cost him the game, just pushing forward a little bit too greedily. JD now trying to get into range for a little bit of experience. She does take a shot, but doesn't kill a Yumi there. And quickly, this just starts to get scarier and scarier with time. And again, we're looking at that raiding group of horses, and this is not Papipo's full army. He gets to collapse and bring the rest of his army here and shut this down permanently.
Yeah, that's a lot of mounted samurai now. This just looks like a pretty rough one for MSN. Papipo is gonna be kiting. He wants to make sure he doesn't get fully engaged on. Ooh, JD! Oh my god, if she gets sniped, that is really bad. Does she have enough XP? Okay, not quite, but that is really unfortunate. He cannot buy her back. I'm pretty sure that it's still on the cooldown. The rams go down. He needs to get the gold somewhere, but I don't think he's in any rush considering how many units he has.
Now, with all of the units he's got, he is not even thinking about that. No relic play from him coming on out, but still, not even his full army. That was not his final form. There's still a ton of horses now going to be making their way towards the army and collapsing on them together. MSN putting quite a bit of gold here, but the food is the issue. And now the armies collide, finally finding their way. JD is brought back yet again, but now it is the final fight and the villagers are in front line, quickly going down. JD finally getting that experience she would need to age up, but she's not aging up to level 4 to turn the tides. She is just a plain old horse, JD, who is just tickling away at these mounted samurais.
Yeah, and game number 2 goes to Poppy Paw.
And
Just like
Paul
that.
showing us again the beauty of just waiting and raiding. And he's not too focused on these pushes that are under his TC. He knows the real damage is in his opponent's base, while his opponent is laser focused on making something happen.
Right. I wonder, what do you do now as MSN? So they have played Gorge. That was just not. Oh, Frisian. So he obviously went from land map to like a hybrid map. Is he going to super spice it up and go water map? I doubt. I doubt.
Going for a water map would be quite wild.
I think you go back to land map.
Yeah.
You go, wait, maybe I go back to land actually. But to be fair, I think that was a better game for him than the first one. He just made one mistake, right? Of not committing to the towers. And like I said, if you miss that timing, I mean, the game just looks completely different.
It spiraled out of control so fast, with Papipo just capitalizing on every bit of advantage and every mistake that MSN dared make. Now, guys, we're going to take a quick look at the bracket here so you guys can see what has transpired up until now. Now, we do already have our first qualified player here at the top, Wham. And now, between Papipo and MSN, that is going to be the final spot for this weekend. Already Papipo being 2-0 up on a
On a Sunday.
On a Sunday. Yes, there we go. On a Sunday. Wonderful. But while we wait for the game to begin, guys, again, time to plug it. If you want more information on the Homestead Cup, guys, please go to the link in the chat where you will see all the updates and the updated players shown up there to give you all the latest information you would need. But unfortunately, I did press the wrong button now and didn't copy paste it at the right moment. Very nice. All right, so through our site, you can go and see exactly what the schedule looks like, where we're at. Oh, I need to update the prize pool. It's 20k now. It's a 20k prize pool, 6 days, 8 players, and 1 winner. But there's also going to be a ping pong winner, don't worry.
That's right, and spicy chicken wings and milk taste test.
Oh, the milk taste test. I forgot about that. We might even have a dating show. We're cooking this one. Where we have a bachelorette coming in and she will be the lady that people are going to fight over. Yes, I'm really hoping so. Thank you very much. It's updated. Hell yeah. You can see exactly how your donations help us and our event. So for all of you who have supported us already, thank you so much. It takes the weight off the back of us. And we appreciate it very, very much. You can see our talent lineup here. Beastie will be moved down to players as he was qualified. Congratulations.
Can I not be both?
Well, that would imply that you have talent. You are a talented player. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. No, I was just a joke. I'm sorry. Okay. Do you want me to go get your busted chair to make you feel better?
No, your chair is a lot better.
Poor daughter. She's just like vibing.
She's just napping.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I want to see what's happening.
All right. So guys, for all your information out there, ladies and gents, it's time for us to hop on in to game number 3 between Poppy Paw and Mr. MSN.
Yo, can I see the chat?
Yeah.
So I can know who to ban after.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, people are asking about the dating show. We have a few single lads on the roster. I just need to get them to sign up. Yeah. We've got Anatant.
No, I said, what do you mean few?
All of them. Yes, we've got all the single guys, and we have 1 woman to date among them all.
Damn.
That's pretty.
Wait, I know a picture that you can use for the,
that's
for the promotion.
That's a really good idea.
For the dating show promotion. Do you know? You guys know what I mean.
I know exactly
It's
what
a-
picture you're talking about.
Yeah.
Good chat. No, Cascade. No. I don't think that's allowed. I don't think that's allowed.
What do you mean? I'm just saying, like in those, what are they called? Like in Bachelorette. Like those kinds of people. What did you think?
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah, those. Yeah.
Okay, but we still need to think about how we're gonna get the players to introduce themselves. Do we make it like a real dating show with someone?
I already. Oh,
Okay.
you mean that? No, I had a crazy idea for player introduction. We put look. We put the camera there, and they walk down the hallway, and they enter.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's a good point. Write that down. Write that down right now.
Okay, Twitch chat, can you write that down? Oh my god, what is this?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
He got a beastie spawn. I never seen Poppy Paw do this because he's never gotten the beastie
spawn. It's a special spawn, but I like that he's only going for 2, which means he's probably gonna go for a wheelbarrow in Dark Age.
I don't know. What is he gonna go for?
I don't know, Beastie. You're the Beastie expert.
Oh, the intros for the dating show? I mean, you just do the whole thing like, my name is Anotand. I am 24 years old and I am model for Head and Shoulder.
I'm looking for love.
I'm looking for love.
I'm looking for love in gaming. Yes. It was not very easy because there's not many women who play Age of Empires. Guys, if you know a single lady who lives in the region of Serbia who wants to be our second bachelorette, please let me know. You're like, no.
That's how you do the introductions. What do you mean? And then the questions, right? What's your favorite civ? My favorite civ is I love KT. Genitor very good Egypt. I always lose but good. It's OP.
And I may be a guy, but I can go to Serbia for this. I don't know if we have the audience for that, but if you were a lady, then yes. But unfortunately, no. It's just for the pro. We have enough guys. Yeah, exactly. We have enough guys. We need a little bit of diversity, guys.
You got
Calm
enough
down.
guys, but not enough.
Ooh, barracks
Wow.
got cancelled. Wow,
What
wow.
is that gonna be?
That's not gonna be a barracks. I can tell you that. That's gonna be a horse. Wow,
Or reversed? It sure is.
it sure is. Now, admin in the chat, please just go quickly click the button. MSN now just building buildings. Love that for him. Love that for him.
Alright.
Love that. See, I actually have an idea. Don't reverse the score. Let's flip the players, and
Well, it should be like that.
Yeah.
No, it's good. No, it's good. If you go like this, it's correct. Left should be at the top.
You're right. You're right. Maybe I
Okay.
was a
Oh,
dent in
he
the
sees
spot.
that.
Ooh, he's very surprised.
Oh my god, what the fuck is happening?
Oh my god.
What the?
That thing shoots to China. Literally.
Did you see that?
Okay, do we want to get another... Can we get a few more shots here? Can you...
Well, it needs to. What the fuck was that? That was like a ranger range. Range Rover.
You know what a Range Rover is, right?
Yeah, I know. Milkshake.
And MSN is gonna go right back
Wow.
for it.
Yo, nerf that right now. It's a crazy landmark. I'm going to... Bro, if you put that landmark on the middle of the map, you can probably shoot the sheep under enemy TC.
That's true. You could. That's the new cheat.
I mean, that's the... Yeah.
Now, with Spearman, MSN is hoping for a miracle, because these guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but they're not that good against the Tsar and Trade Network. Apparently, with the amount of spears, though, we'll see if he actually decides to invest. I don't want to say it, but siege engineering. That's pretty crazy, right?
That's crazy.
No,
What is he making? What is that?
that's an archer range. Okay, he's just getting rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, I feel like I found out what MSN's weakness is. Do I say it publicly?
Yeah?
I'll say it.
Okay.
I feel like he always goes, okay, I made a barracks, I made a stable, I'm gonna make an archer range. Like, he doesn't really scout, like, oh, my opponent is too stable, I should have a second barracks. He just always makes...
Rock, paper, scissors.
Right,
yeah.
but, like, if you're Papipo now, make, like, you can go another stable and then an archer range. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's always blindly going into the units. And I don't know if that's necessarily... Some civs it's good with, but some civs, maybe not.
Maybe not, yes.
Maybe not. That's why I love KT Genitor Egypt, because I don't kill anything with it.
You guys, by the way, that's not BC impersonating Anatan, that's BC impersonating Serbia. So, that is his
No,
Serbian...
that's me impersonating anything.
So that's not a Serbian accent as well.
No, this is the Serbian accent.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Serbian and I'm talking like this.
Yeah,
Checkmate.
I'm gonna be Serbian soon, and then we'll decide what the Serbian accent is.
Well, I've been Serbian longer than you, so I decide.
Now,
That's how it goes.
Now, MSN is actually playing it up a little bit. I like this. MSN, he's angling differently. Oh, no, never mind. He's running into the sofas, but he's angling differently. For Scout. So, he's not doing the gold player mistake of going straight into the SAR and Trade Network. He's going from the other side trying to find damage. But the problem is, he's just gonna find no damage. Yeah, sure, the deer are here, but there's still a tower to defend. And this tower, it's got a pretty good backup. An easy javelin emplacement for the man, but actually this is quite a lot of units. He's getting +1 attack. And now I'm wondering how this will pan out, especially with the fact that he only has 5 archers. He's playing against a man who has sofas. He's in for a lot of trouble.
That's right. And we do see Sofas trying to intercept a little bit, snack on them spearmen. The pro scouting is completed almost on the MSN side of the map, so he kind of wants to snack the digger on the other side of the map. But I think you definitely, like you said earlier, you definitely need siege engineering for this. Like, you can't just dive this thing because it actually does a lot of damage, especially if it's hitting range units. Can we show the damage of it? Can we? Well, yeah. Look at that. 16 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's 6, 7, 16 damage.
I'm not playing ping pong with you. No, you're banned. I'm not playing ping pong with you tonight. That's your punishment.
Why, you don't want to lose again?
Fool.
Oh, got him.
It's not about losing.
You might win the first time.
Mm.
Costs gold to upgrade.
Yes, it doesn't cost.
That is very cool.
And this is gonna mean the Mr. Ooh, what about the rest of the emplacements? Okay, no, the rest of them are still stuck.
Imagine.
I was like, whoa, this might make
That'd be
that
crazy.
might actually make it viable. Would it?
Nah, that'd be make it. Oh, stop giving them ideas. Stop.
Okay, any devs
Stop
in the
right
chat,
now.
tune out right now.
That's a lot of units. Like you. Okay, is MSN gonna MSN? Is he just gonna YOLO dive into this?
I see Twitch chat still on the Paradise. Bachelor in Paradise, except the Paradise is Serbia.
That's right.
Mm.
Why don't we call it Dentlorette?
Then
Like
the-
Bachelorette, but Dentlorette.
It could just be like, you know, Love Island. We can like Love Homestead or I don't know.
Love cup.
Love is no, because it will be blind. It will be-
Something with 2 cups.
It. Oh.
Love. I love cups. Like I have big.
Oh God! Stop! I told you this is not gonna work. We can't cast together. You would just go off the handle.
That's not my fault. I was professional.
One girl. Now we just need 2 cups.
Right.
Okay. Right. This is gonna be awesome.
Okay, you're derailing the stream.
Yes,
right
I'm sorry, guys. This is my fault. Yeah.
Poppy doing a beastie Donzo strategy? Don't tell me. America, click on that barracks right now.
What barracks?
On barracks of Mali. Mm-hmm. Oh no! He doesn't have.
Oh no!
He
That's
has
the
dark.
beastie.
That's developers' fault, by the way. Why do they look the same as the feudal ones?
Do they?
Yeah, you didn't tell the difference. Well, don't zoom in.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you can't tell the difference. That's crazy. Dev's gotta fix that.
I mean, honestly, these archers look the same as the javelin throwers to me right now, as well. Don't zoom in, but
No, they don't. Stop right there. They do not look the same. MSN has reached the castle age.
Oh
Queues
my-
up 3 upgrades. Clean, by the way.
okay,
Clean.
guys, we need to put this on the bingo card. MSN reaches castle. This is big. This is big. This is
Well,
a
if
once
he
in a
doesn't
lifetime-
qualify, I don't see a point in that bingo. What if he sends Farimba? He's not gonna, but we imagine if he did. Holy, that'd be crazy.
We could be in for the real.
Holy cow, that would be crazy.
Wow, that was a good fun, brother. But now with the tower, what? We're siblings. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So Poppy Paw, he is the man who is on the front end of a raid. Because when you're up against China, you're usually the one who is, you know, overwhelmed with units. But right now, you're the Malians. Ilalu, brother. You're just gonna be able to Ilalu your way all the way to the next A. Oh, wait, yeah?
America, is he missing the timing again? Because I feel like he's had a timing about this wee big.
It is wee big. If only Stream could see you now.
GG Dog is pulling on my chair. Totre, it's gonna make noise. Don't do that.
Now, with this fight, this is going to be a pretty heavy one, but the javelin throwers, they are not upgraded just yet. It looks like the horses making their way forward, but into towers, and I feel like, just like Beastie said, there was a timing here, and the timing has been missed. Donzo's now making
Are they
their-
feudal?
Wait,
The Donzos?
Yeah,
They are hardened.
that's rock solid.
Rock solid. And that's pretty good. Now, does he think he's upgraded them to castle, or does he know that he just upgraded them to feudal?
Well,
that's
the fact that,
that's the question that I want to know.
well, maybe Donzos just need to have a little bit of a feudal age upgrade. It's not that big of a deal. I just wanted to put that in there so people can see that GG Dog and Beastie are having a little bit of a situation here. And Gigi Dog being really excited about the Malian playstyle. She herself, she is very enthusiastic about these types of aggressive plays coming out. But just watching it from up close, she and Misty enjoying the sight between the two. But Sofa's making their way through and the walls are not going to come up quick enough. Now, usually when you're almost even in villager count against the Malians, it doesn't feel good. Especially considering that's not a villager lead, that is just a bunch of imperial officials supervising.
I'm back.
Okay, don't worry, I'll take over.
So the Saharan Trade Network working out, did what it's supposed to. For javelin throwers, production is stopped. The Moo Boom is completed. Donzos are still in queue. We got some sofas. Are we gonna see the archers switch? Yes. Most likely. I would assume so. But he might go pure Donzo. No, he's going sofa, Donzo, and archers. And this is a point in the game where even if China had really good success,
Right, success.
which this game not really, right? No villagers killed, nothing. But even if he did have success, China will be running out of food soon. And Malian just got the Moo Boom up and going. So from here on out, it just gets worse and worse for China.
Now, Puppy Paw, he's floating a lot of resources again. This might just be because he doesn't have enough production buildings to queue up 600 sofas. But it feels like that's on the way. These guys just absolutely waiting for that timing of, hey, we have an infinite mass. We're gonna take you down and let's see what happens. But 16 lances is nothing to scoff at. Did you just scoff at them? Stop! You can't just scoff at lancers.
16,
Look at them, they're impressive.
16.
Oh, go.
What?
Do you need to spit at the thing is spitting?
I didn't see it. I didn't see
You
it.
had one job.
Dude, this is such a beastie spawn. Double front gold, and then this third gold is scuffed with the bears as well. That's crazy.
At least Puppy Paw has a back wood line. That
At least he
gets to
can
fall
win
back
with
on.
this one. Am I right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'll get him next time.
And now, with the sofa raise, and this is what I talked about, it is going to start becoming an issue. They're going to start to make things a little bit harder with time, because the raids are going to be relentless. And even if those get lost, they are just
Oh
going
my god.
to put more in the arsenal.
The villagers just decided to get out of that tower, and they got boinked right in the snoot. In the snoot department. So we do see +2 not on the way.
Now I'm gonna hide us so they can actually see the game. The GG Dog feature is over. But the problem with lances are they're expensive and they're not never ending. The food getting dangerously low. You can see there's still a deer that he gets to fall back on, but Pro Scout.
Oh, we see
Whoa, 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 whoa.
the tower is shooting. That's crazy range, isn't it?
It was pretty insane.
Yeah, he's got one foot.
He's got enough. Oh, number
No,
one.
and then Puppy Paw side is
God.
one on food.
And the lances are just never going to be able to keep up with this mass of the sofas.
The upside, we see a little gold harassment on that scuffed ass gold, but Puppy Paw sees that right there, bro. He's gonna be steered that back.
One villager getting all the effort, but this is 2 towers to fight against. Javelin throwers, they are going right for it though. They don't care. This is just the beauty of the jav. They can also frontline. Everything is okay with diving. The javelin mass sucking up all that damage that would be dangerous, but no, not a problem. There is a raid going on and the lancers are trying to do the work, but they're currently focused on military, and MSN is not able to find any damage. The crossbows just getting picked off like they're made of paper. Puppy Paw just absolutely destroying everything here, and the lancers, they might find it's a respectable amount of kills, but the respectable amount of kills on this side is equal.
Yeah, and this looks like maybe a fast, maybe a slow death for MSN. The food situation is, I mean, he's on berries right now around the map. And as the time goes, like I said, the Malian is just going to have more and more income. The units are pumping and the GG is hold, which means that the dog is gonna be up 3-0.
Now, MSN, he was supposed to be the dark horse that takes down the paw, but Puppy Paw, you know, the paw's the law.
He's gonna change his name to like Dog Paw,
When he grows up. I mean, at what age is he
like
grown
a
up?
Pokemon.
At what age are you an adult? Like a real fully fledged adult. I feel like 26. That's when, or like maybe 28. That's when it hit for me. What about you?
You didn't hit yet.
Makes
Nah,
a
I'm
lot of
joking.
sense.
I don't know. Like I think it depends.
Mm.
What you consider an adult.
What do you
Some
consider
people
an
never grow up.
adult? True.
It is true. But
Big
I think
cast.
that game is very same as the first game. This was the timing. This is MSN.
That was a pretty good explanation, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
Emerson,
think-
he keeps
yeah.
doing that.
Yeah, he has a good timing, but then he just waits and right?
Whoa. Can I try to hit the timing?
You'll probably hit it on
No.
accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you need to put it in a
Oh.
view. Okay. So sometimes I feel like there was in his previous games, it went like ba, 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 and ba. That happened in the previous set
Oh.
there. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I can't. I just.
she hurt me.
I shouldn't hurt the moneymaker like that.
No, but I think, bro. But I think he's just missing the timing. Like he's setting himself up, but then it ain't there.
Facts.
I'm
Say it, girl.
printing facts.
Printing facts.
Why?
It's just been a rough ride, and I mean we're very much. Stop doing that with the chair.
You really need to get a new chair. Hella cringe. You sit on this?
Yeah,
You fart on this booster board you got?
all the time, all the time.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mm. I'm so glad there's a noise filter. Can you guys hear the chair squeak?
Can you guys hear the squeaks?
Oh my god. Stop.
Test.
I'm gonna lose it. Okay, guys, great. That's fun. What happened?
All right, game number
Number 4.
4. That's right. We gonna be going into bottom lane. We have Bloody Paul playing as the Knights Templar.
That was wonderful, Beastie. I do think the Twitch chat, they will probably not be able to hear us because of the noise gate.
Wait, did you guys hear me there introducing the players or no?
That's good. That's
Yeah, what is this production?
yeah. It just
They
happens.
can't hear the squeaking. They can hear the ASMR.
Oh, those are not the important things. You have to
Okay,
keep
I'll
that
do a
in mind.
loud whisper. In the bottom left, we have red KT player. Oppy bloody paw.
Puppy boy, my boy, all the way raining
In
from the region of North America.
Is he French Canadian?
No, he's Canadian.
Whoa! What are you trying to say? Are French Canadians?
No,
not
it's
Canadians?
just no. Whoa, I would never say that. I love my French
Whoa,
Canadians.
whoa,
Calm down.
whoa. Sacre bleu.
I just
et
meant to
non
say-
chocolat.
I honestly,
That's crazy. I can't believe you said that.
I would never.
And in the top right, we have
He just doesn't speak French.
VESMSN.EK.
Wow.
Playing as
Wow.
the IU bits.
So MSN, he reigning from Denmark. You have to ask yourself, who's the real winner? Puppy Paw right now, yeah. He's 3-0 in the lead.
Yeah, I would say for sure.
Yeah, Puppy Paw is cranking. But the problem is, MSN is going for the advancement wing. And you might be thinking, that's very advanced decision making, right, Rod? But the problem here is, Poppypaw is KT, and he don't give a damn. He's gonna be able to catch up. You can go counter dock him. He'll just make another one. I know they're expensive, but we've seen KT. It's still shining pretty brightly, living a great life. But we've got 8 on wood and MSN. He's probably having an idea about what's next. But what is next? Is it just going to be land aggression?
Reka is a water expert. If you will.
Yes.
They call me Poseidon on the streets.
Yeah.
I can tell you from watching these games that MSN does not play a lot of water maps or hybrid maps.
You think so?
Water, because I think Frisian he played fine. I don't think he's played a lot of 4 lakes. I'm gonna be honest, because the problem is opening fast culture wing advancement.
Oh.
I mean, what is the plan here? Okay, he's gonna go stable, and now he goes for a dock.
But if he already had a dock, it would be...
The thing is, even if you want to do some weird build like this, you can actually just chop a tree and get 2 fishing boats and then do the same thing he just did. But he's kind of doing this all over the place. Is he going to go for double dock now? Okay, so what is the plan? I think he's going to go Desert Raiders to harass, potentially. Maybe even 2 Desert Raiders, and then just mass fishing boats on both sides. I mean, okay, let's see it. Maybe...
Emerson's cooking. He might not be cooking
Okay,
anything.
he's going Horseman.
Okay. And Knights Hospitalier coming out. So, you know.
I can just tell you I can't eat this. This has gluten, so...
What are you talking about? The burger?
No, he's cooking the build.
Oh, okay.
I can't eat it. It has
The-
gluten.
Okay. You're not into this build.
Yeah, because the KT age up is really fast too, right? And you don't need any workers to age up.
And he's not able to make any fishing boats because he went for that second dock.
Yeah. Like, you see what I mean? It's just... Like, he made stables for 1 horseman. I mean, what can that 1 horseman do? If he kills a villager right now, he's not ahead. He's still behind.
Now that's
the problem.
I think this is the issue when you're playing against someone like Poppypaw. You're already questioning yourself. Now Beastie's coming in here telling you should question yourself more, especially on water maps.
Right.
Yeah. This is on you.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, hold up. Is he gonna get it like right now? Is that what
He's
you were
gonna
talking
get
about?
1 villager.
And
Okay.
a half?
Can he get the second one? He's trying to body block. Okay. He gets it? No, he gets it because there's no villagers near TC. Okay, 2 villagers. Now, that's... Okay, he's getting a barracks. Now, Poppypaw did not expect this fast horseman play. I can tell you that. But like 1 horsey boy. And now what do we go... Where do we go from here?
Well,
Have in mind, he also lost an age up. Because he went for the advancement wing. Which is basically like... He doesn't have any age up bonus. He doesn't have a landmark. There's that too. You're gonna cause some idle time here, which is noise. 4 fishing ships versus 3. 4-4.
no, I mean 4v4, that's pretty good. All things considered, he came out not ahead, but on level. And I mean ahead because he killed 2 villagers. But that horseman it definitely got a little bit of value. But now you have to consider we have spears. So what is going to be the answer? And we do see the answer is already queued up. It is going to be a few archers in it. So, Alex, you know how sometimes when players play a build, it doesn't make any sense to people at the top? Like, I know how frustrated you get when people just play weird stuff. It doesn't make any sense. But this is one of those. This is going to work against Poppypaw today. Oh god,
You think
going
it's gonna
rock,
work?
paper, scissors. Maybe.
See? I spotted the weakness. You see?
Yeah.
He's throwing down the barracks, but he hasn't seen the horseman. He's just sending it.
And Horseman here extending a little bit too far with running right into that spear. But with all of this, you have to consider there's an archer ready to fire. But MSN, he hasn't really gotten anything on the water except for just building his eco now. Now, is this the plan? Was this what he wanted to achieve? Because if he did, he got himself... Oh. Now the question is he actually going to be able to spot this? Because he has the horses. He has the presence on the map.
Right.
Yeah.
Now the fishing ship count, I mean, he is producing from both docks. So Poppy Paw, okay, there's the second dock for Poppy Paw right now. But if the game stays in this state, I feel like KT is just gonna scale a lot better, because if he puts all his workers on wood, he's gonna get 20% of that in food. That's gonna be really nice. We see Spearmen coming out, but again, there's no horsemen, so he's just kind of countering himself at this point. And that comes with the blind production building making.
Now, MSN is trying his best at finding more damage, but luckily for him, this might be possible, because as we can see, the woodline is getting significantly thinner, but at the same time, Poppy Paw is fast as lightning, pulls back. Not too worried about this. What I'm really surprised to see is just that MSN is not taking control of the pilgrims. You have the mobility. You need to be on top of your opponent. You need to be able to punish them for it. This is your point to exploit every single weakness of you having the mobility your opponent doesn't. And the first Knights Hospitalier or Hospitalier Knight comes on out, and it is going to be disgusting when they start amassing.
Yeah, right now we see a little Deserator as well. Now, if this goes into, I mean, Mass Hospitalier probably not gonna happen. I think he's just gonna get like maybe 3 to 5 for healing. This is pretty nice, you know, they heal up after a fight and so on. But I think he's just gonna focus on Spearman, Archer, Hospitalier, especially when he sees the Spearman, right? I don't think he'll be going into Horsemen. And I think from Poppy Paw's point of view, like, the opponent went for fast age up into Horsemen, so he's probably being like, you know what, as long as I keep making as long as I keep making fishing boats and I keep making an army, I'm gonna scale pretty well. So I don't think he needs to worry like he needs to do some damage around the map. But is MSN going for castle behind this? Got 8 on already.
And the problem is, if he is, he's very much exposed. MSN getting himself a nice bit of stone as well to just make sure the towers get in place. But the army is straight on the way here, and tower does get used, instantly being a little bit of a deterrent. I like this from MSN. He's already playing it a little bit safer. I mean, the previous games he definitely played safe, but he's playing it safer in terms of not taking any major risks outside his base, but rather just inside, and making sure that is not going to get exposed. But now the villagers on the woodline are going to be quite susceptible to this. Some of them fighting back with these low HP horsemen. And oh, the Desert Raider is not going to be enough to deal with these spears. But quickly we see more villagers paying the price as MSN's attention is focused elsewhere. That tower I was talking about, sure, it's on the woodline, but he didn't think about that on the gold and quickly tries to rush it up.
Yeah, so he's very close to the castle age up. Now it's on Poppy Paw, he has seen what's up. It's on him to be like, okay, am I gonna all in this? Am I gonna age up myself? And if we see a big KT switch to the gold, then we got our answer. But so far, he's still got 0 on gold, 28 on wood. It seems like he's just mass producing you still.
What do you go for here? And I don't mean what does MSN go for here. What do you go for here? Not Master Smiths. Yeah, no, I figured.
Because he doesn't even have the first set of upgrades. So you actually need to get the first set in order to get the second set.
And he doesn't have a barracks. He doesn't have the gold for the first set of upgrades either.
Yeah, so I mean, on this map, I guess it depends what you go for first, right? But if you're playing against a Knight Civ, you could go for the military tech, but you could go eco. Atabeg Wing wouldn't be that bad. Do a lot of things, but I think he's just going for Master Wing, Military Wing Master Smiths to try maybe hold off a timing with immediate +2/+2, and we see a dock coming in, and MSN is not making a military ship right now. So if Poppy Paw wanted, he could try and snack on that dock really quick.
You can see he's quickly trying to get that +1 ranged attack up, but with the units he has, it doesn't feel like this is anything that's actually going to help him. He right now is getting himself into a spot where he just gets upgrades for nothing that matters. Poppy Paw, behind this, he is just ready to go up to castle. He stopped producing units, and Master Smith might be hitting soon, but Poppy Paw's age up is going to be quick to follow. Now, he does get a scout as a kill, but nothing else being produced to actually justify that +1 ranged attack.
Yeah, I mean, he will... I think the way this works is he will get immediate +2 now, ranged attack, and then the rest will come one by one, I think. I literally never went this wing in my life. That's how good I think it is.
I believe in a wing, and it's the only wing I believe in is the chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
The chicken wing.
I haven't eaten chicken wings in like 6 months.
Yeah, but they're high in calories. We can't.
Yeah.
We can't
Oh, I
afford.
know, I'm just saying, I mean, people
Why?
still call me chicken wing guy.
Why are chicken wings so high in calories that the rest of the chicken is so edible?
Bro.
That's like the biggest scam. Can't chicken wings just also be low calorie?
Not necessarily. Yeah, anyway. +2, completed. But the thing is, he's got 7 archers. And again, if you're going for like some kind of timing, like you got 30 archers and you're like, I'm gonna snack this real quick. He has 7 archers.
And he's going for the archer veterancy as well. He's spending his gold on this and still not queuing up more archers, just going for the camel lances here. And I don't know if he's going in with a plan. It feels like
You need
MSN
a
is lost.
military account up there too, so there's that. In the blacksmith, the one that produces units quicker,
Okay,
you got that too. But
for free.
yeah,
Okay.
I think industry would be pretty nice there. Maybe even eco-wing growth. You get some for villagers.
Ooh, imagine pulling that boar instead now. See, that is the real 5-head. Pulling the boar goes on the villager, and you just get out unscathed. But this is going to be a military ship coming out from Puppy Paw, and it's going to be a demo ship at that.
That's an assassination right there.
I am so ready for it, guys. We're going to go in and zoom, so we can see this happening in real time. Oh, never mind.
Okay, I thought he's gonna send it to the archers. Boom.
Disgusting. And the archer ship E definitely is getting his value, but not pulled back in a moment. And unfortunately does pay the price. But now the camel lancers, these boys have a plan. The plan is simple. Find the damage.
America Angevin Empire is in, which means the heavy spearmen are gonna be cranking on the field. And those guys, fucking love them. You don't need to micro them. They mow down archers, they mow down cavalry. They only lose to crossbow. So, if you manage to either delete the crossbows from the opponent or there's just no crossbows, they will go uncontested and just beat everything up. Couple of villager kills, okay. Very nice start for MSN. Gets a couple of more. Keeps snacking on them villagers.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, never
Okay.
mind.
Almost.
Doesn't get the last attack off, but the heavy spears are very much revealed.
That's
When
a
the-
lot of dead horses.
And the army has been completely cleaned up. Now, the archer numbers increased, so this does mean he isn't investing in that, but getting crossbows at the same time, of course, you're dealing with heavy spearmen, but you are still dealing with a ton of archers that are gonna make them disappear. And now I think the last part of this game is gonna mean that we have disappearance of MSN's chance of qualifying for Homestead Cup. M&M. That's actually never mind. I was about to give you fun facts. But the archers, they are going to be able to snack on villagers as they run past. Oh, and we see a desperation manjanique coming out. Everyone loves a good manjanique, but a desperation manjanique, it does not. Ooh, it does hit
It's a
the
money
same.
shot, right?
It does hit exactly the same. Desperation manjanique MVP right now. Crossbows, they're going to need to find some good damage, but these heavy spears, they are chasing right into them. And the camels follow suit, but manjanique going to get a decent shot. I don't know, I don't want to say anything. That could have been it. That could have been the moment.
The beginning.
Yeah. And Manjanique, though, he's doing work.
Yeah,
He's
cleans
doing
up.
work. This is actually the most clutch Manjanique in the history of the game.
Yeah, where are his wood villagers? Oh, they're in the back. Yeah, there's a back wood line that they're working on right now. I mean, he doesn't even need that much wood, right? Like, he's just going crossbow, camel lancers, but he's not actually producing anything because he's got none on gold. He got pushed off of it, and he is trying his best to work around it.
Well, the camel lancers, they do a decent job at cleaning up some of these, but the heavy spearmen will prevail eventually. We do see the archers not doing the greatest of job against the Camel Lancers, but you gotta keep in mind, these guys are super expensive and MSN does not have a lot more of them. Behind it though, Puppy Paw, he's got his lakes pretty much covered, 29 ships and more coming. He did manage to win the fight down here, even though the dock got destroyed. But that hasn't redocked just yet.
Win.
Yeah. And at this point, with 1,000 food per minute, you are not looking at slowing down. 2 towers being put down here at the front. You're not...
More Manjanique. I mean, when in doubt, Manjanique.
Manjanique out, yeah.
Oh, okay, Manjanique out.
Yeah,
okay.
when in down, Manjanique out. When in...
Okay.
You've never heard...
No. Did you make that?
No, it's like, it's a saying without.
No, I know, but with the Manjanique, I never heard that. That's yours.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
I just put a reference there, but it does look like the Mangonels are gonna do some decent work against the archers. The problem is, this one is covered by heavy spears, and Wololo is gonna need to heal up. Never mind.
I think that's...
He's all cooked. He's all cooked, Mister.
The heavy spearmen are mopping up. MSN takes a second.
And Poppy Paw.
Wow.
Wow.
The dog
The
will
dog.
be joining his brother to the land.
Yet again, putting himself into a spot where we have a real... Honestly, this is a crazy lineup for Homestead Cup.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some pretty cranked out players here. This is wild. This is crazy.
Very true.
I am so excited. I can not imagine how wild this is going to be for us. Because guys, looking at that, we just need to fill in our last 2 players. I'm actually going to refresh it because I do think some of the details were updated. Now it's a 20k prize pool.
Love that.
Technically 20.75, but you know.
Update that too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's great. And we have Wham's picture already updated. Puppy Paw going to be joining that rank pretty soon. And it looks like this is just... sealing the deal. We have probably the most stacked lineup of any LAN like, in a very long time. Since the last Wololo, this is it. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Still series. Oh, no.
Last war, 2
Oh,
players.
yeah, that's right. I meant the last Wololo. Okay. Now, it does seem that Puppy Paw has joined us, but I do want to double check before I switch to our other scene. And we don't see most of him. So let's go in raw and see exactly where is. There we go. On the button. There's a button. Yes. Where's the headset? Oh, there it is. Oh my goodness! Is this Wham or is this Puppy? Let me fix it now. I haven't fixed the interview cam. I'm sorry, Puppy. But guys, you can tell me what you think. So Puppy, you are going to be joining us in Serbia. Is it your first time coming to Eastern Europe? Sorry, Beastie and I have completely lost it by this point.
I'm keeping it cool. She lost it. Congratulations, by the way, for the win.
So, your first time in Eastern Europe, right?
Yeah, it's my first time.
And how do you feel about the journey? Was it, do you feel like it was pretty hard compared to previous qualifiers for events? Or were you happy to join the last week and get the strongest of them out in the first 2?
Yeah, it was a lot easier, I'd say, but that's obviously because most of the strong players already qualified for this event.
Looking at the current lineup, how do you feel about your chances in this event?
I feel okay. It's really going to come down to how I play at the event, but I'm confident that I can at least make a good run. Yeah.
We were talking about the underdog at the event, and we were deciding if it was B or Beastie. So we're definitely. Now, who do you think is the favorite for all of this? And I know we still have 2 months. Oh my goodness, it's a little bit less, a month and a half. Oh. So we have a month and a half to go. Who do you think is going to be our favorite for this?
Unfortunately, I have to say Marine World, but I do think anyone can win. It really depends on, maybe a bit of RNG, but like mostly practice, how they play for the event. But yeah, probably Marine World.
Go for it. I'm trying to remember all the games that we've had because I've been watching games all day. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked to Wham. What's the most OP Civ right now?
It's tough.
Damn.
I think Malians or Sengoku.
Okay, okay. But in your series against Wham, Sengoku was let through. What's up with that?
Mm, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to draft. Like, I'm just picking civs and hoping things go well.
That's my favorite way of drafting.
Mhm.
Or I do the draft and then I draft bad. I'm like, yeah, that's what I wanted. I convinced myself it was actually a good one. Are you going to be preparing for table tennis at all, or spicy chicken wings, anything like that?
Yeah. I have to practice a bit of table tennis, yeah.
Do Canadians play table tennis? Actually?
Well, I don't know about Canadians, but we do. Me and Wham do, so
Okay.
we have
Yeah, Mareka is preparing. She's rapidly improving.
Yeah, I've played 3 days. Very nice. Yeah. No, it definitely, we want to make sure that this event feels a little bit more homely. I know with the last time we had an event like this, it was basically like N4C. So that was before your time, before you joined AoE. So not going to be as much just gameplay. But yeah, all in all, we're looking forward to having you here for a very social event. And I know it might be a little bit overwhelming with all the socializing that will be taking place. In all of it, we are expecting a pretty large patch, as we know the season will be ending. Do you think that there are any changes that need to be made before an event, a live event like this takes place with some civs?
I don't know where to start. I would just wish they fix like the crashes, and that would be like a priority for esports in particular. But anything that they fix, I'm happy for. I always am looking forward to any patch.
What about sheep?
I love sheep, yeah. When I get like 3 sheep, I'm very happy. It doesn't bother me. I just, yeah, I love sheep.
I feel the same way.
Was there an incident we should be aware of?
No, Poppy's just a very much enjoyer of not getting sheep.
Yeah.
Got the whole map and, 3 sheep of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Poppy Boy is one of those players that really like the maps where we spawn with like 10 sheep around the TC. It was a great change, right?
They do a lot of good things with these maps, but I wish they weren't bugged or stuff like that. I don't want to be too harsh on AoE4.
That makes sense. Oh, I mean, it is what it is. We are gonna try to see. We'll have a meeting about it with all the pro players, because guys, this tournament, we are making sure that the players drive the map choices and the rules to make sure that it's more of a pro player driven event than just 1 or 2 admins deciding what your fate is. So people, thank you again and congratulations, and sorry for the weird interview. I think Beastie and I are both a little bit cooked after those intense games. So seeing a little bit of Master Smiths coming out of Abbasid, I think threw us completely off. And you also going for Malians, what is that landmark called again?
Saharan Trade Network.
That one, the big tower. I make it all the time. I still don't know what it's called. It was crazy, and I'm really glad to see that you utilized your beastie spawns to really make it look convincing. It was fun to watch. So, look forward to seeing you here. Congratulations again, and are there any final words you have for the stream?
I'd just like to say thank you, obviously, for hosting the event, and yeah, I look forward to coming.
All right, look forward to having you. But guys, that will be it for us today. And thank you all for joining. We have had a blast here, and I mean, I've tortured poor people through these interviews. But all in all, thank you for joining me, my professional co-caster, Beastie Cutie. It was lovely having you here, sir.
I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm happy we got the 8 players locked in. I mean, I think it's hard to call an underdog, you know, or I think it's going to be a spicy one. I think we're most likely going to have a patch before then. Who knows what's going to change? Who knows what's going to happen? So I'm pretty excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And the fact that it's going to be this, I mean, it's going to be a serious tournament with a lot of side quests. You know, it's not just going to be gameplay. There's going to be a lot of content with the players, seeing players in real life situations, in sports situations, milk tests.
You and these
That's
milks.
what it's all about.
It's all about the milk for you. Nice.
That's right.
Okay, well,
So
guys,
thank you guys.
thank you for enjoying this big show that we've had and all the technical difficulties. It was great. We heard them sometimes, we didn't hear them other times. It is what it is. We finally put up a show, and I think it was a decent one at that. But guys, thank you so much for joining, and we'll see you. We're gonna do a few show matches on the way there, but for now, I need a weekend off, and we'll see exactly what the next few weeks have in store for us. So guys, thank you so much for joining. We'll see you here next time, and yeah, get ready for the Homestead Cup. See you soon. Bye.